Okay, I think I fixed it. Oh no. All right, I think I fixed it. I think it should be fixed. It took a second. I think in the end there was something wrong with my limiter, or actually my expander. Something was wrong with my expander, and I think I fixed it. I'm pretty sure this should sound fine. Let me know what you think. Wait for people to come in. Okay. You're so back. Let me know if I sound okay. I was working on it. What happened? There was just something wrong with my microphone, the way it was cutting off my words sometimes when I was a little bit more quiet. And so I had to go in and kind of finagle it a bit, a little fixeroonie, you know what I mean? To fix it up a bit. So I should be able to get quieter, and I should be able to turn away from the microphone now, and you all should still be able to hear me. And you all and the audio cutoff shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it was. Sounds normal? Hey, as long as it sounds normal, that's good to me. That is the purpose. That is the purpose of that little thing that I just did. It took like a couple minutes, unfortunately. I think it took longer than I was expecting, but there are actually a couple of settings that go into it that I just wasn't familiar with anymore, because I haven't touched my audio in so long. I forgot which weirdo garbage slider for that I touched the last time in like 2021 was the right one to change the audio. But I found it. Ooh, baby, but I found it. If that's the problem, it still happens a little. Oh, does it? You should be able to hear stuff. You shouldn't be able to hear me. It should cut off a little bit more normally now. So yeah. Shouldn't be, I'm not sure about perfect. I might need to take a little bit more time to do that, but it should be serviceable for right now. Should be loud enough for you all. Did you guys see this? Dad, can I play? Is GTA 3, GTA 4? Bro, guess what my B-Day present was? GTA 5. Sorry, bud. Need a parent to buy this. GTA 6. Cash or card, sir? I'm gonna be honest. They must be the same age as me or something, because this is actually pretty true. I didn't play GTA 3, but I played a little bit of GTA 4 with my friend because he had it. I didn't have it. My first GTA game, as in like it was my game, really was GTA 5. And you know the craziest thing about it? I look back and it's the truest thing in the world. GTA 5 came out when I was 13. I am now 25. It came out when I was 13. When I was 13. Or 14. Maybe it was when I was 14. Wait a second. GTA 5 release. 5 release. Yep, September 2013. Yeah, I was 14 years old. It came out when I was 14. I could not have purchased the game by myself. My papa had to buy it for me. But just talk a little bit louder. Okay, I'll just bring it just a little bit closer. Closer and down, and I feel like that'd probably be okay. Let me know if this is a good placement. I feel like this should be fine. Close and down. Put it below me. Yeah, 2013, I could not buy a R-rated video game myself. Somebody quote tweeted this. They were like, "You guys needed to an adult to buy GTA 5 for you." Yes, we're not all geezer pilled yet. Not yet, at least. We're getting there. Oh, baby, are we all getting there? But yeah, no, I don't need my parents' permission to buy video games anymore. I can buy wherever the heck I want. I don't want to think about that. It's time for you to think. Time for you to scream. Anyways, I hope you guys are doing well. I think we should be able to stream normally now. I think we should be able to vibe and stream normally now, as opposed to um when things were falling apart. What do you guys think about there's a couple things that I want to cover today. Okay, there's just a couple of things I want to cover today. Things that I find that might be a little interesting, little importante. All right, I feel like it could be quite curious indeed. With this being said, I think first things first that I want to actually start off with is something that we haven't done in a while, like a good debate review. It's debate review. I feel like I haven't done a debate review in a little while, so I wanted to do it. I stumbled upon this debate between Sticks, Dicks, and Hammer or whatever, and a guy named Armand. I have no clue who this Armand guy is. Armand Domaluski? Not the goddamn Lusky, dude. Sticks doing debates again? Apparently. Apparently, I guess. I don't think he's a content creator or anything. He actually just seems to be a guy. He actually just seems to be some guy who lives in San Francisco. So I mean, that's a really cool thing. I'm happy for him. He debated this YouTuber guy. Sticks. Debate bros need a chow. I'm a bit of a debate bro too. Okay. I've done debates before. Quite a few, in fact, all right? Quite a few, in fact. Anyways. Sticks Dixon Hammer. Dick Saxon Hammer. There's many things that you could say. Debates that break the rules. I don't know, apparently this is like a debate person. Well, I mean, like they stream debates fairly often. Oh, Dylan was on here a couple months ago. Interesting. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at right now. Is this, okay? From Break the Rules. Haven't heard of these guys before. But they are around. Crime debate with AJW and Nick of Revolutionary Blackout Network. This sounds like the worst debate to ever exist. This sounds like the worst debate to ever exist. Are you serious? Oh, that's crazy. Oh no, crunch. But anyways, I wanted to look at this debate. It's it's just a 1 hour debate, so it's pretty simple. It's on Biden's accomplishments, basically. So this dude Armand, don't know who he is, guy from San Francisco, and like Dick Sexenhammer, YouTuber, are going to debate about whether or not this Joseph R. Biden Jr. guy did a good job when it comes to being the president and whatnot. And then this guy is gonna be the moderator. Okay, super simple. All right. I think we might be able to skip ahead a little bit. I forget. I think they have intros but the intros may be like lame as hell. And Armand is kind of like really quiet. So you might have to listen a little intently, but I'm going to try to put the closed captions on. So if you miss something, it should be able to be picked up. Debate bro, curious. I think I said don't recommend this channel to me when one of these videos popped up. What a hater. The classic we just went live. We're waiting for people to funnel in. Silence at the beginning of a stream.
Full debate about President Joseph Biden's accomplishments. And we have, as always, Sticks.
Joseph R. Biden Jr.
Hexenhammer 666, and we got Armand Domalewski, who has been on the stream before. Really cool dude. I may disagree about the imbiest tendencies of Armand, but I am very thankful for the fact that you are here today to have this debate. Now, just a little bit about yourself, Armand. You live in San Francisco, and what kind of things do you do, and how exactly did you get into this? And then we're going to go right into the debate. Don't forget to like, subscribe.
What things do you do?
Patreon.com/breaktherules. You know the whole spiel. Anyway, Armand.
What do you do?
Go for it, my friend.
Who are you?
Sure. I'm a data analyst in San Francisco. I work for a large tech company. I used to work in politics and policy, working on like housing policy as well as like local political campaigns and national ones. And so I got into this through that. And I also just tweet a lot.
Professional Twitter user.
As far as the Biden's accomplishments go, I do want to start with you, Armand. We can talk about different things. One of these could be immigration. I mean, that's been a very, very big subject right now. So would you like to start off with that aspect of Biden's administration?
I mean, I wouldn't describe like immigration policy as like one of Biden's big accomplishments. I think Biden has done a lot given the constraints he has to make things better. But obviously, immigration has been like a really contentious and difficult issue. I'll start with the things I think he's done well. I think prior to Biden coming to office, there's a lot of, Trump administration's general philosophy was to try to shut things down as much as possible, but also without really understanding how the court system works. So there's a lot of procedures where like they attempted to do Section 212F to shut down all immigration, and the courts are like, well, no, it doesn't work that way. It's a lot harder. Halting starts and stops, and you saw, for example, like there were 5,000 families that were separated during that process that many of them never got reconnected. Their kids like lost their parents, families that were totally disconnected, things like that. And I think
they were trafficked. They were trafficked or put in the Obama cages.
They were trafficked. Okay, so this is really okay. So here's one thing. I've watched a little bit of this, and this Sticks. He makes such weird claims. Okay. He makes such weird claims, but the thing is, he does it so confidently. I feel like a lot of people may buy into a lot of the things that he's saying. So he's saying that a lot of children that came in undocumented and get funneled through our immigration systems have just been human trafficked into like Epstein's Island 2 Electric Boogaloo, or are working on like turnip plantation somewhere in New Mexico. And they're just gone, just simply gone. And that's just it. We'll touch on it.
I mean, they were put in detention camps because that's what the law requires, is the detention specifically. Like that's part.
I think I only watched like 5 YouTube channels recommended to me. I press don't recommend because it's not you, Zan. D Mama, the pillow isn't making content anymore. It seems so. But really? You should spread your wings a little bit, Bucko. But I appreciate you for watching. Thank you. Hey, listen, and if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to hit the like button so other people can see the stream, okay, bestie? And listen, if you want to support the stream too, you can go to, you see that? Sharky.cc, and you can get to be a part of the amazing site chat community that gets epic emotes and can also support the channel by subscribing for $5 a month. You get a sick name and amazing emotes too. It's crazy.
Part of the reason that like this border bill was such a contentious thing is because right now the law requires you to be detained if you come to the border, but we never had the funding level to do it. And so when they exceed capacity at the border, they end up releasing people. But also they were staying, the reason there's like not capacity is because they're staying in the cages for such a long time, because like you either have to release them or you can detain, but then they need to get a hearing, but then you don't have judges, you don't have asylum officers. Like the system's not, built to process it. But to talk about like the positive things, I think there's been a lot of things on, for example, like high-skilled immigration visas, a lot of reforms on like rationalizing the way that H-1Bs work. It used to be previously done much more. Like, for example, a recent rule change that was happening around it is that it used to be really incentivized to dump a lot of like, basically, it's very hard to optimize them for the specific role. And so you saw them game by like large staffing companies that would just like pour in a ton of people with not necessarily that's need. They've done reforms to change that and to rationalize it, and to prioritize those based on like the highest level of skill need. I think they've also significantly improved like the refugee process. So like the best way to handle asylum or refugee claims is to have people come in through like a legal and vetted process. And through things like temporary parole status, for example, it's like a huge surge of Venezuelan immigrants coming because the economy is falling apart. By giving that status, it reduced the flow of people who are coming in chaotically across the border. So I think like within the legal limits of what Biden has been able to do, he has like rationalized and reduced the chaos as much as possible. But the fundamental problem is that there are like we've outdated laws that are not built to address like modern immigration issues.
Can I counter that? I would say that Joe Biden, if he were smart, he would simply have kept up with the Trump era laws and built more wall and put more staff on the border, and we wouldn't have the current crisis that we have. We've got a record number of people.
Kept up with Donald Trump. If he kept up with Donald Trump's this is so funny. If he kept up with Donald Trump's tendencies and like rules on the border, then there would be less border wall now. He wouldn't have built basically any border wall. Biden has put through more border wall than Trump has. He's built more border wall than Donald Trump has. Here, let me see. I know that's just simply a lie right there. We can learn a decent amount of this, a decent amount from this too. So I like doing debate reviews like this. Immigration. Actually, I want to do. Border patrol officers over time. Like, just is there like a graph of how many border patrol officers there are? I would like to see that. Hopefully broken down by year. Border patrol staffing. Let's see. There's this United States Border Patrol staffing. And this is from the CBP Gov. Let's take a look at this. Border Patrol staffing. Let's see. Way up. Oh, this doesn't go into Biden's administration. This doesn't go into Biden's administration. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Did you see that? Look, there's less Border Patrol officers on duty when Donald Trump was president compared to when Obama was president. So at least by this graph, at least by this graph, Donald Trump didn't keep up with the deporter in chief. Donald Trump couldn't even keep up with the deporter in chief. King deportation. King DDD deport. Yeah. Yeah, they either dropped or stagnated under Trump's presidency. That's pretty funny. Okay, anyways, so there's that, and so that doesn't keep up with his claims so far. But let's see. Border Patrol officers. A chart. The Border Patrol officers Biden numbers. I don't know. Maybe there's something out there. We can only hope. Countries deportations. Yeah, I mean, on deportations, returns, and expulsions, the number of people legally entering the United States who are deported, returned, or expelled, and Biden has deported more than Donald Trump for now. Migrant encounters, So yeah, deportations are definitely up. Migrant encounters are up as well. Interior immigration law enforcement. Migrants deported, returned after ICE arrested. Migrants deported Interior U.S. immigration enforcement. Biden's enforcement was among several policy shifts. On Biden's first day in office, his administration ordered a pause on most arrests and deportations from the interior of the United States by ICE. Trump had promised to deport millions of illegals during his first term and fell short of that goal, despite giving ICE officers broad latitude to go after anyone without legal status in the United States. Deportations of migrants arrested by ICE averaged 80,000 annually under Trump. Biden's Department of Homeland Security issued new guidelines to ICE officers in 2021, directing them to prioritize now security threats, serious or violent criminals, and recent border crossers, worksite enforcement raids, deportations of migrants arrested by ICE had fallen by 35,000 a year since Biden took office. Biden's officials said they're doing a better job at targeting criminals who pose a threat. Okay. Okay. There's that, but that has nothing to do with courts. Here, can I just do how many Border Patrol agents are there? Right now, there's 21,000. Chart. Can I get a chart? A lot of these end in 2020, so we don't have a lot of. It seems like we don't have a lot of information on this. I'm seeing a lot of the ones that just end in 2020, so I don't know. Right now, there's 21,000 agents are there. I don't know. Let's do like 20. What do you think a good number is for Trump? 2019? Oh, we can do last year of his presidency, right? 2020. 21. Okay, so in fiscal year 2020, there was 19,000 Border Patrol agents. In 2024, no, 2022. In 2022, there are like slightly less. There's like a couple hundred less, it seems. It was just basically the same amount. Seems, I think, at least. Wait, no. Wait, that was for 2022. Wait. On Wikipedia here, it says right now there are 21,000 Congress mandated agents. So that would be more. So that would be more. So Biden has more. Okay.
Pouring across. They're being processed in the United States and then let go of, as opposed to remain in Mexico. That policy was abolished effectively. And so the problem really is, I don't have a problem with asylum seekers. Somebody comes over from Cuba, wet foot, dry foot. Somebody comes from a commie country. They come into the nation, and they legitimately, they want to get away from socialism, which everyone in their right mind would want to do. I have no problem with them whatsoever. The problem is that a person can simply toss their passport into the Rio Grande, say, hey, I'm from Venezuela or some other place that a safe third country wouldn't apply to, and they can simply wander across the border. Now, once they're across, because there are so many people coming in, it's impossible to process them all. So what do? They detain a handful of these people. The rest are let go of. We had a report last year, and I don't know if you saw it, up to a third of all of the unaccompanied minors coming across the border who are released to a guardian, they can't make contact with the so-called guardian within the United States. These people are being trafficked.
Okay, I'm gonna pause right there. I want to listen to that one more time because there's a couple things, and yeah, that was a crazy claim, and we'll dig into that.
Into the Rio Grande, say, hey, I'm from Venezuela or some other place that a safe third country wouldn't apply to, and they can simply wander across the border. Now, once they're across, because there are so many people coming in, it's impossible to process them all.
Yeah, it's not impossible to process everybody coming over the border. We simply don't process everybody that's coming over the border because we don't put enough money towards building, because we haven't put enough money over time towards building enough infrastructure to be able to take in all those people humanely. So yeah, when those like concentration camps that we have on the border fill up, you're going to have to let people go in some way, right? Give them a court date and tell them to come back, and most people do actually just come back. So I know like a lot of conservative leaning people on this issue don't like that idea, but most people don't go on the run in the United States. They usually, when they're given a court date, they come back. Far more likely than not. The vast majority do. So that's not even really a problem. And yeah, we should increase immigration courts to process their claims faster. We should have as many as possible to process their claims as fast as possible. Yes.
So what do? They detain a handful of these people. The rest are let go of. We had a report last year, and I don't know if you saw it. Up to a third of all of the unaccompanied minors coming across the border who are released to a guardian, they can't make contact with the so-called guardian within the United States. These people are being trafficked. It's not give us your huddled masses, you're tired and poor. It's basically, hey, give us your kids and we're going to Moloch them, basically. They're being trafficked at the moment. They're in sweatshops or they're being prostituted or something like that.
Okay, so that's like a massive claim. Okay. Yo, chat, one in chat if you've heard of this claim before. Because I'm going to be completely honest with you, until I watched this debate, I had never heard of that before. It's pretty deep into like the anti-immigration rabbit hole there, like that specific claim. I had not heard it before, but it is an actual claim that people make. So I want to pull this up for you really quick. Okay. So where this comes from is a New York Times article. Let me see if I can pull up the article super quick. Yes, it's another New York Times article. Yeah, here we go. So this is the article. Alone and exploited, migrant children work brutal jobs across the U.S. And it talks about Christian works a construction job instead of going to school. He's 14, right? Yeah, all this stuff. Carolina packages Cheetos at night in a factory. All this like child labor violations and whatnot. Terrible stuff. But I want to bring up one thing here, if I can. 85. Here we go. Because here's where the claim is, right? These are not children who have these are not children who have stolen into the country undetected. The federal government knows they are here. The federal government knows that they are in the United States, and the Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for ensuring sponsors will support them and protect them from trafficking or exploitation. But more and more children have arrived, and the Biden White House has ramped up demands on staffers to move children quickly out of shelters and release them to adults. Caseworkers say they rush through vetting sponsors. While HHS checks on all minors by calling them a month after they begin living with their sponsors, data obtained by the Times shows that over the last 2 years, the agency could not reach more than 85,000 children. Overall, the agency lost immediate contact with a third of migrant children. An HHS spokeswoman said the agency wanted to release children swiftly for the sake of their well-being, but had not compromised safety. There are numerous places along the process that continually ensure the placement is in the best interest of the child, right? All this type of stuff, okay? Okay. Okay, so here's something, all right? Is this concerning? The answer is yes. This part is a bit concerning. Let me highlight this because this is something that's important to know. But also what's important to know is that most of the people who they are being released to are direct family members, either family members who have been in the United States or have immigrated to the United States recently. And on top of that, this statement needs a little bit of context because when I went digging for it, I found something super weird. So here's this article here. Under Joe Biden, have 85,000 undocumented children gone missing. That was the claim that Styx just made. They are missing. They're gone. They're gone, dude. They're on Epstein Island 2. Electric Glide. It's sad. It's a sad thing. So, but I want to check out to see if that actually holds any merit. So we can look into this. All right. This article here, it kind of starts here. There are a number of things to unpack here. To start, the figure appears to be sourced from a New York Times article published in February 2023. We read this part of the article. All of this is important. This is where the 85,000 quote missing figure appears to have come from. All right. While HHS checks on all minors be living in the United States, to be living with their sponsors, data obtained by the Times shows that in the last 2 years, the agency has not been able to reach over 85,000 children. Overall, the agency lost immediate contact with a third of migrant children. Newsweek has contacted the author to ask for that data. The author never responded. As the article states, if an undocumented child is referred to HHS, more specifically the Office of Refugee Resettlement, or efforts are then made to put them in the care of a sponsor. As an HHS fact check released in 2023 confirms, as soon as children enter or care, they are put in the contact with their parents, guardians, or relatives if known, and the process of finding a suitable sponsor begins. The vast majority of sponsors are a parent or close family relative in the United States. After these minors are put into the care of a sponsor, or then carries out safety and well-being calls to follow up with the arrangement. In a 2023 audit, it stated while sponsors and children are not required to engage in the call and give information. Even though children and sponsors are not required to engage in the call, and information may no longer be reliable, or makes at least 3 separate attempts to contact all available phone numbers of both the child and the sponsor. The audit claimed that OR was able to reach a sponsor or the child or both in more than 80% of cases. This is slightly confusing and doesn't seem to fit with the figures provided by the New York Times. HHS states that in the last 2 years, they tracked by state, 235,000 unaccompanied children were placed and sponsored. That as the February 2023 Times report says, in the last 2 years, the agency lost about a third of children, but that wouldn't be, it was lost about 85,000 children, and that's nowhere near the 80% that the HHS's own audit said that they didn't have contact, that didn't respond to their follow-up call. Okay, that's basically all this is. And so here's one thing: where in this does it say that they're being human trafficked? Okay, where does it say that? Where does it say that they're busy in some person's basement with a gun to their head making like, I don't know, making like goddamn Nike shoes? Who knows? Okay, are there a lot of children who come into the United States who somehow get exploited, either working for a job that they shouldn't be, that they're too young for, or something else? Yeah, probably a lot. Too many. One is too many. But to say that like 1/3 Biden is missing and losing 1/3 of children that are now working in slave mines, digging for like blood diamonds in Colorado somewhere, is just so wildly untrue. It just doesn't even make any sense. And it seemed like that, and I'm honestly more inclined to believe that the New York Times article is wrong after how many bad New York Times articles have come out recently with bad data or non-existent data to try to make the claims that they think that they are. Okay, so that's just what we have there. The HHS said themselves they're able to reach 80%. They said themselves they're able to reach 80%. So I am, and who's to say that the other 20% are being trafficked? Who knows? If the only thing he's saying is that the kids come into the US and then they get trafficked, then why doesn't he just claim that everybody's getting trafficked? Okay, I'm getting trafficked. He's getting trafficked. We're all getting chat poggers in chat if you're getting human trafficked right now, because honestly, you probably are. We're all getting human trafficked right now, and it's the saddest thing ever. And honestly, it's all Joseph R. Biden's fault. Fuck you, Biden. I don't like being trafficked. You piece of shit. If Donald Trump was in office, I wouldn't be trafficked, huh? I just wouldn't have healthcare. And that's way better than getting trafficked. And if that's his metric for figuring out who's getting trafficked and who's not, then how would that make any sense? Well, why not just, if they knew that, oh, they're gonna be suspicious if we don't pick up the phone, why don't you just pick up the phone and go, yeah, hello, Biden administration. Yes, the child is very safe. They're totally not under my floorboards right now in my oubliette, forcing them to mine oil by hand in the basement, turning a large wheel that they're chained to as I follow them with a whip that I smack at the back of their neck. No, Mr. Biden, I have never done that. And thank you. Sanchez. Yeah, like what? Well, how do you even figure this out? This shit doesn't even make any sense. That's such an incredible claim to make, just so you know. To just be like, oh, like 85,000 children in the last 2 years are being human trafficked by a massive pedo ring. Like, how do you know that?
And I think it's sick. I don't think that it's merciful or kind. And I think that Biden has completely failed on the issue. And by the way, a supermajority of Americans feel the same.
Honestly, on these types of issues, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't care what what your average American feels. Your average American on these issues is simply wrong. Your average American doesn't keep up with like news and charts and these type of stuff. They go to work, they come home, and they post a picture of their feet on Facebook for their like family members, for for aunt Clementine or something. Okay, that's what they do. If you ask a majority of Americans, is crime going up or down? They'll tell you that we're more dangerous than goddamn El Salvador. Okay, they'll tell you that walking outside, they could easily get just randomly shot in the head by King Thugger. Okay, that's what your average American will tell you when you ask them how's crime doing in the country, even though it's at historic record lows. Just because your average American feels something, it actually means nothing to me. I hate to be the one to say it.
Armand, do you agree with Sticks as far as Biden should have kept the Trump policies?
Well, I think the mistake around that is that, like, for example, Remain Mexico. One, is never really fully implemented because Mexico only agreed to like a specific type set of immigrants that would qualify for it. So they're like, if you come from these countries and meet these criteria, we'll do Remain in Mexico. But then they only that program was already falling apart because of exceeding Mexico's capacity. The pandemic then happened, which is like ultimately was shut down. A lot of people point to like, oh, immigration went down. It's like that is what caused like the big drop. And now they're trying to, it's a negotiation potentially start Remain in Mexico. But the issue is that Mexico has like pretty high conditions for it. Like Mexico doesn't want like to do Remain in Mexico policy because it means that a ton of people stay there for a very long time. And so like their demands right now are provide 10 million, provide citizenship status or path to citizenship for 10 million documented immigrants, restore end the Cuban embargo and the Venezuelan embargo, and like send Mexico and Latin America billions and billions of dollars, which like some of those things, like I think the Cuban embargo is stupid, should remove it anyway. But those are things usually the people who support Remain in Mexico don't support those things. You can't just like force Mexico to do Remain in Mexico. As far as the like staffing stuff, like yeah, I totally agree. Like we need a lot more folks, especially like asylum officers and immigration judges, because like really the big problem is that we have these rules. Like the theoretical idea of this is supposed to be like a big war happens and a bunch of people come across and they get an asylum hearing and then a judge processes them and so on. But that's supposed to take months, but ends up happening years. And then you either have a situation where there's like these massive camps across the border that people stay in for a long time, but then even that gets overextended, or you.
I will say a Biden failure on this is actually that border bill that they tried to pass. Instead of making the immigration process better for migrants, they just wanted to make it faster instead. So now you can have your rights violated even quicker by the United States government instead of being able to actually have your court case heard by an actual judge. I actually think that was a big problem from Biden, but what do you expect? He is Biden after all.
People in the country. And the truth is that the majority of people do end up attending their asylum hearings for the simple fact that like they don't want to get deported and having.
Yeah, but under the latest bill, I guess the Secretary of State can arbitrarily decide that a person is eligible for asylum anyway. What I'm wondering is, though, how is this a Biden accomplishment? Because that's sort of the parameter of our debate is Biden's accomplishments, right? We're talking about the border at the moment. If you're saying that the whole situation is.
And just so you know, if Amand made any Biden accomplishments, Sticks just doesn't pick any of them up. An increase in high skilled immigration visas. That's accomplishment. Streamline the refugee process. That is also an accomplishment. Those are two real accomplishments. I think if somebody told you that we streamlined and simplified the refugee status processing line that we have for people there, I think they would all say yes, that's a good thing. High skilled immigration visas and high skilled workers coming to the country, I think people would say that that's a good thing. That's two accomplishments that Sticks has nothing to say for right now. I don't even think he understood what the accomplishments were.
As messy as hell, then how is that a Biden accomplishment? I just don't understand.
Yeah, man, Biden hasn't fixed the country. He hasn't made the country perfect. So honestly, we should kill him.
I think we'll have.
Yeah, we can move on to other. We can move on to other points.
I think it's a given the parameters we have, he has stemmed the bleeding as much as he can. But
I disagree completely.
All right, we can move on. We can move from Armand Joe Biden's top 5 accomplishments. Number 1, passage of the American Rescue Plan, which supercharged growth and led to record low unemployment. Armand, any comments on that? And then we're going to go to Sticks.
Although, I graduated college around 2013, and I actually entered college in 2008.
Not the Yap session.
Financial crisis, and so I have like one of my strongest memories with it shaped the way I see the world in politics is the experience of like my family almost losing everything, horrible unemployment, years and years of grind. Like even by 2013, like getting a job took forever. I was like living in my car. It was awful, and unemployment stayed above like 9-10% for a very long time. It really took almost like a decade to recover. Then we had the pandemic, and I was terrified because like unemployment was like skyrocketing even more than what we saw during the great financial crisis. And all I could see was another 10 years of struggling to get jobs, struggling to get higher wages. But we learned the lessons from that. Both first, like under Trump with the CARES Act, and then like the American Rescue Plan, where we said last time we were so worried about spending too much money, we didn't spend enough, and unemployment was in the toilet for a very long time. This time we understood that it was better to take the risk on the higher end. And we were able to restore, like, go back to the pre-pandemic growth trajectory way faster. And in fact, we are still far above our peers, like in the entire world. If you look at like unemployment rate, wage growth, like economic performance for the United States versus like the UK in particular, but Germany, Japan, like all our peer countries are like kicking their ass. And we've also seen is that this has particularly been helpful for like working class folks. And so like the fastest wage growth that's happened in real terms, like that's after you take into account inflation, for people at the bottom 25%. People who were screwed for a really long time, they're actually like worse than people like me who are like, I'm very fortunate, like I make a good tech income and all that, but like relatively speaking, those folks have been seeing like the biggest gains, and that's something I think is a huge accomplishment.
Okay.
I would definitely love to respond to that. First and foremost, yes, unemployment is low. It was already dropping like a rock when Trump left office. It had already dropped considerably, and he didn't need anything in particular to cause that to happen. That was because furloughed workers simply came back on the job. It was a temporary loss due to the stupidity of lockdownerism, which...
Okay, so who cares? Why'd you bring up the point? Well, something that the Donald Trump couldn't control dropped unemployment. How about that? Well, Biden wasn't able to get like a freak accident to become like a kind of good thing in one metric when evaluating the economy. So some Biden W, right? Okay. All right.
Which was largely
so true. If this is his argument, then like hey, listen, less hurricanes have hit the country under Biden's presidency than Trump's presidency. So I just want to know why Donald Trump is pro fucking hurricane, because that shit seems ass. That shit seems ass, dude. You remember what Katrina did? That guy's pro hurricane. He let more hurricanes hit the country than Biden did. So that's an accomplishment for Biden, I think.
State level, by the way. Biden has not done anything to move that trajectory whatsoever. He's spent a lot of funny money. The problem is that a lot of the job creation we're seeing now is people taking out second.
So Biden has not done anything to help the so his claim, Biden has not done anything to help the unemployment. Well, there's several bills that he passed that helped increase jobs in America, from like the CHIPS Act to the American Rescue Plan to the infrastructure bill. There are lots of things that passed that helped drop immigration. Yes, 100%. And Donald Trump got like one bill passed in his entire 2 years of being the president.
And jobs.
Sorry, 4 years. He got like one bill passed in like 2017.
And I'm thinking to myself, if I were like working class, before Biden inflation, okay, maybe I'm making ends meet. Now all of a sudden everything's twice as expensive. Well, shit, what do I have to do? You've got two choices. You can take out credit.
My man is telling a story right now. He's regaling us about working class lore.
Credit card debt, which a lot of people are, and there's a debt bubble that's actually looming because of Biden's inflationary policies, or you can get a second job, a side hustle, something part-time. I would note that a lot of the new job creation is part-time jobs. In fact, it's virtually all of it. That's number one. Number two.
It's virtually all of it. How do you know that? How do you know that? How in the world do you know that? Do you... Okay, how in the world do you know that? I'm pretty sure that the majority of new jobs that wait 1 second. I need to hear that again.
Actually looming because of Biden's inflationary policies, or you can get a second job, a side hustle, something part-time. I would note that a lot of the new job creation is part-time jobs. In fact, it's virtually all of it.
That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean the new job creation is mostly part-time jobs? Job creation is just when a job opportunity opens up, but he's saying most of them are part-time jobs. Let me even see if that's true. Because I don't even believe that's true. Full-time, part-time employment. Okay, so here's a graph. Here's this graph. We can just take a look at this real quick. Full-time versus part-time employment. So the dark bar is you're working more than 35 hours. The light blue bar is you're working less than 35 hours. And under Biden, it is up. Okay. All right then. Yeah, this is what we call a lie. Call a lie. Yeah, like full-time jobs, like the full-time jobs are down, but also ever since the pandemic hit, people were like, hey, I think I kind of want to work. Here's interesting, very interesting. Yeah, part-time jobs are kind of down, but it's not like full-time jobs are down, but it's not like part-time jobs have like jumped dramatically in that same time frame. You know something that's really interesting actually is that a lot of people are working part-time jobs now, not because they can. Some people are working part-time jobs because they can only find part-time jobs, but a lot of people are working part-time jobs. You know why? Because they kind of want to do other things. A lot of people cut their hours themselves. They specifically ask for their hours to be cut. I'm actually one of those people who asked for my hours to be cut back when I was back when I was working a job, which was recently and under Biden. Um, I asked for my hours to be cut because I wanted to spend more time doing, YouTube and Twitch and everything, right? So and there are some people who do that to like support their families, and people buying houses have really gone up too. So there's a lot of people who are now like dealing with kids or getting the house ready and stuff, and they would like to have like part-time jobs. On top of that, people are like millennials are starting to take care of their parents, and they take part-time jobs because of that. Now, can that be a problem for the economy? Sure. Yeah, but I don't think Biden has anything to do with like grandma getting older. I don't think he can put, grandpappy's ashes in the Lazarus pit to bring him back. I don't think he can do that, unfortunately. Or maybe that's a Biden L. Should we put that in the Biden L category? Hasn't found the Lazarus pit yet to bring back Mima? I can be charitable and I can do that for him.
That's number one. Number two, to say that the Biden's rescue plan actually helped anything is sort of like saying that the infrastructure plan did. We're talking about Biden's accomplishments. The problem is that when all of it. That's number one. Number two, to say that the Biden's rescue plan actually helped anything is sort of like saying that the infrastructure plan did. We're talking about Biden's accomplishments. The problem is that when you look at
but the infrastructure plan did. What are you talking about? Yes, you like construction companies and civil engineering firms and all of these. Yes, the government investing in the private sector does usually help increase jobs. Yes, when things need to get done, people usually open up jobs for that thing to get done. That's kind of okay. Anyways,
accomplishments in a political sense, they can be either nonpartisan or partisan. So you would have something that the vast bulk of the majority of the population supports. That would be an objective accomplishment. Okay, so 70% of the public thinks it's a great thing.
No. What? That's an objective. Wait. An objective accomplishment is something that makes that people wait. Accomplishments are things that most people think are good. I wouldn't agree with that. Just because people think that they're good doesn't mean it's actually good. Well, then you have to determine what is actually good. I mean, yeah, you can get into that a little bit with. I think there are some things that we can kind of agree with that are good, but how those things get politicized, that completely changes. You can't just ask a poll. You can't just make a poll and be like, "How do people feel right now?" and think that that's just going to be a pure sample of if things are better or worse. If this is how it goes, then Donald Trump failed because the majority of Americans didn't like a lot of the policies that he put forward. A lot of the policies that he wanted to pass, the majority of Americans did not support. Let's just be honest there. So if that's the case, then Donald Trump had almost no actual accomplishments while being in office, especially from his own policy proposals, right? And when a certain president is in office, the other side says everything is bad, and it just goes back and forth. If you ask Democrats right now, they'll say the economy is way better because Biden's president. If you go back, if like there's a Republican president in like the future, you know, we can only hope God will protect us from that. But if there's a Republican president in the future, you're going to see Republicans say the economy is great no matter what's happening, really. So no. What a stupid way to think of things being positive or not positive. That sticks. This is that stick guy. Yeah.
The problem with Biden's accomplishments, as you would label them, is that half of the public thinks that they're nuts. And so you may think of them as an accomplishment. Other Biden fans might think of them as accomplishments, whether you're
half the, like what? What?
partisan Democrat, maybe you lean left politically or something like that. You think it's a great thing,
What's
but
this
not
gap session?
understanding that there's the other side that thinks that they're terrible. And Trump had the same thing. Some of the things he accomplished, like when he put 3 justices on the Supreme Court. If you're a small R Republican or you lean right or something like that, you consider that an accomplishment. I consider it neutral myself as a non-Republican, of course. If you are a Democrat in the partisan sense, or you're a liberal or whatever, you probably think it's a terrible thing. So it's not really an objective accomplishment at all. It's partisan. It means nothing. I would say with regards to the...
What in the world is objective in politics besides raw numbers? We can't... naming something an accomplishment is completely based on your political leanings. What do you mean? How can you call something an accomplishment while saying it's completely devoid of how you politically feel about an issue? What if half the country doesn't think feeding like poor children is a good thing? Okay, and Biden feeds poor children, but half the country, but it's only 50% approved of because half the country thinks that we should let children die. This is just hypothetical. Let's just say that. Would he say that feeding children then is not like an objectively good thing that a president did? That's not an accomplishment because half the country thinks that like poor kids should starve. Is that how that works out? I mean, Biden recently just passed the a summer school lunch program to help poor families who are having trouble feeding their kids get free food the same way or get free and or cheaper food the same way that would get when school was in session during the summer of this year 2024. But a lot of Republican legislatures and a lot of Republican governors opted their state out of that. Okay, so if that's the case, bringing it into the real world, is feeding poor children not objectively good because Republicans don't like the policy that was put in place to help feed poor children? Is it now a bad thing to feed? Can we say that it's not an accomplishment to feed poor children? Like what's happening? What is this debate?
Unemployment rate, yes, it's low. It was also very low under Donald Trump. You remember the quip that Obama had when he said, "Oh, Donald Trump is full of shit. He's not going to get unemployment down to 4%. He doesn't have an economic magic wand." And then he got it.
I don't know. What if okay, Len? All right, listen. What if we say then the unemployment being too low is a bad thing too because If unemployment is too low, then that means there's nobody looking for a job, meaning that there's nobody to fill up new job spots when they open, and that's bad for the economy. Okay, well, now no accomplishments exist. We have abolished accomplishments, chat. I hope you're excited.
Down below 4% for a couple of years.
What does he think? What does he think are objective accomplishments? I don't even know. I don't even know. I think it just depends on, like, if you go to Pew Research and it says that, like, I guess he can't say. I was gonna say like over 50% is an accomplishment, but I guess that's not an accomplishment because half the country doesn't like it, right? So what's an accomplishment? Something that has like something that passed that has 90% approval? Is that an accomplishment? We did it, gang. We did it, Reddit. We abolished accomplishments.
Years, actually, under his
Thank
presidency.
God.
Well, I mean, that's an accomplishment. And he didn't need to do that with people taking out second jobs or barely being able to make ends meet. I would say that Trump has many accomplishments. Biden has none. I can look back through even presidents that I hate, like George W., Obama, Herbert Walker, Clinton. We haven't had a winning streak in a long time, other than, I would say, Trump's first term of 2. I can look back and I can find some redeeming qualities to them, which are nonpartisan. Obama, he stood out of the way of an energy boom. He normalized relations with Cuba. I give him credit for those. George W.
Wait. But a lot of Americans don't want normalization of our relations with Cuba. They want to keep an embargo on Cuba, and they want to destroy Cuba's government and possibly even overthrow Cuba's government for being too socialist and evil. That's not an accomplishment, dude. Too many Americans disagree with it. See how this works? It's so dumb.
Great diplomacy with Africa, forestalling what's happening now with China, trying to colonize the eastern side of that continent. On that, he was a masterstroke of genius. Herbert Walker was occasionally...
What did he do? Wait.
Forestalling what's happening now with China, trying to colonize...
Stalling China. He stalled China colonizing Eastern Asia? How? And why is he even talking about this right now? It's just like a complete yap session as well. This is not in the scope of what the debate. Honestly, this guy, he should have brought this back. Herbert Walker? Yeah, Herbert Walker Lincoln. Best president we ever had. Of course, dumbass. Well, they didn't teach you about him in school? Sounds about right. Sounds like a New Jersey education, honestly.
The eastern side of that continent. On that, he was a masterstroke of genius. Herbert Walker was occasionally humorous, etc., etc. I can't find a single thing that Joe Biden has done, though, that would be conceived of as an accomplishment except in a partisan context. That is, you already tend to support liberal policies and or the Democratic Party, and so you label it to be an accomplishment.
Now, quick aside, from what I was reading, the annual weekly earnings for private sector employees in nominal dollars went from, in 2016, $878, 2020 it was $975, and 2024 it's $1,178.
Wow, it's almost like he lied. It's almost like he lied about things just being objectively always worse and it being Biden's fault. That's crazy how that works out, isn't it? You think people would do that? You think they would just open up their computer and begin lying just like that? You think people would open up their computer and turn on their camera and put on their dingy leather jacket and start lying to the internet? You think that people would do that? That's crazy.
So as far as jobs like that, though, like what would you say is no more Trump's doing, and now it's already in Biden's court as far as the kind of changes we've seen with the economy?
That's a terrible question for this one, because it stops him from being able to answer the question, because it gives him an out for being able to not answer how he can say that everything is worse when we have stats on how it's simply not.
So Sticks,
which one of us are you asking?
I'm asking you, Sticks, and then I want to go to Armand.
I would say that nothing that's happening right now has anything to do with Donald Trump. He hasn't been in office in over 3 years, so.
Okay, so Armand, yeah, let me know what you think of what Sticks said.
Sure. I mean, a couple of things. So first of all, when Trump left office, unemployment was 6.7%. And I think, what I do give Trump credit for is he did sign the CARES Act under his administration, and that is when unemployment started to fall. We had the stimulus checks go out. We had sort of very aggressive unemployment insurance that was larger than historically done, a lot of important investments done in the economy. And that's what, like, when unemployment, it wasn't just like a furloughing thing of people returning to work because of health stuff. It was also we did basic macroeconomics of like when there's low demand, like when there's an economic shock, whether it's a financial crisis or in this case a pandemic, it might be caused by an external force, but the way an economy can recover is by having the government inject more money back in. That is how we got out of the, that recession. So
yes, actually, that's a good thing.
why we stayed in the Great,
and it was actually great that we invested in our economy. So we didn't end up like the It was a great thing that we invested in our economy, because when we're too conservative and not reinvesting in the economy and thinking that everything's just going to work out, it doesn't. People who are poor stay poor, and there's no way for them to get out because all the opportunity that were in their area soaks up. And by the time opportunity starts to come back, what happens? And when the opportunities start to come back, what happens is that those people are usually pretty far behind. And so, yeah, it's actually really good that we invested in our economy, and a lot. Did some bad things happen because of that? Was that partly the cause of some inflation? There's a high likelihood that that's true, but is that a bad thing in comparison to what possibly could have happened if we didn't invest in our economy? Well, look at what happened after the global financial crisis of 2008. People were still recovering from it when the pandemic hit. There are many parts of the country that still didn't recover from that, and that's just not the case as much when it comes to after the pandemic hit, because we invested in our economy and we invested in Americans more when they lost out on opportunities, their jobs, and a lot of other things. And a lot of other things when it comes to the economy. So yeah, it was really good that we did that. So he can like cackle as much as he wants, but at the end of the day, it's true. Investing in our economy made our economy better.
so long is because we didn't do it. And the comparison you can see, you say, okay, well, what happened anyway is like we do have a natural experiment because the United States did way more of this than Canada, Germany, Japan, the UK. And what we see is that we have the best economic performance of any of those countries. And
it's very true. This is actually really true. We invested in our economy a lot more than a lot of those other countries did, our sister nations, and we're doing better. If you think things are bad here, I mean, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Imagine being British, okay? Imagine being French. There's a reason why we call them Euro poors, okay? They're poor compared to us. Yes, our lives suck, but at least you're not European like that, dude. They got one thing on us, and it's healthcare. And outside of that, it's kind of over for them. Dude, you may get upset when you see like $3 gas, dude. That's a good day for them. They get like $9 gas. You don't even get it. You actually don't even understand what it's like to be a Euro poor. Okay? We're doing so much better than them. We're doing so much better than them because we invested in our people when they didn't and or couldn't, because they're poor. Euro poor.
Can I just interject one thing? It sounds like you're giving Donald Trump credit actually for the
What?
The American Rescue Plan for absorbing the unemployment.
the CARES Act happened under Trump. The American Rescue Plan happened under Biden. Both of them were good.
But it's so you're giving Trump credit because that.
What? What? Oh, you're giving Trump credit for a bill he didn't sign after he was out of office, huh? No. Well, you're giving Trump credit, right? No. What?
Absorbed a lot more.
And even if we were, who cares? They can both share credit for something. They can both do some good things about with the same exact problem since they were passing the torch. If Trump did a good thing and then Biden did a good thing too, that's an accomplishment. He did a good thing.
Employment.
I think he deserves credit for. I think he deserves credit for signing that at the time, and I think Biden deserves credit for signing the American Rescue Plan.
Well, to be clear, Utstix, why are you...
Do Americans believe that Europe is a wasteland? No. No. A lot of Americans believe that Europeans are living better than them when in most of the time our dollar goes further and we're able to get more and have more things than Europe. We have less services, but we have more things. So you can just kind of, I mean, you can go back and forth on it. But yeah, compared to Europeans here in the U.S., we have more things, but they usually have some more services. But, I don't. Yeah, most people don't think it's a wasteland. Most people think that Europeans are doing better than us. But I personally think we're doing better than Europeans, especially if you talk about like British people.
not giving credit to Biden for the American Rescue Plan?
I don't think that either of them had any measurable impact at the time. I think that the jobs
Just so you know, that is a partisan belief about why he doesn't want to give Biden or Trump credit.
portion of Trump's bill kept the economy afloat during a period where it shouldn't have needed to be kept afloat, and I opposed the lockdownerism at that time, and actually criticized Trump for his role in that, although it was mainly gubernatorial in nature. The states were the ones that were locking down. It wasn't at the federal level, other than the travel ban. I'm just wondering.
There's the partisanness.
My God, I'm trying to wonder exactly what I'm supposed to give Biden credit for.
I think he's just lost, chat.
Actually,
well, I want to also point out something. You said that there's like record number of people holding multiple.
Also, Kevin Slims, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you. Oh, and also have the time to say, J Breezy, keep it easy, Breezy. Thanks for the tier 1 white no more. White no more. Hey, listen, if you want to be a little bit of a white, if you want to be a part of the cool kids chat and have a higher, is he drinking milk? Is he drinking milk on stream? Is this guy slurping milk on stream? Does he have a actual glass of milk that he's slurping on stream? Live on stream, he's drinking milk? Like, I love milk, okay? But I have never drunk milk on stream before. There's just some, I don't know, there's just something about it. Like, after I drink milk, I usually want to like rinse my mouth out or something, or maybe like brush my teeth if I'm gonna be talking for a little while, because you know you have a little bit of the milk smell on your breath for some time. But like this is just crazy. That better be horchata. Scoffs milk drinker. In like, oh, you can listen. You can drink milk. Like I said, I also drink milk. I'm just saying, in public where I can see it, just like this, shameless. Kind of crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Jobs. That's actually not true. Like the percentage of people.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that a large proportion of the new jobs being created. You know, when you see the jobs data, oh, we created 300,000 jobs this month or something. A large number of those are part-time positions, and they're from people that already have jobs. And we know this because we can look at the unemployment statistic. Right. If unemployment rises by 0.1,
17%,
but you created a shit ton of jobs, then
the H is silent. I'm not Mexican. Thank you.
Obviously, people are taking out second jobs. There's no other way to describe it.
There's also the population is rising. And what we're seeing, the best metric to look at unemployment is labor force participation rate, because it's like of the population, how many people
Which is also relatively low under Joe Biden.
And the prime age labor force participation rate, when you're looking at 25 to 54, which is the main thing people look at, because that's actually working age, is the lowest it has been since like 2001. It is very, very low. We did see during the pandemic, a lot of seniors left the workforce and retired, and a lot of those folks haven't come back, although some have.
That's true.
But like in terms of people 25 to 54, like
so it's almost like the point that he made was completely nonsensical. And so old people being able to retire and live out the rest of their lives with their family instead of like being a Walmart greeter is apparently not a good thing in Biden's America, I guess.
And it'd be those people who have jobs and full-time jobs, not part-time jobs, is very, very high.
And that's actually a good thing. The problem is that a lot of them are taking out the second part-time job, and that's where a lot of that job growth is coming in. They're taking those out to buy groceries, and if they can't find that second side hustle, they're taking out credit card debt. That normally, when credit card debt normally begins to skyrocket when the economy is really good and consumer confidence is high, because people say, "Well, I've got a thing going. It's morning in America again. I'm going to take out a credit card and buy the new dishwasher. I'll take out a credit card and I'll buy the new dryer," or something like that. Right now, that's not what.
You know something that's really interesting right now is that this Lev guy, the moderator, hasn't been able to bring up a single fact that supports anything that, like a single fact or article or piece of data that supports anything that Styx has been saying about the nature of the economy. But he's been able to pull up a couple about how Armand is actually correct and Styx's belly aching about fake problems is not actually real. So, I mean, he hasn't brought up a single fact here that I've been able to check that turned out to be true. I don't believe this one is going to be changing either. But here, I'll look it up. Let's actually look this one up because I'm a little interested in this one specifically. So here, he said
it's the lowest it has been since like the percentage
job, and that's where a lot of that job growth is coming in. They're taking those out to buy groceries, and if they can't find that second side hustle, they're taking out credit card debt. That normally, when credit card debt normally begins to skyrocket when the economy is really good and consumer confidence is high, because people say, well, I've got a thing going, every morning in America again, I'm going to take out a credit card and buy the new dishwasher. I'll take out a credit card and I'll buy the new dryer or something like that. Right now, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing people taking out credit card debt literally to buy groceries. I've had people message me about exactly that.
Wait, did he just say had people message me about exactly that? Is my guy unironically being like, who needs data? I have my Twitter DMs. People DM'd me telling me that they took out a second mortgage on their home to buy Cheetos at the store. Listen, is the economy perfect? No, we released a video about it yesterday that a lot of you didn't watch. You should have watched that video. It's a really good one. But no, I'm not going to use a YouTuber's DMs as evidence about how the economy is doing. I'm just not going to do that. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm not going to do that shit. But if we're going to say anything about like multiple job participation, we do have a chart about this actually. So let's just take a look. We can take a look at this here. Okay, do you see this chart? So this chart is about multiple job holders as a percentage of employed, which is actually pretty important. So he's saying that like the people with second jobs has skyrocketed to unprecedented levels. All right. Actually, up until December, it's been like people holding second jobs was highest in the last in the last like about 10 years, about 9 years under Donald Trump, right before the pandemic hit, actually. And so Biden, when it comes to the unemployment rate, has just been slowly ticking back up to the rate that it was supposed to be at, like around the rate that it was supposed to be at back under Trump's presidency. So I don't know where he's bringing up this idea, Fred. I'm not sure where he's bringing up this idea that like 89% of people who are working 89% of workers are working 2 jobs. They take out 17 mortgages on their home and they're panhandling outside of Walmart for like a loaf of bread to buy. Like, what do you talk? And it's all Joe Biden's fault. Fuck you, Biden. What does that mean? I'm gonna DM you as an anecdote, multiply it by hundreds. Thank you. I needed this.
I mean, that is definitely happening. What you have to, as always, I don't.
How's that a Biden accomplishment?
Well, I don't want to pretend here and say that people aren't struggling.
Well, Biden hasn't abolished the economy. Checkmate, liberal. My bad. Biden hasn't abolished poverty. Checkmate, liberal. You ever think about that? He didn't do it. That piece of shit didn't do it. And I hate him for it. He could have just pressed the fix economy and make it perfect button. It's right there on his desk. In almost 4 years, he just decided not to. Biden hasn't totally fixed Trump's disastrous policies. Checkmate, liberal. So freaking true. Dude, Amon's getting owned, chat.
Of course, people are struggling.
There you go.
I never want to dismiss or diminish anybody. What we're talking about is like, what has a person done as president to make things better rather than worse? If you're measured for
well, then name something. So far, I haven't heard anything.
If you're measured for a good president is that nobody has ever struggled ever, then no president has ever been.
No, that's perfectly fine. Some people always struggle. I already have. But when everyone is struggling, like under Joe Biden,
Also, does this moderator do anything? Like Styx has cut Amon off like every other time he opens his mouth. And Guy has done nothing.
Say that's an unqualified failure.
The amount of people are making, like in real terms, like when you're talking about extra wages, taking into account inflation, real wage growth has been grown faster than it has been in decades.
I'm glad that people that make $500,000 a year are doing so well.
Well, I said earlier that actually the incomes are rising fastest for the people in the bottom 25%. You're actually saying that like lower class.
It's wonderful that the poor are a little bit less poor.
Are making more.
Bro, okay, what he's debating like a child. He's a grown man. What are you 40 or something? Yes, it is actually good that the poor are less poor. I don't know. Oh, chat, do you think this is one of his like partisan accomplishments that he was talking about earlier? Only you have to be a shitty liberal to think that poor people being less poor is an accomplishment.
The poor, the working class, the middle class, like those folks are making more money now than they have been.
No, they're not.
When you're taking into account higher
No, they're not.
prices.
Wait,
No, they're not.
How do we find that out? Armand, you're saying one thing, Sticks, you're saying another. Armand, where are you getting your data from? And
Post
Sticks,
the goddamn stats, dude.
Sure.
No, finish your sentence. Sticks, where are you getting yours? Because he isn't. Because what he mean, his stats are his Twitter DMs. His Twitter DMs and YouTube comment section. That's what he means by stats that he has right now, okay? I really wish he would have finished his sentence and be like, Sticks, where are you getting your data? Bro would have been like, it was revealed to me in a dream.
All right, and while Armand is posting it, I want to remind everybody, make sure to like, subscribe, and so on and so forth. And
you should do that if you're watching on YouTube right now. And if you're watching on Twitch as well, you can hit the subscribe button, be a part of the frenzy. And if you're a white name in the site chat, you can be a part of the frenzy too, partner. Don't be scared.
And I do want to move on to the next one while these stats are being found over here. And maybe we can even start with Sticks first and get your opinion on this passage of the IRA, which is the biggest climate bill in U.S. history and has already led to an explosion in clean energy manufacturing. So, Armand, right now you're looking at the statistics for the employment. Sticks, I don't know if you want to comment on the IRA.
With regards to green energy, that's basically just a bunch of cash to China. All that means is that we get more Chinese lithium.
Even though one of the largest, even though some of the largest solar panel and clean energy manufacturing in the world happens here in the United States, and Biden has actually invested in that, and that's been a good thing too. So, but I mean, whatever.
We lease out more land.
Fuck Chinese people, am I right?
And that could be fallow. You could grow trees there and stuff for solar farms for the Chinese to develop when you could be putting it up on the sides of buildings. I support solar energy development. I think it's a great idea. I just think that it should be on existing structures. And I don't know why we're investing in solar fields when we could do that. Invest in individuals and communities. That's perfectly fine. I don't see it as a win to gobble up 1 million acres of land, which would have, turtles on it or something like that, like at the Bundy Ranch that they tried to confiscate there. And then the Bundys stood against them and got found not guilty of all crimes. And what did they do with that? The environmental court came in and said that there was an endangered tortoise that was living there. And then afterwards, they turned it into a Chinese solar farm, actually.
So, Armand, we can circle back Jen Psaki.
A Chinese solar farm, dude. You walk up to the solar farm, it goes, ni hao. Ni hao. Oh, great Beijing solar farm. Give your wisdom to me. Ni hao.
Style to these stats when you're looking them
Don't
up.
you be circling back, God damn.
But I do want to move on to the climate question right now. So would you have any response to what Sticks just said?
Sure.
Yes.
I think it's a basic misunderstanding of how the IRA works. If anything, actually, one of the reasons like Joe Manchin, who's like not a lover of clean energy by any means, like a big advocate for it, is because he understood that in order to compete with China, the United States needs to take a leadership role in building clean energy. The IRA specifically has tons of requirements that say that you have to use like resources and inputs and investments made in the United States. There's a reason, for example, why we had 27% increase under Biden of manufacturing spending, which is something that Trump kept saying he was going to do. It didn't happen. The reason it's happening in the United States now is because of the IRA.
You guys remember when Donald Trump said that he was going to bring back manufacturing, and manufacturing left the country at the fastest rate ever? Oh, that shit was so good, man. It was wild. Yeah, that one was like super crazy, if I'm gonna be honest with you. And then Biden actually did it. Crazy stuff. I think the CHIPS Act helped a lot with that too.
You're seeing, for example, like Japan, there's this controversy because Japan is trying to buy U.S. steel. It's like, why are they buying U.S. steel? Because the only reason they'd be eligible for those tax credits is if they're made by American workers, made in the United States. They're bringing tons and tons of investment for it. We've seen battery factories going up around the United States. We've seen, for example, in California, there's a recent discovery of like a huge lithium deposit. The only reason
that was Idaho, I believe, actually.
Though there's one in the Idaho too, but there's also one in the Salton Sea in California or something like
that's
that.
good.
And there's like one that processing plant they're setting up like the Nevada border. It's specifically because the IRA has like percentage, like first year like 25%, then goes up to 50, but it's like requirements for sourcing based in the United States, and it's bringing back a lot of manufacturing that was previously overseas in the United States. And the truth is, like the rest.
Can you post your stats that back up your opinion? Sure. I would love to move on to an entirely different subject. Yeah, I think the reason is because I think Stick said he has like a single hour, and so they have to stick to a strict schedule because he's just gonna leave the call whenever he wants. So he's trying to get the debate out.
China's started producing tons and tons of solar panels. Africa's buying it. Europe is buying it. Like we can either sit back and pretend like the clean energy revolution is not happening, or we can try to compete and be a leader in it. And that's what the IRA's done. In terms of land use, yeah, I think like one of the downsides of solar energy is that it does require a lot more land. However, it is largely not being like, if anything, I would say frankly, like wasn't being used for a long time. It's not like natural environments or anything like that, because this.
I just think that it should be built on existing structures. See the largest growth based on their initial tile. I just think that it should be built on existing structures. By the way, I looked through this link that you posted from Marketplace, and what I would say in response is yes, people making a very small amount of money, if their wages increase by a larger percentile, yes, they're going to see the largest growth based on their initial wage. That doesn't have anything to do with purchasing power. This article does not make it clear that they're even referring to purchasing power. It's talking about the fact that this is surprising because we actually saw jobs at the bottom fall the most at the onset of the pandemic, said Andre Dube, an economics professor at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, who co-authored the paper. Young people with no college degree who are working in those jobs in restaurants and hospitality have gotten the biggest pay increases in the last 3 years, he said. But you're not adjusting for whether it's a ratio or an absolute number. So if I'm making $15 an hour, and I start making $20 an hour, that's a pretty good pay increase. Yeah, that's great. Meanwhile, someone who's making $1,000 an hour starts making $1,100 an hour, adjusted. If you're looking at the ratio, they got less of a pay increase. This does not even fix for whether it's a rational number or not. It's completely useless. Yeah, what you're talking about is that people at the bottom who already were making almost nothing, not even starvation wages, had the largest pay increase, but it doesn't even talk about whether it's an absolute number or not. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's all we get.
That's not what the paper says. The paper says that it's adjusted for inflation, which means that's not just.
That's irrelevant. No, that part is irrelevant.
Okay.
They're making more money than they were before, and they're making at faster rates than they were before.
Like I would seriously question whether that's a peer-reviewed paper.
It's a peer-reviewed paper. Okay. Actually, what you're reading is actually your idea is wrong. I bet the paper isn't peer reviewed. What are you talking about? I don't know. There's this from the Department of the Treasury. Real wages across the income distribution. Biden-Harris policies over the past 3 years have contributed to strong wage growth and wage growth that has outpaced inflation. Support for labor unions and strong economic growth has served to create an economy that has strengthened workers' voices. Blah, blah, blah. As a result, earnings have outpaced increases in prices, such that real wages have increased since before the pandemic. Real weekly earnings for the median worker grew 1.7% between 2019 and 2023. This means that 1 week of pay for the median worker now buys more than a week of pay did in 2019, despite higher prices. Furthermore, as Figure 1 shows, the increases in earnings are by no means concentrated at the top. In fact, they skew towards. Thank you, Biden. In fact, they skew towards the middle and lower end of the income distribution. The 25th percentile of the wages distribution saw their nominal weekly earnings grow by $143, from $661 to $754 in 2023. When adjusted for inflation, this amounts to a 3.2 increase in real earnings. Real earning increases were particularly strong for the median Black Hispanic households, who saw increases of 5.7 and 2.9 respectively. 25th percentile. 3.2, median 0.7, 75th percentile 1.1. Rated? We're being rated. Is this true? Hello? Crazy. Not only is the level of real earnings higher than before the pandemic, but shown in figure 2, the growth of real wages is faster over the past 12 months than it was during the pre-pandemic expansion. Domain expansion, especially for production and supervisory workers, continue robust growth. Okay, all workers non-supervised. Yeah, that do be rising. That part's true. Rising purchasing power of the median worker. Okay, yeah, all this seems, all this seems about true. I don't know. Hello. Yeah, all this, yeah. Or all of this seems to back up what Armin is saying, that, yeah, things, yeah. The percentage has grown. I mean, when the economy grows, the people who are the richest usually grow a lot more just by raw numbers. Does he think that you can make an economy where, like, Joe, who works at 5-Star in Idaho, is able to have an income earning higher year over year than Jeff Bezos? Is that possible? I don't know. I think it'd be great if it'd be possible. I don't think it's possible. I just don't think that's, like, possible at all. But okay, that's what he has to say.
I mean,
Then, like, socialism to me, Shark. Yeah, I don't think he likes that stuff, unfortunately.
You do your own grocery shopping. Don't have cognitive dissonance. It's okay to acknowledge the fact that Bidenflation exists and that
This is so interesting because I saw people like John Doyle say this. You guys remember the debate that John Doyle had with Hunter Avalon, where Hunter was like, here's stats, here's data, here's statistics, here's like proof that what you're saying isn't real. And Doyle was just like, use your eyes, buddy. Common sense will tell you that the stats aren't real. Just, like, go outside, look at the trees. You'll know that that's not true. Dude, you have a bank account. It obviously is wrong. Why would the Bureau of Labor Statistics know more about the economy than you? Because you are the economy. Because you have a bank account, dude. Like, come on. You obviously know that Biden pressed the increase prices button on Twinkies and Funko Pops. Because he did. Because you have a bank account, dude. The economy died, traditional family died, wages died. You miss one? The white man died as well, and the country will follow suit soon after. L. Biden, L. Biden. The trees do be looking mad inflated to me. Everything's inflated, dude. And it's all Biden's fault. I just think it's really interesting how when, like, these conservative minded people, these people who are more sympathetic to conservative, leaning politics, are way more likely when backed into a corner to just be like, I'm like smarter than the stats, dude, because I like have a bank account and I have a YouTube account, and people on YouTube tell me that, like, the stats are wrong. So you're wrong. instead of just being like, I guess I was wrong on that point. Instead of just going like, I guess I could be wrong on that point, or it really doesn't. He could have just said it really doesn't feel like it, right? Or he could have brought up the idea of greedflation going on and how businesses are profiting more than they ever have been, but still laying off like a huge chunk of workers right now. Right, you could talk about that. You could talk about how businesses are implementing surge pricing and in inflationary like surge pricing and increasing politics. That you could start increasing prices just because they can, not be just because they can, and people are spending more, and not because, like, things actually cost more, like, genuinely. They just want more money out of you. You can talk about that. You can talk about how companies are using surveillance capitalism to be able to charge you as much as possible. But instead of that, he's just like, I went to Walmart and things feel expensive. So everything feels so bad. It feels bad. So it has to be. So Biden must have done nothing. Okay.
Things cost a shit ton more than they did a few years ago.
And more people, and more likely than not, you're making more than you did a couple years ago. It's actually just vibes, vibe-based politics.
You can still think that Biden is a good dude and love him and want to vote for him and everything else, while admitting to what everyone else already knows.
I know the prices have gone higher. Nobody is denying the prices have gone higher, but the truth is that people are making more money now, even with
Yeah, yeah, of course, because it's inflated. They have to make more.
No, but they're making more money.
What? Does he not know what the term real wages means?
After you account for inflation, this is 100% peer-reviewed paper. This is like Dubé's like one of the most, frankly, best economists in the profession. And every
so is Paul Krugman, supposedly. Yeah. You'll excuse me if I don't.
I don't.
You are arguing your.
I don't care who that is.
It's like not a matter of contention or dispute that like wages are rising faster than inflation in particular.
Wait, this is one of those partisan accomplishments that he was talking about earlier. He doesn't care, so it's not a real accomplishment. As long as he personally doesn't care, it's not a real accomplishment, okay? Because not the entire country agrees. So as long as he personally doesn't care, he can always stop Biden from having an accomplishment. It's crazy how it works out, but it's so true.
Like in the last, I would say, year after the
the problem is that you have people that are making a really large amount of money and people that are making a little.
I will say it is a little funny how he's calling him delusional and basically insinuating that he's in like a Biden cult or something and can't say that Biden has done anything wrong while bro is actually wearing a Trump hat. I don't think this guy owns a single piece of Biden memorabilia. Just like normal people.
Amount of money. And so, yeah, if people in the upper middle class and above are doing well.
But you keep saying that that's actually not true. Like the difference between this economy and the Trump economy, and the economy, frankly,
is that the Trump economy works.
You gotta let him finish.
The people making the most money and whose growth was happening the fastest were the richest people. That has changed. Like,
no, it hasn't.
Changed. And the proof for that.
Based politics
is that income inequality is declining for the first time in decades.
Okay, income and wealth are not the same thing, and the super rich, they're not measured in their income. They're measured in their assets. They're measured in their assets.
So under Trump, wealth inequality skyrocketed.
Trust me, the rich love the inflation rate because their yachts become worth exactly the amount of the inflation.
What? Bro, what is he yapping about, dude? What's happening? He really is Captain Yapperton. What is he saying? What does this mean? What is this even supposed to mean? What does that have to do with anything? Okay, then stop giving them tax cuts. Trump failed in that. Goes on to nothing. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I don't know, let's try and take 2022. Let's like wealth inequality. Okay, let's see. How's wealth distribution changed over time? I mean, there's this. We have this chart, okay? Top 20% income quintile held about 71% of America's wealth at the end of 2022, or about $97 trillion. Good golly, Miss Molly. You ever think about how we're all just like unimaginably poor? Look at that. That shit's crazy. Anyways, I mean, since 2020, there's a bump up there. There's a bump up there. There's a bump up here for these types of people. And there's the top 20%. They got more while the top 1% got a bit less. So yeah, I mean, over time, since Biden's presidency, 2020, like he got in Q1, it was 26% and still 26%, but it's a lower 26%. Yeah, it is a lower 26%. So the top 1% has taken wealth. Biden has enacted 0.6% communism in the United States. Thank you, Biden. Very cool. We can take a look at the middle. In Q1 2021, it was 7.1, and now it's 7.3. So it also went up. Not like by a crazy amount, but it did absolutely go up. Okay. So me when I lie again.
That what?
Wait, Armand, do you agree or disagree?
No. Let me try to explain. There's a difference between the amount of money you have. Like, for instance, let's see, I have so much about $100 in my wallet. That $100 buys a certain number of candy bars. 10 years from now, who knows how many candy bars it'll buy? But if I roll that over into a tangible asset, something of numismatic value, a physical object, so it doesn't matter what it is, a bar of gold, a yacht, a car, it doesn't matter. If inflation happens, then that price tends to inflate as well. That's the difference. Wealth versus the amount of money you have. And so what you're talking about is a bunch of rich people that are doing very, very well, and the poor getting peanuts. Yeah, okay, the wages are outpacing the inflation, finally. But the problem is that for about 2 years, that didn't. They lost wealth for 2 years.
One, like the wealthiest people in the
lost wealth for 2 years. How? Okay, wait. Oh, and earlier in this, he basically admitted that at the beginning of the presidency, it has nothing to do with the president that's in office. So why in the world would you bring that as like that was Biden's fault when he barely passed any policy yet? So something bad happened out of his control, and he did something good about it. That's what we call an accomplishment. What? He didn't completely fix the issue? Like, is that what you're telling me?
United States have seen like wealth inequality has started to decline under Biden. It increased under Trump because he gave a massive tax cut. Secondly,
I love this tax cut.
True that rich people.
I know you did,
Biden,
rich ass.
or like really loved inflation and like wanted to keep Biden. It wouldn't be the case.
Crazy thing. Spent all this time pretending to cap for the middle class, and then Trump's tax cuts. Okay. Chat. Do I have anybody in here who got a smaller tax return this year compared to other years? Because I know like my girlfriend and some of my friends I was talking to them and they're like, dude, what happened to my tax returns? They were like, it's the first time I've ever had to pay taxes, right? Like they didn't even know that was possible that they had to pay taxes. Okay. And you know why that happened? Because of Donald Trump. Those tax cuts. This whole time he's like, oh, but Donald Trump is so good for like the normal American, the middle class. And then his tax cuts make it so that you don't get a tax return. And then he's like, dude, I love that shit. Oh, it was so fucking good, dude. I'm like a millionaire and I made even more money, dude. This shit was so sick. After pretending to care about like the bottom 25% the entire time for this debate. Dude, get the fuck out of here, man. Get out of here, man.
Case that the Davos that and Jane Dimon and all the billionaires are coming out trying to get Trump reelected.
They're not.
Like, yes, they are.
They absolutely
no bullshit.
are.
They're either supporting Biden or Nikki Haley right now.
Wait, but didn't Jamie Dimon?
Trump's campaign is half broke.
No, but Six, didn't Jamie Dimon say something?
That's his own fault. Trump's campaign is half broke. Okay, he spent his money poorly. Whose fault is that?
Something positive about Trump recently? I'm gonna look it up.
That Donald Trump has far higher individual contributions to his campaign than Biden has ever had, or any Democrat usually has ever had.
Specifically came out at Davos and was like, oh, Trump's right on immigration, all this stuff, which he doesn't believe.
Well, he is right on immigration. I would agree with him.
Yeah, but Jamie Dimon doesn't give a shit about that. He said the opposite.
Okay, you're naming one person. Who did the Koch brothers back? It was Nikki Haley.
Yeah, are the Koch brothers going to give to Biden? No, they actually
probably will.
Nikki Haley. They've never done that, and they never will. They don't give.
They would back Biden probably before they'll back Trump.
They just cut off Nikki Haley, and they're going to support Trump in 2024. Like,
well, I mean, I appreciate
just like how they cut off
their
DeSantis
support, but you know, it'll be definitely they didn't do that on the front end, did they?
Cares? What did Chet? Did you keep up with how he completely backed off of his point here? So it was rich people support Donald Trump because Donald Trump does the bidding of rich people. Nuh-uh, no, he doesn't. They totally love Biden or Nikki Haley. Well, they gave money to Nikki Haley, but now they're giving money to Trump, just like they did in 2016. Well, okay, but like it's late. They should have given money sooner. He deserves it. I love him. I love you, Trump. That's him gagging on him. But like how do you back off your point so bad here? Okay, whatever.
Well, just so we understand each other then, Armand, are you agreeing or disagreeing with Styx about wages versus assets as far as the rich people being okay?
Well, frankly, yeah, he's very wrong because like what happened under the Trump administration is because of the massive Trump tax cuts, which went overwhelmingly for the richest people and corporations. Which is true. This is just math. You can look at it. Like the vast majority of that money.
Super rich YouTuber hasn't worked a normal job in forever laughs at the idea of poor people being worse off after he championed a tax cut that only made him money. Okay.
Money went to incredibly rich people. People make billions of dollars.
Yes, because they pay more taxes.
Corporations. Yeah, but also disproportionately.
Yeah, because they own all the money. Yes, the people who pay all the taxes own all the money. Yes, this is such a weird. Do you ever you hear this conservative talking point? How it's like, oh, dude, the left is always so angry. They're always so mad and they're so jealous about rich people because rich people are like constantly paying all the taxes. And they're like, oh, you should pay more taxes. Bro, they pay all the taxes. They have all the money. He literally talked about how less than 10 minutes ago, how rich people have all the money. Yes, they pay all the taxes because they have all the money. They have all the money. Poor people and middle class people own like 20% of the wealth in the entire country. Yes, you should pay more, even more than you're paying right now. Don't they own more than 40% of the money? I forget the exact statistic, but like 0.1% of 0.1% of people in the country own like 40 or 50% of the entire wealth in the economy. And then conservatives like bitch and moan about those people paying more in taxes. Of course, you have all the money. Why should people with no money pay more in taxes? Why shouldn't the people with all the money pay more in taxes?
And those people, by the United States, those people pay already way less taxes than they do around the rest of the world. And so, yeah, their assets went up a lot because they were taxed a lot less. And so if you're talking about like wealth inequality, it has dramatically changed under Biden. And if your argument is that like what's important is that like rich people don't inflate away, get a bunch of money through like Biden inflation or whatever, like the metric you're looking at is like, are the poor doing better or the rich doing better? Is unambiguously better off under Biden.
Quick question there,
Mark. No, absolutely, completely, totally wrong.
Wait,
as I can attest to by talking to people on a daily basis.
Oh, my YouTube comment section tells me that the government is actually like really bad, dude. And so like, get your shitty stats and statistics out of here. I'm so sick of your stats, dude. You want to talk to people? Dude, if this is the case, have the people in the YouTube comment section come up here instead of this guy, because apparently he doesn't have anything to say.
You know, most people buy their own groceries when they go to the grocery store and then they look at the amount of money in their wallet. The Biden economy, the Bidenomics lie, the concept that the Biden economy is somehow magically better, it falls completely flat because people can see literally at least once a week that that's not the case. I see it all the time. Dude, I admit, I'm in the upper middle class. I make six figures. When I go to the grocery store, I get sticker shock. And I shouldn't be getting sticker shock. Like, I thought I was sort of making it. And my income keeps growing year after year, but I'm not making any fucking headway. I'm probably making technically less now than I was last year simply because of Biden inflation.
So here's the craziest thing about it is, do you think this guy has taken into account every single dollar he made and spent last year and every single dollar he made and spent this year so far, and then compared to the two to see if that's actually true, or is it just vibe-based politics? because I feel like this is just I just feel like yes, things are more expensive, but you are also making more money, more likely than not, unless something happened with him. But yeah, if you're like a normal person, you're probably making more money now. Yes, I don't care how you feel.
I got a question for Armand.
This should not be happening.
I got a question for Armand. When it comes to what you consider to be rich people, are we talking about people who have like private helicopters and go to like the Eyes Wide Shut parties, or are we talking about people who are earning, let's say, $500K, maybe like $1 million, people who are more of like the upper middle class, you could say, or slightly richer, but people who like own their businesses and...
Did he just say $1 million a year is like upper middle class? Huh? Huh? $500K a year, 1 million a year, upper middle class. What? Saying, man. And is that take home? $500,000 brokey. Yeah, you're right.
Are a very integral part of the whole way the system works, because there's like super rich people that have a whole team of lawyers that into figuring out loopholes, and then there's like a much larger percentage of those rich people who I think are much more integral to this whole thing working. What happened to those rich people when it came to Biden versus Trump?
The average American still makes like $50K a year, man. Less than $50K.
I hesitate to say that somebody making $500,000 a year is not rich. That puts you in like easily the top 0.5% of earners in America. Higher than that, like I think people sometimes get a really distorted image of like how much people make. The median income in America is like I think 50K or something. But under Trump, the extremely rich people did very well. But also under Trump, like car dealership owners, dentists, people who were making $1 million a year also did well. And
so did everyone else.
Who did really poorly are the working folks, like whose wages were not keeping up, like are now getting high. They're more than working. They're making more money. They are like
incredible debate tactic. Just laugh when you're incorrect.
Their jobs are more likely to be getting ready for the jobs of the future of like cleaner energy that's not going to kill them or poison them. Like across all those spectrums, like their lives are better. And you can keep denying and keep lying about it, but it's not true. Like over about 1 million people died under like Trump's mismanagement during the pandemic.
More people have died under Joe Biden, by the way. It's just that they don't have a news ticker about it anymore.
Yes, more people have died of COVID under Biden, and Biden has fucked up COVID. The like we did COVID, we beat COVID, guys, we beat COVID, we did it. Anyways, the CDC said you don't have to. The CDC said you don't have to quarantine as long as your boss needs the money from you. Okay, but like here's the thing. Okay, chat. Here's the thing. Now Biden invented COVID. So fucking true. And actually Donald Trump went into the future to try and fix it, but unfortunately he wasn't able to do it completely. Biden made it. You know something that's crazy? Biden has been president while COVID has been in the country for almost 3 times as long as Donald Trump has. So yes, is it true that Biden has that there have been more COVID deaths under Biden than Trump? Yeah. He's also like commanded the country while COVID's been a thing almost 3 times as long as Donald Trump has. So yeah, sure, I guess. Sure. I guess. You got me. Biden didn't delete COVID. Good job.
But if
he surpassed that total long ago.
But if we're talking about those rich people, the ones who don't have the helicopters, how are they faring in general in the current Biden administration as opposed to the Trump administration?
Yeah, do you guys remember like COVID-19 is called 19 for a year, right? So like we were really dealing with it through 2020 a lot. And you know what's crazy about that is that Donald Trump left office in 2020. He was there for like a year. It was like a year he was there with COVID when 400,000 people died.
As far as taxes go,
they're doing fine because they're wealthy. So, but for those of us that are not at least working rich, things were definitely better under Donald Trump. Absolutely, unequivocally. And I speak for
Incorrect.
I speak for like 99% of the population.
I speak for
when
my
I say that
YouTube
things are
chat.
better under Trump economically.
If you spoke,
But what I'm wondering,
population, like this wouldn't be a debate, right? Like there wouldn't be.
Well, there is no debate because there's no Biden accomplishments to debate. This is for entertainment. What I'm wondering is that this debate was supposed to be about Biden's accomplishments.
Mhm.
Can you list one? Because so far they're all partisan.
Yeah. So here are like here's the things that Amon brought up that Styx has. I was about to call him Asmongold. That Styx has actually no counter argument for. High skilled immigration visas, streamline the refugee status. The American Rescue Plan help the economy better than our peer countries and get back to pre-pandemic growth. Wage growth for the is better for the bottom 25% of Americans and the rest of the Americans in the country, and that's real wage growth accounted for inflation and prices. Wealth inequality has improved under Biden as well. Those are all actual accomplishments that Biden had a hand in that he has said nothing about because he doesn't have any arguments about it.
You're talking about the economy
and to put food on the table, get people into jobs, get more access to healthcare.
No. I agree with you. That's why I'm going to vote for Trump. I agree with you. That's why I'm going to vote for Trump.
One thing, for example, that Donald Trump is explicitly already trying to do is his staffers are working on policies to reduce Medicaid access. They want to specifically the Youth Trump project
every 4 goddamn years.
Medicaid. It's on their proposals. They're not hiding it.
Every 4 years.
Medicaid.
Dude, can I please, just a second.
Okay, what do you mean just a second? You're cutting him off. Bro, go, wait, this is crazy. He goes, he's in the middle of cutting him off. He's like, please wait just a second. Like, wait. Like he's cutting him off. Like he's the one that's getting cut off. That's so crazy, dude. He's chomping at the bit to say literally nothing.
Okay, you keep cutting me out.
Okay.
Part of what happened in the American Rescue Plan that I didn't even get to was the passage of enhanced subsidies for Obamacare, and what happening through that is a huge reduction in the amount of people who are uninsured. So it actually went from the beginning of the Biden administration around 8 or 9%, which has hovered since the Biden administration. Now it's down to 6 or 7%. That is millions of people who didn't have healthcare access before, who now do have healthcare access. And Project 2025, which is again Trump's explicit public plan, his staff, his people are like, here's what we want to do, here's what we're going to do. For Medicaid, they have plans explicitly that will reduce access for millions of people off those rolls. It's not scaremongering. It's I'm quoting them.
What I would say is, I would say that literally every 4 years that becomes an issue. They're going to take.
Yes, because literally every 4 years, Republicans try and do it. This is just so crazy. Can you imagine this? Chat, just imagine this. Imagine every 4 years somebody comes up to your house with a gun and is like, I'm going to shoot you. Boy, I'm gonna shoot you. But every year you call the cops and the cops come and tell them to fuck off and they get arrested. Okay. And they say in the slammer. And 4 years later, okay, they come back and do the same thing. But you're able to call the cops and arrest them. You don't go outside. So they couldn't shoot you. And then you're talking to your neighbor one day and they're like, dude, this guy's he keeps trying to shoot me every once in a while. And I think it's crazy. And your neighbor goes, yeah. Every 4 years you talk about how he's trying to shoot you. Oh, he came up to your house with a gun and pointed at you through your window while you were watching the TV. Oh, boo-hoo. What do you mean? He pointed the gun at me through my window. Every 4 years I have to call the cops. And he's like, more political grandstanding. What is happening? Literally every single year, Republicans have a new bill and talk about how much they want to cut Medicare, Medicaid, and other entitlement programs. They literally tried to cut SNAP. The last time we made a budget, they tried their hardest to cut SNAP. What are you talking about? And in some ways, they did cut some SNAP. There were people who actually lost SNAP access because of them. So why in the world is he trying to pretend like this is some sort of bait by Democrats? But I don't know. This, honestly, the Republicans are like the devil. Okay? And I know this sounds crazy, partisan hackery. The Republicans are like Satan, okay? Actual literal Satan in this one way specifically. You know that old like proverb meme about Satan. You know that Christians throw around. Like the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he doesn't exist. The greatest trick that Republicans have ever pulled is convincing people that they won't do the things that they explicitly write down in their own policy platforms that they want to do and try to do. The greatest trick Republicans ever pulled is convincing people is convincing people that they aren't actually cutting convincing people that it's actually the Democrats who are fear mongering about cutting Medicare and Medicaid. Yeah, as they're doing it right in front of you.
Take your Medicare. They're going to take your Social Security.
True.
We've heard it before.
True.
All of it is nothing but bluster. It's
They
nothing but
tried to do it when he was
nonsense.
president last time. Remember the famous McCain like vote down with the thumb? Like,
Wait, chat. I actually listened to this earlier this morning as I was like listening to a little bit of this debate. Styx's answer it'll blow you away. It's genuinely so crazy here.
All of it is nothing but bluster. It's
he
nothing
literally
but
tried to do it when he
nonsense.
was president last time. Remember the famous McCain like vote down with the thumb? Like they tried to pass a law, massively cut Medicaid, it would massively kick people off insurance rolls, and it failed. But there was like a very public big attempt to do it, like to the point where like that was McCain's.
Donald Trump is not coming for your grandparents' Medicaid. Don't worry
He
about
really
that.
did it.
Well, no,
He already did it
Styx, to
once.
be fair, what Armand is talking about, is that not legit? That he tried doing it once? Like, what was
Not
going on
completely,
there?
no.
So what was going on there? Was that just like a wrestling thing, just like pretending to
He
get
did
rid
it
of
for,
Medicare?
there's a meme.
It's Donald Trump doing his normal bullshit thing. He's a politician.
So
Hey guys, Donald Trump is going to try and do this thing. Silly Democrat, always fear mongering about about Republicans doing this thing. Donald Trump literally tried to do it last time, and he said he wants to do it again. He's just doing his like little Biden. He's just doing a little Trump thing, you know. He was trying to take away Medicare as a meme. It was a joke. It was funny. I thought it was funny when he tried to take away Mima's healthcare. I thought it was funny. But he didn't put his like back into it, you know? Like he wasn't lifting with his legs to get rid of Social Security. He was just it wasn't like that. So like stop fear mongering about it. He's so fucking stupid, dude.
what
What
you're
the
saying
hell?
is that it was just a way to wrestle with Congress I know I keep using wrestling references here,
The
but you know what I
meme?
mean. It was
Like
like
it was
a joke?
to say something outrageous.
just funny?
so that Congress would then like
He was bored, so he just thought about possibly like getting rid of Medicare as like a joke. He just thought it was a prank. It was a prank, bro.
do something maybe less outrageous than that. So he just like
He did
raises
the
the
same
bar.
on the ACA.
Yeah, they tried to repeal it. There was a bill. There was like an actual bill.
And did it get repealed? And did it get repealed despite the fact that they had the votes? Yeah, they had the votes. They could have.
How did bill made, brought to the floor, they whipped the votes for it, and they tried to pass it. If it had the votes, then why didn't it pass? Wait, is he saying that they made a bit? Is he saying that they campaigned? Oh my gosh, they campaigned for like 8 years to. Republicans campaigned for 8 years to overturn the ACA. They get into office and they make a bill to overturn the ACA. They get a president and two chambers of Congress that say they want to overturn the ACA. A president that said he wants to overturn the ACA. They make a bill and put it in the House to overturn the ACA. It passes. It gets to the Senate to overturn the ACA. It has the votes. They campaigned on it for 8 years. And the president made it a policy platform, the leader of the party. And then the final hurdle, they decide to blow it up just because they thought it was going to be funny. Just because it was like, it's just fun. It was just a prank. It was a joke the entire time. It was just, see, do you understand what I'm saying now when I said that this is one of the craziest, like one of the like lowest IQ debates that I've seen in a long time? Genuinely, it's very low on the IQ scale, very low on the IQ distribution, I must say. Wait, actually, do I have this? Wait 1 second. Oh wait, I didn't save it here. Wait, did I save it here? Wait, let me see. Let's see. I got my ass has got to see this. Wait 1 second. It was from last night. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, here we go. The left has thought us whites should be ashamed of our intelligence. Top 85% IQ without trying. Reprogram your perspective, people. He's so good. Oh, the white race is too powerful, man. What the hell are we gonna do? I got any minorities in chat? You guys quivering in your boots right now because yeah, he's the he's 14%. He's a couple numbers away from that 88. He was close. The master race, everyone. He's here. He's here and he's locked in. It's so scary. The king has locked in. It's over for us, man. he's so fucking smart, dude. What the fuck? No Negro could ever compete with those. Oh, with those incredible Caucasian numbers. What do white people do now? Don't sweat it, bestie. We'll see more stuff.
Repealed it. It didn't get repealed.
One of the last things that John McCain did before he died was pissing off Trump by voting against.
Goddamn fucking John McCain. I hate him. I'm glad he's dead.
Him for doing the thing. Like, so a second ago you were saying.
No, I hate him. I hate him for trying to bomb third world countries. Actually,
I did too. But like,
there we go.
All right, so here are two final points over here. Here's two final points. So
this is crazy. This shit was insane. Okay. It didn't even get resolved either. This is why I hate these like super limited debates, because they should be able to like talk through this a little bit, because Styx is like 2 questions away from this entirely falling apart. But I don't think he might not even have the mental capacity to understand that it's falling apart. It's just they didn't pass it because it was a funny meme, I guess.
I'll just say both of them and we'll decide which one to go for. How are you doing on time, by the way, Styx and Armand?
Got about 10 minutes.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay, so
I want to talk about Afghanistan. I saw the Afghanistan withdrawal explicitly mentioned.
Yes, so there's so number 4, the appointment of strong NLRB members protecting unions and boosting wages, and number 5, ending the war in Afghanistan. So
with regards to unions, that's just going to be totally partisan, because I think unions are fine, but they should be voluntary. I don't have a problem with them. With the withdrawal for Afghanistan, are you actually
listen? Most people believe. Oh wow! He does actually just believe if I don't like it, then it's not a real. Then it's not real. Most people believe that unions are pretty good for the economy.
Are you attempting to say that the withdrawal from Afghanistan is a win for Joe Biden?
Many presidents over many years said that they would withdraw from Afghanistan, including Trump, and they kept kicking the can down the road. They kept saying, "Oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it." And all of them knew that there'd be a huge political hit from doing it, because there's no way to withdraw from that situation without chaos, without bad headlines, without, frankly, the military-industrial complex trying to punish you politically for it. Joe Biden's the one who did it. It wasn't ideal by any means. There's a lot of chaos around it. One of the things that they, frankly, underprepared for was like how badly the Afghan army would fall apart. But I think it's really perverse that like Biden gets like attacked for the fact that this Afghan army like fell apart, but none of the people before him who like kept picking over the fact that this military existed only on paper, wasn't a real fighting institution, get any like negatives for that. And Trump, conveniently wanted to get all the credit for being, I'm big anti-war, I'm going to end it, and then kept delaying and kicked the can down the road, so somebody else had to actually do it and take the hit. It was one of the bravest things like a politician has done in my like lived experience, is actually try to end a war.
Yeah, like I mean, like here's the biggest thing. Donald Trump is so bitch made. He's like the biggest bitch. Like he talked about how he put his son-in-law in charge of bringing peace to the Middle East, while destabilizing the region and kicking the can down the road of one of the most difficult like political decisions and military decisions that you could make. That is a good decision actually, to another guy, so he won't have to take the brunt for it, and then come back and then have the gall to come back 4 years later and be like, didn't that guy suck when he did that shit, dude? it's such like it's such like a bitch thing to do. It's crazy. It actually kind of blows my mind how much of like a little bitch Donald Trump is for that specific thing. It's so wild.
And take the political penalty for doing it.
You realize that Joe Biden's actually the one that kicked the date down the road, right? He's the one that delayed it, right?
Joe Biden was, if anything, when he was a vice president under Obama, was the one trying to advocate for like a less like.
Well, he didn't succeed. The final deal was.
He's the vice president. He what? Only Obama could make those type of deals at the end of the day. Like he could like ask Biden to do. But in 2008, Joe Biden didn't solve the Afghanistan problem as vice president. Okay.
Was between Trump and the Taliban. And it would have worked if they hadn't kicked the can down the road under Joe Biden. And I'm not sure exactly why you're saying.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about how Trump was like, I'm going to make a deal with the Taliban. Art of the deal. I'm going to make a deal with the Taliban, guys. It's going to be so good. It's going to go so crazy and then completely fell apart.
That Joe Biden's not the one that did that.
Didn't he make and break that deal too? I don't remember like every detail from the story because I was in college when all this was going down. But like I think didn't he like make and break that Afghanistan deal with the Taliban before he even left office? I know he signed it.
Because the withdrawal was
Joe Biden delayed it.
Under Trump. He delayed it multiple times.
Yes, of course he had to delay it because Donald Trump was going to Donald Trump planned like a crazy withdrawal time that would be even more disastrous. So yeah, Donald Trump planned it. Biden had to like delay it, but still go through with it.
But then he finalized the agreement. He had a set in stone date, and Joe Biden was the one that decided to push it further. So if you're talking about kicking the can down the road, that was Joe Biden.
He set the stone date after he was out of office.
Like, no, he said it while he was in office, and then he didn't get reselected by the oligarchy.
He'd said multiple final dates before and kept pushing them off because he's a coward.
Why is it that when Trump did that, supposedly, the Taliban never attacked Kabul, but as soon as Joe Biden was in there, they did. It's because he's weak.
The United States withdrew. They don't want to mess up. They knew that if they attacked while there's a negotiation or withdrawal, then the United States would get pulled back in. And
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Wanted the United States to leave.
I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Donald Trump was super cool and he was super epic. And they were like, oh, Donald Trump, he would do so much. He's so strong and he's so cool. He would totally body us, dude. We got to make sure we listen to everything that he says. This is all the Taliban guys in Afghanistan talking to each other. And then, oh, dude, we have to wait for Sleepy Joe to get into office because Sleepy Joe is going to be a total pushover. And then we can Taliban all over the place. We can Sharia up and down Afghanistan, dude. But Donald Trump, dude, don't mess with that guy. He's so cool. Holy fuck, we couldn't beat him. Wait, is that what he's gonna say? I want to hear it.
Exactly what happened. Passion and culture is very interesting, and most Westerners don't know this. When you make an agreement in most of the world, you abide by it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my, the chivalry and the sportsmanship of the Taliban was too strong for them to want to overthrow the Afghanistan fake military. So that's why they didn't do it. But Biden was out of office. But Biden got in office, so the deal was no more because he's weak.
Or at the very least, you get a limb chopped off. And if the warlord is not feeling great that day, you go missing. What happened is that Donald Trump struck a deal. It would have held. It would have worked. When Joe Biden came in and he pushed the date back, what he did was he showed all the tribal warlords that otherwise probably would not have joined with the Taliban in their assault. He convinced them that the United States is full of shit. They're going to keep bouncing this forever.
Why is that not true for the multiple times Trump pushed back withdrawal? He didn't just do it once.
The negotiations were ongoing, but no finalized.
No. There were multiple. Oh,
nope.
So like,
there were negotiations.
The Trump curve always works, right? Like he gets credit for things that would have happened great, but not get blamed for things that didn't.
If Donald Trump had been reelected and pushed back the date unilaterally and Kabul,
then listen. If Donald Trump would have gotten reelected, Israel wouldn't have bombed Gaza. Israel wouldn't have bombed Gaza. Palestinians would have just voluntarily told them, agreed to just vanish, right? Honestly, they would have just gone to like a new place or something. They're like the Namekians. They'd be on like New Namek, right? They'd be on New Palestine right now. They would just decide to disappear, basically. Africa would be perfect. 99% of the black vote in America would go to Donald Trump as well. poverty would be non-existent. It just doesn't exist. And he wouldn't take a single dollar from rich people to make it happen. Everybody would be a multi-quadrillion billion gazillionaire. Peace in the Middle East. Xi Jinping gets assassinated in China and gets replaced with Mark Zuckerberg, who becomes unwoke for this specific thing. He learns how to speak Chinese, but then he steps down because he wants to spend more time making Sweet Baby Ray's in his backyard. And then John Cena then becomes the president of China, opening up trade to America and the rest of the world. Climate change gets defeated, even though it's not real. All the communists go to jail. The dodo bird becomes unextinct, actually, as well. That all of this would have really happened under Donald Trump's presidency, as long as he would have been reelected again. But unfortunately, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, George Soros, and and Xi Jinping all collaborated collaborated to get Donald Trump out of office. For their evil Satanist baby eating adrenochrome plan. And but soon he will rise once again, just like the South, and reclaim America and do all the great things that he would have done in 2020 when he left office, because he's going to make America great again, but again this time. And it's better, greater this time, and it's going to be so good. Gonna be so good. Holy shit, you don't even know how good it's gonna be. Biden wouldn't even understand it, dude. Anyways, he's actually just writing Donald Trump fanfic. This is one of my favorite things about Trump supporters, is that when you talk about how Donald Trump did kind of literally nothing while in office, they just talk about all he needed was like a couple more years to do something good. All we need to do was give him more years of fucking up, and then he totally would have stopped fucking up. I promise you, dude. But instead of not fucking up, he just continues to fuck up, and he just didn't do anything good. But instead of just like coming to grips with that, they just go, he just needs more time, just one more once again, and it's totally gonna be so cool this time. I promise. Yeah, I know he didn't do like shit his first time in office, but he totally will do something this time. How do I know that? I don't want to give him the opportunity to try. Fuck off. How about that? Eat shit, loser.
Have been taken by the Taliban. I'd be the first person to criticize him.
We had unicorns emerging from the ether, and every puppy.
Here we go. We're going off into La La Land now.
What happened to Mexico?
Bro, you're already in La La Land. You're thinking about things that totally would have happened under Donald Trump. Yeah, man, it totally would have happened under Donald Trump, man. Dude, everything would have been so cool as long as he would have gotten another term.
I have criticized Trump, man. I've criticized Trump plenty of times, but now you're going off into La La Land. Just study passion and culture.
All right, we do have a couple of super chats over here.
Study passion culture.
To Joe Biden, but not to Trump.
Because it's in Afghanistan.
He had multiple deals that were like, we're going to drop. No, we're going to drop. No, we're going to drop.
There was never any final binding agreement that was trilaterally agreed upon between the United States, the Taliban, and various tribal forces.
All right,
and Joe Biden fucked it up.
Tribal forces.
Before we go,
as with everything.
Come on, man. Before we go, we got to go to super chats over here. So we have President Irina Vlad something or other. It's not showing the full name here, but thank you very much, Putina. Under Obama, I was paying $4 a gallon while making maybe $30K a year. Under Trump, I was paying less than $2 a gallon while making $90K a year. Under Biden, I'm paying $3 to $4 a gallon while making the same $90K a year. Any comments, guys?
Okay. Good for you.
It's Biden inflation.
We got $2 an hour, $2 a gallon gasoline. It was during the pandemic when nobody was driving. It's really strange how people keep giving credit to Trump for that, when like the only time gas prices were that low was because we had a pandemic. Like the economy fell apart, nobody was driving, nobody was leaving their house, so gas prices went down. Like you can make arguments for other things, but the gas price thing is very strange because it's specifically like the only time that $2 happened was like the worst parts of the pandemic. Oil production is at record highs under Biden. It's much higher than it was under Trump.
Not if you adjust for population growth, though.
It is.
We have another one.
We're not a net exporter.
We
were a net exporter under Donald Trump.
We are still a net exporter of oil. Oh Lord, dude.
Natural gas and fossil fuels. It's true.
Not of gasoline.
We are the biggest exporter in the world.
That's wonderful. We should drill baby drill. I'm glad that you agree with drill baby drill and that's a good thing, though. It's good to find a liberal who believes in that.
I think we want to transition to clean energy, but right now we don't want to like bankrupt people.
There's nothing cleaner than natural gas and nuclear.
Nuclear is
natural
awesome.
gas.
I support nuclear. I think it's great. I
I think they're all great.
Difficult to get right because it's really expensive, but like,
We need to create more CO2 so the plants grow
Uh,
bigger too. So I support SUV, buying as well.
I mean, that is an interesting thing because Styx, you were in horticulture, you went to college for that.
Yep.
Would you say that a lot of the arguments that come from people who are, concerned about the climate changing and all of that wouldn't really make sense when it comes
Look,
to
I support the use of solar energy for pragmatic purposes. I simply ask people to mount it on their homes' roofs instead of bulldozing forests to put them up and stuff like that. Windmills are fine, especially in the Netherlands, by the way.
Hey, kill fan IRL.
Rooftop solar is useful and helpful distribution, right? And so like a lot of places are really sunny at some points.
Yeah, crazy. Wait, chat, if you want to see what's actually crazy, look at this comment section. After this whole debate, look at this comment section. It's crazy. Bad news for Amand. $100 for my grocery doesn't buy half of what it did. Half of what it did under Trump. I don't know what planet he lives on. Half? It doesn't buy half of the things it did. Really? Really? Are you sure? Really? Buddy? Really? Come on, buddy, let's be real here. Half. You're telling me you used to spend $50 2 years ago for the same exact products that you bought today. The same cart costs $50. My income is down 12K this year. My taxes are up. Inflation is up. I went from saving for a house to living paycheck to paycheck. Biden, why would you do this to me? Hey, whatever happened to your... Oh, he could have really used that tax refund. Fuck, dude. That sucks. I love being lectured by the 1% about how well the working class is doing under the Biden administration. Both of them are the 1%. I hope you know that. I think everybody there is technically the 1%. Styx won and Amand said he was a data analyst that lives... Styx won when Amand said he was a data analyst who lives in San Francisco. Yeah, data analyst versus YouTuber. Okay. Styx remains undefeated. Hope you weren't serious, Amand. So fucking true. Fuck that guy. I hate statistics, dog. Fuck, dude. Who needs studies when you have YouTube chat? This is really sad. This is fucking sad, really. I can't believe there are people so oh geez, why can't I pronounce this word right now? Ensconced in their little bubbles. They have no goddamn idea what the fuck is going on, man. This guy Amand is so arrogant and so wrong. As a homeowner, I struggled to hold my own home. I was okay before the stupid lockdowns, man. Is that Biden's fault? You are making more money now, but inflation and the cost of living is outpacing wages. Gaslighting 101. This is what happens when Republicans don't read. This isn't a debate. Styx is teaching here. Holy shit. Yeah, completely out of it. Completely ridiculous. Genuine, like maybe we've found people who can't even rank on the IQ scale. That's so wild. Who knew that these types of people exist? Thank God it's over. Want to see this giant frog me and the wifey saw at the reptile show today? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yo, he's huge. He's huge. He's so big. What the heck? Look at him. Adspersus, the African bullfrog. He really is massive. The king. Did I ever tell you guys that I used to watch a YouTube channel of a guy who had a pet African bullfrog and his name was Pickles? Yeah, here you go. Mr. Pickles winning a lot.
What time is it? It's Mr. Pickles time, yeah!
Yeah!
You know it's Mr. Pickles time, and what do we got in the treasure box of fun?
Fish!
Oh, we got a couple hornworms.
Oh, heck yeah. That's his favorite.
Hornworms.
He loves hornworms. They taste
come to
delicious.
Live action from the VI Pets. You know what people I'm talking about. We're talking about Rebecca hooking us up. Some big old different looking cockroaches. Look at these things.
Gosh, they're so
Look at his
different.
head. That's Mr. Pickles. Hold on, let's see if I can get this open with one hand.
Hold on, boy.
These things are like little Velcro magnets.
Yeah. But Mr. Pickles can handle them. Mr. Pickles can handle them because he's so cool.
There's one.
Hey! Gobbled up.
A-Town. Pong pink, pink, pink. Pong pink, pink, pink. All right, here
So
we go.
cool.
This one's really juicy. Look at this thing.
We got a fat one for you, Mr. Pickles. Gobble that one, boyo.
That thing looks cool. Get in there. Oh, here we go.
It's action time for Mr. Pickles.
Get him, Mishta. Oh.
He sees me.
Here we go.
He's on the hunt, man.
Bring it. Bring your A game, Mr. P.
The suspense is killing me, man.
Alright, he doesn't see any movement. Hey, the Rainbow Bridge. Another critter going across the Rainbow Bridge. Thanks to Mishta. Alright, so we got two
The Mister. Little Mister.
hornworms. Max.
So anyways, yeah, so this is Mr. Pickles. And people wonder why domesticated animals can't be released. Yeah, Mr. Pickles can't eat without his without his feeding 10-gallon aquarium and being sung to and supported as he gobbles down multiple different creatures. I mean, come on. I couldn't be wild either. Come on. Shut up and give me more. But yeah, Mr. Pickles has been around for a while. This is an 8-year-old video.
Right, we're recording. Oh. Is he walking to you?
Yeah. What do you mean, Dad? No. He was here.
Careful.
He by me. And he by Matt.
Is he on your foot?
So anyways, Mr. Pickles loves kids. He loves food. He loves, he loves his family. He's just a good guy all around, honestly. Mr. Pickles, he's just like a great guy. And he's been around for years. I was actually getting a little scared, I'm not going to lie. I thought Mr. Pickles was going to I hate to say it, I thought he would have perished. I thought he would have perished by now cuz I haven't checked up on Mr. Pickles and his family for the last 4 years or something. I haven't watched a Mr. Pickles video in so long, but it seems like not only is he fine, he's bigger and better than ever. He's winning a lot. Lady, what have you brought me? This? Yo! Thank you, babe. I appreciate you. She's gifted me with rice. So how was the sit down? Was it fun? Pick your soju? Not soju. Sake? Really? she's in love with this peach sake at the Japanese food restaurant that we go to every now and again. She was like so excited before she left that she was gonna sip on her sake, but you decided not to. Lemonade. One of those nights you were just chilling. But was it okay? You all live? Is mom okay? Wife instead. Okay. There was some lady staring you down.
Every time I looked up,
Yeah.
it was just awful. Why are you staring? So
It was off-putting. She was just staring at you.
yeah, like I would talk to my mom and I look over and I see she's looking at us, and then we got seated at this the same hibachi table, and every time I look up, she was still looking at us, and I don't know if she was observing, but she must have been observing because she mentioned my nails.
She was
and-
pondering you.
Yeah, did I put too much in there?
There's never enough yum yum sauce, babe.
Well, I tried to drench it.
Oh, that's good.
The one.
Here, wait. Entertain chat, okay? I'm gonna take a couple nibbles of the yum yum sauce.
Entertain. I'm just telling you what happened.
Well, go ahead. Tell them into the microphone.
Hi everybody. It's me, Marcos.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, wait, here.
He wants me to entertain you guys. I don't know what to talk about besides what happened at Ginza. So, well, at the hibachi place or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It was very crowded, but like I said, that lady, she kept looking at us. And then, when it was time for us to go,
You've been getting stared at recently, right?
I know. I don't know what it is. It's creeping me out. Oh yeah, I was telling him earlier that when I was working, apparently my manager, which is I love my manager. She's awesome. Amazing. But she was telling me that there was some guy who was walking past our area and he was just staring at me. And she told me that he walked past twice and was just staring at me. And she said the second time he did it, she just had to tell me. And I'm like, what? And she was like, you didn't notice? I was like, no, I didn't notice. And so we were sitting in the front just talking. And I look at the corner of my eye and I see a guy, but like something about his presence was like off-putting. It just felt wrong. And so I looked up.
He was emanating evil aura.
I guess. I don't know.
No enemy stand user?
Sure.
Oh.
I looked
It's
up
possible.
and he was just staring straight at me. And so we were just staring at each other as like literally, I kid you not, as he was walking, like just continue walking across, kept holding, just staring me down the entire time. And my manager said she was staring him down too. But I guess he was ignoring her staring him down and he was just staring me down. And it was so creepy because he had like a smile like while he was staring down. I'm like, ugh, like you're old enough to be my dad. You look creepy. Don't do that. So, but apparently that seems to be like a common theme. Because I work in beauty, so this seems to be like a common theme that happens. That happens there. One of the girls was telling me that there's this Mormon guy who comes in pretty often, and he's just he was flirting with my manager, and he was flirting with one of my coworkers, and he kept coming so much that my manager just started being rude to him that he avoids her now. However, every time he sees my other coworker, he's always coming in the store and like flirting with her. And he even told her, he's like, I'm looking for a wife. And he
I
always
want you to be my Jezebel. Come to me in my farm. You can churn my butter.
Oh no. We ain't trying to no butter. But no.
You know, the cows need a little milk and honey.
No, they don't. But
Is this not the girl that I think? This might not be the girl that I'm thinking
blonde
of.
hair? Not blonde hair, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of a girl with like
Brown hair.
Maybe, I don't know.
You've seen her.
Yeah, but there's a lot of women that work at your job, and they're all white, and they all have like brown hair, except for one that has like blonde hair.
I don't know. Because the manager has black hair. My coworker, one of my coworkers has brown hair. My other coworker has black hair, and then one has blonde. So only one of them has blonde, two of them have black, and one is brown.
I don't sit that close to them. They all look kind of. The blacks and the browns look kind of similar to me.
Oh no! How? It's not.
I don't know. Maybe. Am I wrong?
Yes. There was a clear difference.
Okay. Well,
If anything, their hair kind of looks like jet black.
okay, I'm gonna keep eating my rice.
Okay, anyways. Back to what I was talking about.
Things trying to wife up your 16-year-old coworker?
Yes. And apparently, he only buys stuff with her. Like, he doesn't buy anything when my manager is there. He'll like browse around in the cologne and perfume section and act like he's like finna like purchase something. He'll even ask the manager like, what are the ladies into? And my manager says she hates that. She hates when guys ask her that, because why do you want her preference? Especially if you're like buying a cologne or perfume for another woman, they're not gonna have the same kind of preference in terms of scents.
Women are big on smells, and it's like they all got kind of unique smells, but sometimes things carry over.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, my cologne. All the like, every girl who comments on my cologne is like, "That's some good cologne right there." I told you the story when I was wearing the cologne. It's that one back there in the blue bottle, yellow cap.
Yeah.
You said you really liked it. And the coworker, my friend, manager back when I was in McDonald's, and a lot of the women that I work with, because my workplace was like mostly women. I like spray it on in the car, and then I like walk in. And then as I'd be walking through, like girl one by one would be like,
"You smell good."
She kind of did that, but she was like, "You."
Wait, she did that?
She didn't touch me. She was like, "You smell like a man." Yeah, she was like, "You smell."
Good.
Yeah, she was like, "I'm gonna put my boyfriend in there. You smell real good right now." Yeah, she did one of those. Yeah. So I mean, sometimes it does. Yeah. Sometimes it does work. That. Yeah, there's some girls, some smells that the girls all love. Yeah. Don't ask me. But if I was going to do that, I would just bring a woman in. Just have a woman friend and then bring her in.
But what if she likes something and then someone else that you're actually trying to impress with don't like it? Like, it smells bad to them.
Yep. What? I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
Return it? And
well, I mean, no, I mean, like when buying, I mean, like the best thing you can do is just like, if there's some sense that like 90% of women all agree, like, make you smell like a man, then you can like take a girl with you and you can pick out the one that she really likes and the one that you like and come to like a consensus there. And more likely, I mean, most colognes don't smell like so uniquely weird that they smell ass, right?
Come over and smell ours.
That people buy. Like, have you like walked by a guy who has cologne on and you're like, that's a cologne and it's so bad? If they wear Axe. But usually if they wear Axe, you're either like 16 or you're 16 in your heart.
Oh, also there's one that I like the smell of.
It better not be the chocolate Axe.
No. I don't know what it is. I know there was a guy. Where was he? I don't know if it was in college somewhere. There was a guy, oh no, this is when I was working at Kroger. There was a guy who would always pass by and he smelled really good. And I asked him what he was wearing. He just said Axe spray. And I was like, oh, you smell good. I like it. You smell good.
Yeah. But I mean, if you have the option of taking a girl with you to help you pick out cologne or just picking it out yourself, I'd rather bring a girl with me. Right? I mean, what if the girl actually like hates it? Well, okay, I probably was gonna pick out one that if she hates it that bad, I was probably gonna pick out one that she hated anyways. So just whatever.
feel like you should pick a cologne that you like that works well with your skin chemistry.
Yeah, but that's why you bring the girl over. So you pick ones that you like, and then you give to her, and then she rates it, and then you you usually would get the one that has like the highest recommendation from the girl and that you like. There could be one that she rates higher, but you don't like that much, so you go to one that you like and she likes. So that I think that's I personally think that's usually the best way to do it if you're gonna bring women over. If you're gonna buy cologne, I bought cologne with like two girls at the same time before, so I had them do the work, the sniff work for me. Girls like doing that stuff anyways.
I don't.
Maybe well you're built different.
No,
Girls that I know, they like doing two things. They like helping you get a girlfriend, and they love wingirling, and they love like dressing up their like guy friends or helping their guy friends dress better. I still think a lot of girls view like their guy friends and their boyfriends like their own personal little me. But
Yeah.
not me, Sim.
Sim, yeah.
Yeah, like their own Sim in the real world.
Yeah.
And so they can influence them a little bit. And it's fun watching how things change.
I mean, I like when it comes
So
to
take
Sims,
advantage of it.
I mean, when it comes to Sims, I like helping out, but I don't like smelling the whole damn store. Like my nose can't. I start sniffling. I can't take it no more. Because I told you there's
Get the coffee grounds.
we don't have coffee grounds. I told you there was a guy that came in and he said he's big into smells and whatnot. I'm like, okay, cool. And
Okay, smell guy.
yeah, and he was like you can tell I'm like a smell guy. Like you can smell my cologne, right? I looked at him. I'm so serious. I looked dead at his eyes. And I'm like, I don't smell you. And he looked so offended. But it was so true. Like I don't smell you. Like he must have been embarrassed, but I really don't smell nothing. And then he was like, oh really? I was like, yeah. And then he was like, hold on. And so he gave me his sleeve and had me sniff it. It just smelled like cloth. It just smelled like a shirt. Like and I tell you, this man's face, like he looked so shocked. Like I felt bad. He's like, maybe it was because I was at work. And he's like, yeah.
It might have worn off.
Yeah.
You like it? You should have been like, oh, I bet it smelled great. Oh, I bet it smelled great.
Oh no, I wasn't like that. I was just saying I ain't smell nothing, and I just agree with him that it probably was because he was at work because I didn't smell nothing, but he didn't smell bad. It just didn't smell like anything.
Yeah, you broke his heart, babe. Why you do that?
I ain't mean to. I was just being honest. I don't smell nothing. I don't smell
You broke his
nothing.
heart. He's a smell guy, baby.
Well, whatever cologne he got don't last that long, I guess, or it already wore off. Because he was so like, oh, I don't want any cologne that has toilet in the name, like, because it's just mainly alcohol. And I was like, okay. Because he was like the
Okay,
one
smell guy.
Yeah, because the one he got wasn't a toilet, but I don't know, I didn't smell nothing. So, and usually, I thought if it's a good cologne, it usually you can still smell it on your clothes. Like if you got a really good cologne, you can still smell it on your clothes. But for him, I didn't smell nothing.
Wow.
Oh, my coworker, he came back yesterday.
Who?
That guy I just talked about, who had me smelling the whole store.
Oh, him.
Yeah, remember I told you, he was being weird to me.
He was kind of hit. Was this the guy who was kind of hitting on you?
Yes, I told you. This man also looks old enough to be my father, but
They love talking to young girls.
apparently so. I don't know. When he was working with me, he had me smelling everything, and he was asking my age, what I do, how often I work in the store, and like he was like saying, you must be fresh out of college, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
It was so weird. And then I asked Annabelle how he was interacting with her, because he told me he was gonna come back to purchase more cologne because he just wanted to wait till his next paycheck to purchase some more. And I was like, okay, I can just write down the ones that you wanted for next time in case I'm not here. And then he was like, oh no, I'm gonna wait till you come in because I just want you to check it out for me. I want you to be the one to get it for me. And I was like, okay. Annabelle told me today he didn't remember any of the colognes. None of the colognes that he wanted.
Listen, a smell guy, he takes in many smell. He's a smell guy, not a smell remember guy.
I literally said, I will write it down for you in case someone else is in the store and I'm not there. He's like, oh no, you ain't gotta do that. You don't gotta, I want you to be the one to bring me out. Or whatever. And look at you. You don't even remember any of the clones. And I'm not even there. Honestly, thank goodness I wasn't even there because I don't want to talk to him no more.
He was going to make you smell them all again.
The thing, Annabelle told me that he was being nice to her. Like, he didn't ask her all those questions that he asked me. He just specifically only asked about the cologne only. And then he started mentioning me when she was trying to pull up his rewards account.
Were they like, oh, do you remember that girl who works here? She looks like Whitney Houston.
He was telling her, he was like, oh yeah, there was this really beautiful girl, and like here, like she was having trouble trying to find my rewards account too, and she was saying he just kept talking about me. And
he's right about one thing: you are really beautiful.
Okay, but you don't gotta be creepy about it. That's weird.
True. Yeah, looks like he was trying to hit on you. Careful out there, babe. Beautiful looks come with danger.
I don't like it.
You don't like me?
I'd rather go back to how things used to be when I was unnoticeable. No one noticed me. Everyone just kept minding their business. I was just an invisible wall. I'm no longer invisible, and I don't like that.
People perceive you now.
I don't like that.
I remember back when I mean, this is something that the girls that I work with back at McDonald's had to deal with a decent amount. There were some girls. I'm not gonna say if they're pretty or not. I mean, but you know, they were girls. They were nice people. And they were they both of them were manning both of the registers up at the front.
Yeah.
And then like this whole group of guys came in, and I was up at the front too, but I was the person who was like running orders up to the front and like helping clean the front basically when they were mostly taking orders. These dudes came in, older guys too, and one of the girls was like 16, the other one was like 19 or whatever, right? Still some pretty young girls. And they were haggling.
Predators.
They were haggling with each other. They were like, damn, both of them are pretty cute though. Both
Predators.
of them pretty hot.
Predators, no.
Okay, wait. Oh, so I want to be rung up by her. Well, I want to be rung up by her too. So they were doing like rock paper scissors for a line and picking out which girl they wanted to like try to rizz up. One of my coworkers that they were trying to rizz up there.
I don't know.
It was wild.
Men in Kentucky, y'all really showing what y'all really into. I don't like that. No.
It's okay, babe.
It's not okay.
I'm sorry, babe.
I gotta have you on speed dial.
Bring
your boyfriend to work day. I can't do it.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be brought in on like a harness. You're gonna like tie me to the register desk, so I just sit there.
I'm not tying you to the register desk.
On my switch.
I will have maybe get a handcuff. You'll be right next to me.
Handcuff?
Yeah. Handcuff on my wrist.
Oh my gosh. What if I have to use the bathroom?
Okay, I'm going in with you.
No! Yeah, I don't need you to go in with me. I don't want you to watch me pee every time I gotta pee.
Y'all got stalls?
You're gonna. What do you mean y'all got stalls? At your job, there isn't a stall in the bathroom.
There isn't?
No. It's just one toilet. It's one toilet, one urinal, and it's just there, and it's like pointed like right kind of towards the door. Yeah, there's no.
Thought y'all. Wait, so do men's bathrooms not?
They usually have a stall. Yours ones doesn't. There's no stall. And what? How about what I like?
Wait,
my arms back. What?
Wait, so like you said, there's one toilet, a urinal.
Yeah.
So two guys could be in there just doing their business at the same time?
They could.
Out in the open, just like that?
Yeah, they could. I guess. But usually one person would go in and then lock the door. And then if you need to pee, if you just need to pee, you'll just like stand up and pee. But if you gotta poop, then you'll sit down and poop.
Why not just have just one toilet though?
I don't know why they don't have just one toilet.
Why gotta be a urinal and a toilet?
Well, to help speed guys up out of the bathroom, because sometimes you just need to pee and you don't need to take off your whole pants and sit down and put your booty on the toilito. Sometimes you just need to like do the zip and piss, the zip zap, you know.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Unleash the zip and let it rip. But yeah, I don't know. I want to like, because you're gonna be like because like I'll pee, and I know at one point you're gonna think you're cute and be like, "Can I hold it?" And I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here! Leave. Yeah, get the heck out of here! I'm doing this myself right now."
We're a team.
Yo, get out! Get scram! Get go enjoy. Go play.
Alright, bye,
Go play
everyone.
Fortnite
It
or
was,
something. Okay.
Anyways,
Find them.
bye, y'all. Enjoy the stream. See you later.
Love you, babe. Your phone, your wallet,
Oh. Thank you.
the many things you leave.
Thank you.
Women, am I right? Anyways. So true, Shark. We men. Think about it. I'm thinking. Women are so real. But anyways, yeah, that was fun. I was able to eat a little bit of my rice too, which felt great. I'm gonna be honest. Alexi, thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription. Yo, emotes out for Alexi. Appreciate you. Subbing for the GF. Hey. I'll let her know. I'll get her. She likes sweets. I'll get her some sweets with some of that money. Okay. How about that? Good deal. Good deal to you. Good deal to me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Amazing. I was thinking about making a segment on this Sydney Sweeney girl, but for one, I'm not sure if you guys would enjoy it. And two, I don't really know much about Sydney Sweeney, but I will say that if I did know like anything about her or watch TV at all or knew like anything about her whatsoever, then it would have made great content, because I think every picture of her seems like good thumbnail potential. I was like, I don't know who that is. Is this woman? Some conservative posted Sydney Sweeney at the GLAAD Media Awards. Liberals have lost control of even their gayest institutions. Because I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but Sydney Sweeney, she seemed, as far as I remember about the story, she's a woman who is an actress, I think, who hosted Saturday Night Live once, or like the Stephen Colbert or something once, and she was like having fun. She was like, "Wow, this is so much fun." And then conservatives were like, "Auga, sheesh! You don't see titties like that in woke America anymore. Humana, humana, humana. The left has fallen. Wait, wokeness is being destroyed. They only make women ugly and repulsive. But finally, a beautiful dame blesses us with her godlike milkers. Sheesh! This is everything we've ever wanted." And so yeah, so now they've kind of claimed this woman, Sydney Sweeney, as a like conservative culture war figure because they believe that she's like well endowed in her chest area. That's actually it. I'm not even joking. Yes, this is well known that lesbians despise beautiful women, and then somebody was like, unironically, they do. They're just kind of out of it. They just have no clue what's happening. It's so weird. conservatism is stored in the boobs, but like they might be onto something. They might be onto something. Did you see what happened with Texas requiring ID for porn? Yeah, I did see something about that. How they required like like a form of age verification and giving in your ID to log on to Pornhub. So Pornhub just pulled out of the state, and then Pornhub just pulled out of the state, and then people just started logging on the Pornhub again, but with a VPN. So I don't know. This is very weird stuff. Jojo Mojo, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sydney Sweeney's breasts destroy the world. Wrong. Destroy the woke world. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. Let me see. Can I pull this up? There was this conservative article going around. Yeah, here it is. It's an article written by this like kind of conservative-y little culture war-y comedian woman. Okay. Sydney Sweeney and the return of real body positivity. Our fascination with the female figure never went away. Yay, boobs are back. Sydney Sweeney made an engagement farming. Sydney Sweeney made engagement farming easy with her cleavage revealing curtain call this past weekend as the host of Saturday Night Live. If you spend any time online, I'm sure you've seen the video. Wrapped in the revealing little black dress, Sydney thanks the cast, the crew, Lorne Michaels, and giggles and bounces in familiar ways I haven't seen in decades. For anyone under the age of 25, they've likely never seen it in their lifetimes. as the giggling blonde with her amazing rack has been stamped out of existence, a creature shamed to the brink of extinction. Okay. Oh, the spirit of Rudy Giuliani lives on. Come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Yeah, it's just so wild. Who wrote this? My high school lunch table? Yeah, it's back. The ghost of the high school lunch table's past, man. Apparently. In short, them things be thangin'. Apparently, yeah. The things do be thangin'. Boobs are fantastic. There's a biological component that makes it totally normal to be fascinated with boobs. See, back in the day, kids, boobs were everywhere. It was the 90s and early 2000s. We had Pamela Anderson in Baywatch. Jennifer, okay, we have Overwatch porn. Fuck you talking about, geezer? Acting like tits never went nowhere. Shut up. Fuck you talking about? Ooh, boobs are gone. Overwatch porn. Ever heard of it? Probably not. Geezer ass. Women aren't allowed to have boobs anymore. That's actually the truest thing I've ever heard. We all know about when Joe Biden got into office and passed the Boob Be Gone Act. Ever since then, which automatically deflated all boobs over a B cup in in the continental United States. Boob lovers in the country had to emigrate to places like Puerto Rico to have access to big boobs once again. Horrible stuff. Thankfully, Sydney Sweeney was able to birth tits back into the mainstream society. I don't know, it's so weird. Don't conservatives always talk about how, like, I don't know, like the left is full of degeneracy or whatever, and all the women are scantily clad all the time or whatever. I don't know. It's always they're always so back and forth about everything. Why did my phone be buzzing? What's your problem, bro? Holy. Sharks say Puerto Rico with a mix of Brazilian, Portuguese, and Rio Plato Spanish. I have no clue what that means. I just say Puerto Rico like friend of the stream Donald Trump says it. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. I thought we were over sexualized. Yeah, are women over sexualized, or are conservatives arguing that women are under sexualized now? We need to bring the sexualization of women back. We went too far. I haven't seen tits before in my life, man. I've never seen a titty before in my life, man. I'm dying of thirst. I'm dying of titty thirst. Good Lord, someone help me. Somebody help me. Save me, white woman. Yeah, the left has taken away our woman objectification, unfortunately. Very unfortunate stuff coming from them. So what's this about white men having problems? I was just about to talk about that. Give me one moment, okay? Because I'm gonna go pee. But I have something for you, okay? I have something for you. Speaking of Brazil, I'm going here, have this, okay? While I'm gone. Enjoy this, okay? Enjoy this. It's a guy walking around Brazil, okay? So just enjoy. Oh Lord. Let's skip forward a bit. There we go. All right. Yeah, there's a guy here. Enjoy your Brazil, okay? I'll be right back. your privileges. Move your finger. Out. Out. Stay out. I'm working. Go back on power. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ugh. So anyways. No, oh wait, I forgot I'm not subbed. No. Here, let me do a little thing, okay? Can I do a close cam? Can I do this? I forget. Will this pop up? Vibio. Oh, I can still do this. Oh, yo, this is sick. Okay. It works perfectly. I'm just taking this off screen right now. The reason being is because I'm trying to pull some stuff up about this. So I want to talk a little bit about this this weird what white man white man damage control that's going on right now. It's so perplexing. It's so strange. I think you'll all find it interesting. Have you guys heard of this like sweet baby gang thing? Game company thing or the Matt Walsh thing? All of it, Stinky. The sauce. Gamergate 2, more angry gamers. Let me pull something up. The consulting firm that's been consulting since before Gamergate 1. You don't even get it. You don't even understand. You don't even understand, brother. You don't even know what's going on. They hate white people, okay? They're the reason why white people are almost extinct. You know that? Oops, 1 second. As long as we still have white women, they don't like, dude, they're not down for white women either. The white women aren't good enough. They're not good enough. I'm telling you, you don't even get it. There's so much stuff in this. I gotta nab this real quick. Wait, un momento, okay? Por favor. There's so much stuff. I forgot there's so much stuff. Holy. Wait a second. Wait, before we do this, because I'm still pulling up stuff. Before we do this, I forgot about this meme. I gotta show you guys this meme. Especially since Toriyama is not with us anymore, I gotta show you this meme. This one is so good. All right. Before TikTok leaves. Before TikTok goes, I gotta show you guys that one. You gotta lock in for a second. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Back to what I was doing. You get it, Jeter. You get a little Jeter. That's all, yeah, boy. There's so much stuff. I'm trying to look for one thing specifically. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Now this is good stuff. What do you mean this post has been deleted? No, it hasn't. Dude, Twitter's breaking right now. Holy. Holy, this app is garbo. Okay. Elon! That elongated muskrat fuck. That muskrat fuck. I'm trying to. I mean, there's Sweet Baby Ink, but have we ever thought about? Have we ever thought about Sweet Baby Rays? Have we ever thought about Sweet Baby Rays? Can we eat some, chat? Can we eat some ribs with some Sweet Baby Rays? Chat? Always? Ooh, baby. Can we smoke some meats and eat some Sweet Baby Rays? I prefer head country barbecue, but that's just me. I'm gonna be so honest with you. These days, I don't buy barbecue sauce. I just make my own barbecue sauce. These days, I just make my own barbecue sauce. I'm gonna be really, I don't want to be like one of them silly, pretentious YouTubers or anything. But I'm going to be honest. I think making your own barbecue sauce is not actually that pretentious. And I know it sounds like a little bit of a pretentious thing to say. Like, oh, you should just make your own barbecue sauce, dumbass. I'm saying it because it's cheaper. Okay, for one thing. Two, there's probably less microplastics in it, unless you think that gives your food some flavor, and if that's the case, fair. And three, you can control exactly what goes into your barbecue sauce. Okay, so here's the thing. The classic barbecue sauce recipe that I use calls for, and this may shock you, this may not shock you, okay? Ketchup, which obviously has a bunch of sugar in it, and then 6 tablespoons, and this is just a serving for like a single thing of ribs, right? 6 tablespoons of white sugar and 6 tablespoons of brown sugar and 3 tablespoons of honey. And that's and that's just how it goes. And that's just the sugar in it. Sweet baby sharks. Actually, I'm gonna change it from sweet baby to sweet adolescent. I think that there's too many sweet babies out there. I'm going with sweet adolescent. That's a good move. I don't want to be associated with all of them. There's way too many sweet babies out there. Way too many sweet babies out there. It sounds more pedophilic than sweet baby. Okay, let's go in the opposite direction then, smartass. Sweet fetus. Sweetest fetus. Sweet zygote? Okay. Sweet fetus kind of goes hard. I can't lie. What about sugar womb? Sugar womb could be, that's pretty nice. It's a miracle. It's a bundle of joy. Sweetest fetus sound good. Hey mom, pass the sugar womb. I think sugar womb goes so hard. Okay, listen. Sugar womb does sound like a startup, like pastry-based restaurant that has a line around the block in San Francisco. You can't lie to me and tell me that doesn't sound true. Okay? Sweet fetus sounds like the type of shop that's got goddamn Business Insider and like Business Insider and like BuzzFeed making 5 million view videos about going to the restaurant and squeezing the food in front of the camera while talking to the owner about how he came up with the idea to put a donut inside of a strawberry inside of a cake. Sugar womb for the sweetest fetus. Sweet baby G. He was a good guy. We love that guy. In all forms. All right. It's so interesting. Okay. we can delete us. Yeah. Noted stealing sugar womb from my as a name for a restaurant. When I make a silly RPG, don't you take my sugar womb idea, you shit, you piece shit, you shitter. You shit. You can't let me shit in peace. Fuck you. That's my sugar womb. Too late, bitch. No, you bitch. I swear. You pussy. You It's my sugar womb, okay? Sugar womb is mine. That is my property. Too late, I already copyrighted. Too late, I already copyrighted beating your ass. Trademark. I'm already making an item in my roguelite. Fuck. Trademark. But yeah, no, sugar. Listen, chat. You may, okay. Sugar womb sounds crazy, but wait until you remember that there's a restaurant and a food item out there called Egg Slut, okay? I'm telling you that sugar womb doesn't sound that bad in the context in the context where egg slut is real, okay? And that you may be asking, okay, what's the sugar womb? The sugar womb is obviously they specialize in putting something sweet inside of an object, okay? That's what it is. You take an item and you put something sweet inside of it. You give it a sugar womb. And now it's your turn to enjoy. Does Willy Wonka have a sugar womb? He always did. He always did. How do you think he got on all them Oompa Loompas? Where do you think they came from? Hello? Hey, what's going on? Fucking. Hi. What's up, Kirby? Nice to see you, friendo. All right. Have you guys heard about this drama going on right now? It's basically about a bunch of guys. They call themselves gamers. Gamers. They're really upset at this new consulting company. Well, there's a new upset outrage going on about this consulting company. It's called Sweet Baby Inc., right? There's way too many Sweet Baby companies out there, and people naming themselves Sweet Baby. It's just way too much. I'll be so honest with you. It's just way too much, and I'm not a fan. But anyways, this Sweet Baby company, they're a diversity consulting firm, and I think you can already understand where we're going with this. They basically companies hire them to be like, hey, should I call a black person the N-word in my game? And they go, no. They're like, hey, I got a deaf person in my game. How do you do sign language? And they're like, you do it like this. That's basically how it goes. Gamers got really upset about this because what they think happens is that they turn the game woke and evil and anti-white. And it's destroying video games. It's destroying the entire video game industry because woke, evil, progressive messaging is destroying games and smothering out the lifeblood of what makes gaming real. Gamers. Okay? And it's a sick, bad thing to do. I think all of this is really stupid. I only caught wind of it just a little while ago because it popped up on my timeline for a very funny reason, but I'll tell you about that in a little bit. I want to take a look at some of the things going on right now, and I think probably the best way to do it is to go over this article right here from The Gamer, because I actually think this is a pretty decent article. This is your first time hearing about Sweet Baby Inc. Congratulations on your well-curated internet experience. Hey, that's me. Mine is clearly in dire need of pruning, as I have heard about this all week. In short, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative consultancy firm. It means if developers are stuck in a narrative hitch, they call on outside experts to help. It might be that characters feel dull, or there's no reason provided in the story for why they do the thing that they definitely need to do for the script to make sense. These firms help with character writing and the overall plot, but they might help with world building elements themselves. All right. So there are a bunch of games that this company, Sweet Baby Inc., worked on. Um, some of them you might not heard of, some of them you might have heard of, right? Some of the games that you might have heard of was Spider-Man 2. One of the games you may have heard of it, Alan Wake 2. They worked on another game, the woke disaster of what's it called? God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, that game totally failed. Huge flop, totally failed. Giga L. Right? They worked on a game that I've been watching for a while, but I didn't pick up, Sable, as well as kind of like a open world sandbox adventure type game. We're gonna talk about that one here in just a little bit. God of War is so woke. Yep. Well, there's black people in it, and that's like a cardinal sin. Like when I was playing as the like 6 foot tall, jacked black Roman soldier guy who made a deal with the Roman god Ares to become the new god of war, and accidentally killed his whole family and had their ashes magically attached to his skin, and then goes around the world, and then went to kill the Olympians in Mount Olympus, and then around the world, and then ended up in the realm of the Norse gods fighting for his son, who is like a really important guy, but also just like his baby. And he learns about being a good father all the way, while fighting harpies and demons and in orcs and elves and undeads, while being assisted by two bickering small boys and a really angry fat man with a magical hammer made out of a star or something. And I was like really engrossed in the reality of it, but then I saw a damn black person, and it kind of like threw it all away for me. And so like this Sweet Baby company they've like gotta stop, man. They can't keep doing this, man. They gotta stop. Holy shit, they gotta stop. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's starting to get pretty bad. I don't know if gaming's ever gonna recover from how bad things are getting right now. This firm might be brought in near the start, when the story is just scraps of paper pinned to a corkboard, or they arrive late in the day, when most of the game is set in stone, but actors have yet to record their lines, or any time in between. What is the most crucial is that they make suggestions. They don't take over development and throw out what the devs have in favor of their own agenda. They are asked, how do we make this better? And they respond, what about this? Personally speaking, I'm not sure how I feel about all this. It feels a little too close to design by committee for my liking, moving away from video games being a result of the artistic efforts of a specific few who share a vision into an amorphous team of 1,000 each, applying a single brushstroke all over the painting. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can feel like that, but if that's the case, then like don't play big games. You don't have to do that. I personally think it's like really cool that games can now be as serious as to have an industry where many industries can pop up because of it. I personally think that's really sick. The gaming has gotten so big these days that we can now have industries that are ancillary to the industry itself, that leads to like more jobs, more opportunity, more things that can happen. And because at the end of the day, like games are art, and they're made from people, and people have flaws, and people have like, gaps in their knowledge. And if people can have somebody to help them with that type of stuff, help like shore up some of those holes where they don't, that's literally the point of diversity, right? And I think that's really cool. And I personally think that's really sick. Okay, so I think this is great, but that's just me. When it comes to Sweet Baby Inc. specifically, we don't know exactly what they did, and we don't know exactly what they do in the games that they worked on. They're just games that they called in for consultancy on some specific things. We can assume some things that they were called on, but that kind of like gets into whether you're a weirdo conspiracy theorist that thinks that like black people or women or whatever or gay people wouldn't exist in these games as long as Sweet Baby Inc. didn't put their grubby little homosex paws all over it. I'm personally of the belief that all these things were there, and they just called them in to help them with this type of stuff, which I think is super cool. I mean, in Spider-Man, there's a really cool scene, and some of you know it, some of you don't, where Miles actually speaks to this deaf girl with American Sign Language. And do you think your average no name, like your average no name, just whatever type guy could put together a realistic, convincing, and genuinely impactful scene where a deaf person is where two people are conversing in sign language in a natural way without being deaf, having a deaf person in their community or like or like family or anything? Do you think they could do that? Probably not. I mean, maybe you can Google some stuff about it, but it probably wouldn't be as good as like asking somebody who knows something about deaf people. Oh, jeez. Sorry. But it probably wouldn't be as good as asking somebody who knows something about deaf people actually help you with that scene. It was really nice. Yeah, here we go.
CJ Walker Park, where gunmen attacked during the King's Day Parade after party.
Don't worry about it.
Dozens would have been harmed or killed if not for the intervention of Spider-Man, New York's second hero to go by that name.
It's my home too.
Witnesses say gunmen.
So yeah, they have like a little conversation like that. It was really widely heralded as just like a great moment in this game that you just don't get with you just don't get without like a decent amount of diversity in the development studio. You can't make something like that. ASL for woke goes here. That's true. That's true. Woke, yeah, woke and cringe and gay. Even it's kind of gay. I saw some of these anti-woke gamers genuinely making fun of that scene, like clowning on it as being like cringe and stupid. That why the fuck would you even have a deaf person? Why would a deaf person be in one of the largest cities in the entire world? We hate that, right? This is genuinely stuff that happens, and it's kind of sad. Anyways, this Sweet Baby company was thrust into the limelight a little while ago because was thrust into the limelight a little while ago while the massive attack against like woke like sensitivity readers and all this type of stuff, like sort of like drama anti-woke content is going on right now where it's like really big, where people are attacking this type of stuff because anybody who's seen as going against the anti-woke agenda is like this massive enemy who needs to be taken down. They've basically said that they worked on some of these games and that's just kind of it. Then there was a guy who made a Steam curator page that looked at the games that they said that they worked on and then made a curator page that's called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, saying that they inject woke and evil and cringe into video games and you shouldn't play them, right? The dev came out. One of the people who works at Sweet Baby Inc. came out and was like, yo, and tweeted, yo, Steam, you should do something about this. They're like harassing us, and I think this is against TOS for them to like make stuff like this, specifically going after our company and the games that we worked on, right? And this led to a massive avalanche, right? This dev or whatever, this person, this employee for Sweet Baby Inc. did the worst thing imaginable, okay? And it's a little thing we call feeding the trolls. When you give the trolls exactly what you want, when you let them know that you care or that you're actually looking at something that what they're doing, then they have even more reason to hate you. Every time you speak up, you're going to invent more reasons for them to hate you, okay? There's nothing that you can say or do out of this. More likely than not, then this would have like gone away, or if it didn't, they'd have less reasons to be as insane. Not saying it's their fault necessarily for all this happening, but it's the fault of the people acting weird. But at the end of the day, that's what's going on, okay? And I want to pull up this thing. Let me see. I can't pull up the entire thing because they've now locked their account. The person who works at Sweet Baby Inc. has now completely locked their account down, and you can't see anything about it. Can't see anything at all. But they did write this. specifically. And it's so bad that all the screenshots about this are, it's just so you know when a meme gets passed around so much and people just keep tweeting like sending it and downloading it and sending it again, screen capping it over and over again, that the quality turns into absolute garbage. This is what happened with this screenshot. It's this bad, okay? Most of this is illegible, but we'll read the top bit. The Steam curator harassment group Sweet Baby Inc. Detected is led by this person. This person here. Here's them trying to be slick so they don't get reported. Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. Right? And they're basically saying they failed the code of conduct and everything, all this type of stuff, right? Right. I'd like to see the rest of the screenshot if possible. But it's been passed around so much, I'm not sure if it's even possible. I can't even read some of this. I can't read any of this, actually. I guess. People are saying that this person doxed this person. I'm not sure if they did. I don't have any information to prove that they doxed them. It seems like they just took a screenshot of their name and their curator page and just looked up if they used the same name on Twitter. It seems like they did. And the email exchange that they had that they got their email, right? That basically seems to be it. They went on to say anyways, report the fuck out of this group and report the creator since he loves his account so much. This is one of the biggest troll feedings I've seen in my entire life. Like the trolls they're gorging themselves, okay? This is crazy troll feeding. I'm going to be really honest with you. If you wanted this dealt with and you think it's that bad, take it to Steam directly. You could just shoot them an email. I know you have the ability to shoot them an email. I know you have some connection at Steam, in some way. Just telling people to mass report this group out of nowhere, especially when you're a diversity firm, in this type of environment, that's specifically that in this type of environment where there's like a I think minority, but significantly loud portion of like the gamer community that specifically is against diversity and wokeness and progressive messaging in video games, that you should have had the understanding that this is what this was going to lead to. And if you didn't, you kind of just fucked up here. You just fucked up here, right? I don't even know if they were actually breaking any rules, right? I'm not sure if they were actually breaking any rules. I didn't see any of that. Okay, so I'm not sure. This guy is a pussy. Wait, let's see. I would like to ask everyone who really cares about what's going on to stop harassing other people. If you don't aware articles, but bear in mind this is not the way to solve anything. Ask many questions, support the cause, spread the word by any means. Do not harass anyone. Do not fight harassment or more harassment. Don't stoop down to their level. Based. Okay. All right then. Interesting. Oh, yeah. She didn't dox him. They have their email in their they have their email in their account. Okay. They have their email in their account. Yeah, sure. Sounds about right. I want to, before we hop into anything else, I want to take a look at, because that streamer. What the fuck is his name? Asmon. Asmon, go talk to this guy apparently. Oh fuck.
to different games and do diversity. So basically, Sweet Baby is a company. Their job is effectively to go into different games and do diversity and inclusion sensitivity reading to make sure that different games aren't doing something that could be portrayed or seen as racist or problematic by different people in the community, right? Basically, that's what they do. That is their job. That is their purpose. And
lol, sounds woke as fuck. Woke company, yikes. Okay. Don't do. We help companies not accidentally put something racist in their game. Whoa, ew, yikes. I'm going to tell you this right now. If a game came out and it was actually just kill white kill Whitey kill Whitey, bathe in Caucasoid blood, and that's what the game was or something, these people would be like, wait a second, this isn't funny. This isn't funny.
a lot of people are unhappy about that. They're very angry about it, and they
want to move forward. I don't care about this.
They were using words that were effectively non-gendered words that people had made up. Obviously,
I've seen, you can see that they have some kind of portfolio, right? It was when they released God of War. Oh yeah, man.
Person who made this group was then they tried to actually cancel the person who made the group, and there was an employee at Sweet Baby who wanted everybody to not only mass report and remove this group from Steam, but also ban the man that made it. So it's not enough to just remove the group, but it's actually they want to punish the person who made it. And so that's the guy I talked about.
That is happening. It's crazy, but I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm loving it.
Well, what gave you the idea? Actually, you know what? Before I ask you that, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of like what you're about, like where you learned about all this stuff, you know, like your background, etc., just so people can get an idea.
I have any interest in playing it, but I noticed that things were different with Kratos and I mean the game franchise itself, you know. So I did a little bit of research because I was like, what is causing this? Why is this game like this? You know?
Yeah.
And then I came up. I don't remember exactly what I found at the beginning, but then I do remember that I ended up on the company's, Sweet Baby Inc. website. You know.
So you went to the Sweet Baby website. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I saw the game over there. I mean, because if you get into their website, like right now, you can see that they have some kind of portfolio, right?
Sure.
And then they just they have those small pictures of every game that. Not every single game, but I mean lots of projects that they have worked on or they are currently working on. And then if you mouse over on those images, you can see what kind of work they did in those games. So this is how I found about it. And when I saw, and when I saw the other games in the list, you know, and then I started noticing a pattern, you know, like so this is like this, and in the other game something else it was like, for example.
So you noticed a pattern? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean if you pay attention to those let's say woke products, okay, let me just call them that way. They have some kind of pattern, you know. They have some kind of, you know, virtual singly stuff, and they have some like extremely diverse cast and all this kind of stuff. And then I was like, okay, so maybe these guys are related to it. And then so that's how I discovered them. Yeah.
Okay, and you're from I know some people in the chat were asking, you're from Brazil, right?
What pattern? Brazilian, yeah. What pattern? Minorities. Some kind of pattern. Minorities. That's a lot of these types of people are going to be like, oh, you're straw manning everybody. He just said it. He was like, oh, they have a diverse cast. One of the markers that he was looking for was a diverse cast of characters. Bro was looking for minorities to see, and the more minorities, the more woke it is. Wokeness is when you have minorities and women. The more minorities and women, the more woke it is. And when it's full blown woke, there's no white people. It's fucking New York. That is true. It is New York City, New York. Hey man, there's too many women in New York, man. What the fuck? These people will say they aren't racist. They will. They'll keep saying it.
Yeah.
And so there was a big conversation. Yeah, there.
But the thing is, they like, I want them to go more in depth into it, because a lot of these guys just don't really go that deep in depth into it unless they. Okay, here's my thing. Okay, the thing that I think is the funniest thing about this is that these people don't usually go that in depth into what exactly they're talking about. When they say stuff like this, they're like, "Oh, there's a pattern, there's things, you know, and there's everybody's so sensitive." Well, come out. I want you to come out and say exactly what the problem is. I want you to point to this, this, and this. Show me the link to wokeness or whatever it is, and then tell me why it's bad. That's what I want to know. When I hear a lot of these people, the only thing I'm really hearing from them, like said previously, is there's a diverse cast and there's some wokeness in there. What other wokeness is there? I don't know. Because the original use of the word woke is to be understanding and to be cognizant of discrimination minorities face in society. And so just like the classical definition of wokeness, or what they would mean here would be like they touch on real world issues like racism and sexism and homophobia, right? And the game just touches on those things, right? And so that's what I hear when I hear somebody say something about like wokeness or whatever. It's just a way to be like, you have something to say about oppression in society or like discrimination. Okay, you have something to say about you think that racism is bad, and you say it in a way that they don't like, right? You don't say it in like a dispassionate, yeah, I guess racism is like, who cares, dude? It's bad, but like, who cares? If you're like, no, but I actually think that's bad and it should stop. Once you start being too passionate about it, then it becomes woke and cringe, right? Especially when I see it when places I don't want to see it. Okay, then it's super woke and evil, and it's in my face, and it's down my throat right now. And get out of my throat. Oh, in my throat. But anyways, I don't know. Let's see if he says anything more. Oh, you know what? I want to search one word. I want to search racism. I want to see. I just want to see.
And they say that they're fighting racism. What is this? Oh shit, he got DC'd. Yeah, I was wondering because he talked a lot.
What's what?
The ones that are more racist than any of us. Bro, this is a racist thing to say. It's not even like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it's also, it's opinion, insane. Especially whenever, if you read.
Hey, what's this? Pay me to shoot down your white male lead game ideas. I usually get grossed out when straight white rich people kiss, but I usually get grossed out when straight white rich people kiss, but even I think those are pretty cute. I just thought about trying this again with a photo of a young white person about to get ripped open, but I'm betting folks would immediately flag it as traumatic, and I'm guessing the image would get taken down before responses accumulated. Gargling that woke. It's in my throat. Yeah, this person's kind of crazy. I had a nightmare that I was a white male gamer. Okay, but that one was kind of funny. The other one's a little crazy. This one's kind of funny. Yo, whatever happened to dark humor? Is dark humor dead now? I don't know, man. Everybody's always all these types of people are always talking about how sensitivity is such a massive issue. Okay? I'm just saying, if they're going to be consistent, then this would just be dark humor. I think this one's kind of crazy. I think these posts are a little much. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I see stuff like this on Twitter literally every single day, and a lot of people defending it as dark humor. Where's the dark humor? Wherever is dark humor done now? It's just like that meme that was getting passed around a lot. Like, oh, the dark humor enjoyer, look inside, racism. Okay, I think that's kind of true. All right, I think a lot of dark humor is just kind of bigotry, right? But with like a tee ha ha funny coat. That's what I personally think. It's the same for this. The racism with a hee hee ha ha coat. Right? Okay, how often is woke used in here? Woke, 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 woke. Give me the woke. I want the woke. There's woke.
Regulation of like bad behavior in the, I guess, like more like leftist woke community.
What is this?
Really what the issue is that it's bad because it defends things that are indefensible, and it doesn't focus on what the actual diversity. And because there's no regulation of like bad behavior in the, I guess, like more like leftist woke community, stuff like this kind of happens, and you see people running defense for it, and it's like, you don't need to run defense for this at all. Like, this is really bad. In the same way that, like, if there's a conservative person that does something really bad, like, a lot of conservative people don't need to run defense for them either. There's bad actors, but it's basically like these movements and these groups get co-opted by these bad actors, and then the movements and groups don't know how to like accurately remove them. It's like they just keep defending bad behavior, and it's gotten to a point now where people are literally defending shoplifting. They don't want to have police officers and stuff like this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with anything? Some people defend shoplifters. I don't know, man. When corporations are stealing our money and people are struggling, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd care more about companies lowering their prices than someone shoplifting. I'm not going to condone someone shoplifting, but it's not my. There are bigger problems in the world than shoplifting. I'm going to be honest with you. What a sentence.
I mean, I think that people are afraid of. I mean, if let's say that you are part of them. Okay, so I'm a guy who, let's say I'm a leftist.
I don't know what this has to do with anything.
On DLC, but it's not a bad thing itself. It's just the way they do it. For related to, let's say, minorities, like Miles Morales are doing some missions in that game. They mentioned the police, like police are bad guys, and they even mentioned some political movements. I don't know if I can talk about it here, but well, they even mentioned political movements related to, let's say, minorities, like Miles Morales DLC. But it's not a bad thing itself. It's just the way they do it. For example, Gears of War is one of my favorite game franchises ever, and Halo is my favorite gaming franchise ever. And bro, I just love Sergeant Johnson. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh,
bro.
hell yeah.
I know, like,
he was one of my favorite characters. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think I'm even whiter than you, but I love the guy, and he's black, So yeah, but I mean, and do you know anyone that complained about that character being black?
No, I never heard anybody complain about that. I'm pretty sure if they put him in the show, people would complain if he wasn't.
Of course, man. Like, don't even get me started on the Halo show.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gears of War, for example, my favorite character, I think it's Cole, and he's, you remember Cole, that big black EX football player guy from Gears of War? I don't know if you remember, but anyway, Gears of War is a very diverse game. You have like
Coltrane. Yes.
Coltrane. Yes.
Holy fuck.
Exactly.
Yes, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, man. Like, for example, you have Dawn, who's I think he's like Latino.
Yeah, Dom was everybody's favorite character, right? Or a lot of people's favorite character. People are really fans of him. Yeah.
People love that guy. Then you got Marcus Fent, who's the average white male American guy. I mean, he's fine. I like him. But anyway, those are just two examples of two of my favorite game franchises.
Right.
That I mean, they are pretty diverse.
Yeah.
And they have like pretty much every kind of people on them, and they are not bad games. People actually love them. So yeah, diversity isn't a bad thing. It's the way they do it's basically this.
So it's basically the way that it's told, and it's being told in a heavy-handed and like patronizing way. It's like they're talking down to you, I guess.
Yeah, bro. They try to re-educate you. They try to influence the way you view the world. They try to influence your opinions. And I mean, probably they think that, okay, so those, I mean, in Brazil or those other countries, those people they won't notice that, but we do, man. We have lots.
What? This is okay. Yeah, a lot of these people, they do the like in these type of discussions. A lot of these people do the "I have a black friend" thing, where they're like, "Dude, I don't hate diversity, dude. I promise, I don't hate diversity, dude. I like this black character in the game. He was like, ooh yeah. He was like, fuck yeah, hell yeah." And I was like, I like that. I like that game. He was such a cool game. He was such a cool character, right? But then these new ones are just all bad. I think I personally think it's just a little ridiculous, if I'm gonna just be completely honest with you. I watched a lot of the Insomniac Spider-Man games. I haven't bought them yet. I just didn't have the money to be picking up $60 Insomniac games recently. If I'm gonna be spending my money, I right now I'm spending it on a lot of indie games, and a lot of indie games have a lot of like woke ideology in them or whatever, because they're just made by like normal people. Creatives usually tend to be a little bit more left wing. Anyways, right? But I don't know. I always when it comes to this, it just seems like what they're mad about is that there's a moral to the story. Okay, There's a moral to the story, and they could recognize the moral to the story. It's a little bit of a played out moral to the story when it comes to some of those side missions, like judging someone by the color of their skin or something, right? And you can say that's a little bit played out, but they wouldn't be that hard on this type of stuff if it was just, well, this is played out a little bit. He's like, they're trying to influence my ideas. All of the games that you brought out, that you talked about, were trying to influence your ideas in some way. All of them had a moral to the story in some way. So what's your problem? Literally all of them had a moral to the story in some way. They literally all did, okay? They all did. They all did. It just seems like what they don't like is having a moral to the story when they talk about issues that are really pertinent to today specifically, like games that are modern and pertinent and in the time that they were released, which is super weird because every game is like that. They talked about issues that were pertinent to them in those older games. They talk about issues that are pertinent to us in these games. Obviously in a city as big as New York, right? If you're trying to make it real and you're going to try and make it interesting, touching on race or something, there's been a large issue in New York for as long as the city's been existed in a superhero game, where you're going to have to like deal with people and like solve issues where people are like really far apart. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. That could be pretty interesting. I just really don't understand a lot of these complaints. I don't know. Listen, if there's like an anti-wokeite out there who wants to come on and explain to me what the hell this means, then I'll love to have you on to talk about it. But at this moment in time, after looking at probably hundreds, tens of videos of like people who are anti-woke, hundreds of tweets, I just don't get it. I don't get what their problem is. I feel like there's something in there that they think is their real problem that I'm just not getting at. There's something. All games are woke, only play COD. No, COD's woke too, because you can put the pride flag on your AR. Everything's woke, dude. And we're going to die in wokeness. We're going to perish in wokeness, dude. It makes me sick. Exactly, they only play one game. A lot of them only play, I will say a lot of them only play one game. And a lot of them, I really don't think they necessarily care that much about it. But a harassment campaign did absolutely start on some of these games, okay? I want to bring something to you. There's a little game that I've been watching for a while. I know the dev. And I didn't actually buy the game until I heard what these types of people, what these anti-woke gamers were doing. I went out and I bought the game instantly. The second I went out and bought the game instantly, the second I saw what was happening. But they've now started going on Sweet Baby's account. They started going on Sweet Baby's website and then review bombing the games that they worked on. So one of the games is Sable, actually. So here's Steam. Summary. Show graph. Here we go. You see that? Right here. Out of all through Sable's lifetime. All right. 1, 2, 3. This is just like recently in the last couple of months. 3 negative reviews. Here's 2. Here's 1. Here's 2. And then boom, 8. What happened here? Sweet Baby Inc. detected. A game felt wrong, and now I know why. 0.2 hours on record, just so you know. Sweet Baby Inc. detected. 0.8 hours, just so you know. Sweet Baby, 0.8. So these people just they had the game, they either never really played it or they loaded it up for a second so they could write a review just to say how they hate Sweet Baby. Right? Just review bombing it, just for no reason. Not because the game's bad, but because they hate Sweet Baby Inc. So they turned Sable from very positive 86 down to mixed 69, all because they hate Sweet Baby, just tanking a game and something somebody like worked a long time on. What in the world did Sweet Baby do here that's so wrong? If what you actually don't like is the heavy-handed nature of this, that, and the third, how in the world can you play 0.2% of a game? 0.2% of an hour. Okay? Or sorry, how can you play 20% of an hour? Like 10 minutes in a video game and then find out the Sweet Baby wokeness in it. How do you do that? How do you do it? You don't. You don't. You just hate these people. Be honest. That's how ham-fisted it was. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. You got me. You're right. It was super ham-fisted that you were able to sniff the wokeness in 20 seconds right after you loaded the game. Like as soon as you load up the game to start playing, you have to shoot a white person in the head. And then you're able to play the game. It really sucks, you know? It's a terrible world that we live in. I'm going to be honest with you. And wokeness is at fault. Wokeness is always at fault. I want to bring something up. Because this one was kind of funny, okay? Because things are getting bad. Real bad on this one. Let me open this. Let me open. One moment. One moment. Oh, where'd I put this? It was so funny. It was such a funny freaking tweet, man. Oh no, did I lose it? Oh, I really hope I didn't lose it. Oh, I think I lost it. I'm so sad. I've actually never been more sad than I am right now. It was such a funny tweet. It was such a funny tweet. They cooked so bad. They cooked so bad. Anyways, with this going on, it has blossomed into an entirely new with all this going on, it's blossomed into an entirely new campaign of anti-wokeness that was going around. It led to this again. And I'll tell you about this in a second. They're talking about you. Oh, whoops. That's speeding up. I mean, we've seen stuff like this before, right? Like this video. I'm tired of woke video games. There's a lot of videos like this. They just keep posting videos like this over and over and over again. I mean, we watched one recently where there was just a guy who was just complaining about how woke video games are and how terrible they are, and how there's too many and how there's grooming going on in games, even because there's trans flags places. There's pride flags. They talk about how black people shouldn't be discriminated against, all this type of stuff. It's always sad, Mario. It is always sad. There's a black character in my media I like. Oh, they made it woke the liberals, not the liberals, dude. Fuck. How am I gonna recover from this one? The answer is you don't. You don't recover from this one. You'll never recover from this one. All right. And you know what? I wanna dig into these patterns. Okay. I wanna see some of these patterns. I wanna see if I can find any of these patterns. Because what I'm seeing right now is this, like on Sable, how they were review bombing Sable, right? Sweet baby, all of these reviews, Sweet Baby, all of these reviews, go woke, go broke. And you see them all like, and you know that this is like a massive campaign because it's not just people making the comments, it's people then making the comments, then going to the comment section to hype up these reviews specifically, right? 22 found this helpful. 36, right? 30, 96, 91, 89, 45. $889. Not worth the price. Just out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere. None of these people really play the game. They don't care about the game like this. They want to punish this game studio for working with a company that they don't like. That's what it is. It is actually cancel culture in this one. This is actually the only time that I genuinely see real cancel culture is when conservatives and anti-wokeites or whatever do this type of stuff. Do you need to buy the game to leave a review? I actually don't know. I've never left a review on Steam before. I have no clue. I have never attempted to leave a review in my entire life. So maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I have no clue. You do? Yeah, you could just buy but what you can do is buy the game, leave a review, and then refund it. So they don't really have to buy the game because you have 2 weeks and 2 hours to be able to refund the game. Okay. I want to know, do you think that any of them are going to explain what this pattern is that they don't like? Okay. Because in the comment section of the author who wrote this Wired article for Gamergate 2, the Sweet Baby Ink thing, they wrote that the guy said that he found a pattern. We saw him talk about that, right? What if he was like, oh, I saw diversity and stuff, and it's like work products and their virtue signaling and stuff. And they said, what if the new patterns are so obvious that they're easy to detect from gameplay vids or trailers? Okay, like what? What is it? Can they explain? Yeah, good point. What if races have a superficial and irrational understanding of of the other? What if races have a superficial and irrational understanding of the other and howl in fear of games simply depicting a character as something other than a straight white male? Bruh, you're seeing racism in this. You see racism in everything, and voila, you're the racist. Okay, where's the racism? I want to see it. Just the sad little white supremacist incel. Oh, he's getting cooked. Oh no. I'm in line to ride the silver. Wait, I'm in line for a ride at Silver Dollar City with my family. Okay. Wait a second. Let's see if they ever got off the ride at Silver Dollar City. Did they ever respond? Nope, he just called him retarded and then never responded again. Okay. Sounds about right. Okay, we didn't get the information there. Maybe in the next comment we'll figure out what the pattern is, okay? Because they're saying that the patterns are real. One of these people gonna catch on that none of these people actually play video games. I want to highlight this one, okay? Because this one is cooking right now, and we're gonna touch on this in a second. The guy played 124 distinct games last year. Just because he didn't want to play garbage games doesn't mean that he doesn't play games. I play games every single day. I haven't touched a single game on the SBID list because they're all equally full of shit that I don't want in my games. What do you mean? Citation needed. A poorly edited screenshot. I've never, dude, it's the same screenshot again. And it's the same illegible screenshot again. Dude, I don't believe that these people actually know what I don't believe that they know what's in the screenshot. I don't believe that they know what's in this screenshot. I saw somebody trying to gaslight another person in the comment section saying that I'm going to need you to give me a better screenshot because these are illegible. Chat, can you read this? Can anybody here read deep fried JPEG? I got anybody well versed in deep fried JPEG? His shit is ass. I can't read this, man. I can't read this, man. It seems like he has played at least a couple games before in his life. Good for him. Bro can't read straight pixels. Wait, what does it say on my account? How many games have I played? I don't know. I'm not like a Steam power user or anything, so. Oh, I've played more games than him. Wait, I'm a better gamer than him. What the hell? You see that? 124, and his ass is a curator. I played more games than him. I'm a better gamer. I'm more of a gamer than him. Fuck this guy. What the fuck? Fucking Brazilian ass. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here, man. Anyways, okay, this wasn't answering the question about how many games they've played. I'm not sure. This one doesn't help. I want to see. Nope, still there was another one. There was no explanation of what was going on, of what the patterns were. I'm sure he wouldn't like us noticing a pattern. What's the pattern? What I want to know, what's the pattern? What's the pattern? What's the pattern? I gotta see. Wasn't God of War Ragnarok fairly well received? It was very well received, actually. It was very well received. I barely saw anybody talking poorly about that game at all. It's a big step down from the first one when everybody thought it was going to be even better. A big step down? Was it though? God of War Ragnarok, 94% on Metacritic, 8.1. 8.1 user score review, okay? And the only negative reviews as of recent is 0. The racist at Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game, so it's a big fat 0 from me. Okay. All right, buddy. Okay. Yeah, God of War and God of War Ragnarok got the same. It seemed like they got the same exact scores. 94, 94. Okay. But apparently it's a big step down. It's a big step down because it's woke now, okay? It's so woke. I've got to see what the pattern is, man. You think somebody has what the pattern is in here? Do you think like one person? Somebody said he was a Bolsonaro voter. Oh. Oh no, don't cook him like that. Oh, he fell to his knees when Bolsonaro got kicked out of office. Oh nah, dude. Don't do the Brazilian guy like that. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. See, there was all that. There was all that. And that was pretty interesting. But this actually continued on. If you thought it stopped there, boy howdy do I have something terrible for you. If you thought that was bad, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. You know why? Because it got picked up by Elon Musk and Matt Walsh. And then things really spiraled out of control. So this big argument, or this big issue going on with like wokeness in video games has been in the thrust of creators and influencers for a long time. I think those people are some of the biggest people helping push this type of stuff, and how this type of stuff disseminates to so many people. How like a lot of people get their gaming content that they watch on YouTube from a lot of these types of creators who have these same type of views on like wokeness in games or whatever, and all this type of stuff. But with that being said, it's now gotten to the point where other people are starting to pick up with it who aren't necessarily in that area of expertise, okay? And that is Elon Musk and Matt Walsh. But before do I want to get, no. It's Elon, these two, okay? So let me tell you something. Walshy released a video, all right? The radical wokeness of the video game industry, where he totally epically owns the radical wokeness in the video game industry or whatever, okay? Let's just look at a little bit of it, because you know it's going to be fun.
So here's a statistic that, at least if you were born at any point prior to the 1990s, might be hard to believe. By revenue, the gaming industry is bigger than both the movie industry and the music industry combined. And for the past several years, it hasn't been especially close. The difference is consistently more than $100 billion per year. So video games are a massive market, one that's mostly targeted at young people, of course. But despite those numbers, for the most part, the games industry has avoided mainstream scrutiny. You'll see far more discussion about, say, Sydney Sweeney or Taylor Swift than you'll ever see about prominent video game voice actors and directors who pretty much no one knows anything about. Everyone's heard of Lionsgate or Paramount, but almost no one's heard of studios like Don't Nod Entertainment, for example. And that's significant because these no-name studios are behind the single most coordinated effort to indoctrinate millions of children through entertainment that's ever occurred in this country.
Genuinely crazy. It's really funny. So you may be wondering to yourself, okay, why is he talking about this? I thought the same thing. Why is he talking about this? He's not talking about it because he cares about games. He talks about it because he doesn't like wokeness. All right? Because he hates the left, he hates minorities, he hates diversity, all this type of stuff, okay? That's what he doesn't like. He just happens to have a way to talk about it through video games that he thinks is going to be popular now. And I agree with him actually insofar as a lot of these voice actors and people who make such incredible interactive art, which is so much different, which is such a different and more, I think, more difficult medium to work in. I think it's easier to make a good movie than it is to make a good game. The reason why is because a good movie, you just sit there and watch it. A good game, you interact with it. You can see its flaws. You can break it. You can't break a movie. You can't break a movie. What are you talking about? You can do something in a game to break it, to change it, to make it your own by the way that you play it. You can't change a movie. You pop it in and you press the play button and it plays every single time. It's the exact same every single time you play it. And it's not the same with a video game because every single time you play it, it can be different based on how you play that game. That's something incredibly different. But the video game industry just isn't treated as seriously as a lot of these other, as like Hollywood and other forms of art, and like high art as well. It's just not treated in the same way. And given the same scrutiny and given the same reverence, I think a lot of the reason is because of the video game, of the gamers themselves. A lot of the gamers, they say a lot of the things like video games are an escape. They're just an escapism. Oh, they're just supposed to be fun. Well, how are you going to be treated? How is it supposed to be treated seriously when it's just a fun, silly, garbage, whatever thing that isn't supposed to be taken seriously or anything? How is it supposed to be taken? How do you want it to be taken seriously and not be serious at the same time? How is it just supposed to be something that makes you stop thinking about your bitch wife and how you have to go back to your job as being a line cook at Golden Corral tomorrow, while also being like a super serious medium to convey thoughts, emotions, and feelings through an interactive format that you can't get in any other piece of mainstream media? Like, how do you like quantify those two things? And the answer is you don't. You don't. They just don't really care about it like that. What they do, what at the end of the day, they just hate wokeness, whatever that means. They hate the idea of feeling lectured to. They hate the idea of things that they recognize as politics in their games, and so they just turn off to it. They don't like it. They feel like somebody's trying to tell them something, so they don't like it, right? And that's just kind of it. And I think most of it comes right. Yeah, I think that sucks. Minorities to butt out. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. It really do be like that sometimes. He goes on a little bit longer, but we won't be watching all of this, I promise you.
And then this, watch.
Gonna tell the police you kidnapped me. Nice try, but I know who you are and what you did in Seattle. I saw it in the paper. Maybe I should call ICE to make sure you're a citizen. You hillbilly. I'm American. Watch it, punk. Whatever. You're going to jail for this. Pretty sure the local police will vouch for me over a thug like you.
Where's my brother?
Wish I knew. Little took off. I'll find him. Don't worry.
If you touch him...
You think that hurt a little boy? Guess you didn't have any second thoughts about leading him out into the middle of nowhere, though. That's real safe for a little kid. If he's lucky, he won't end up like his criminal big brother.
Just let me go. Please.
You're the reason we need to build that wall. You hold tight.
Now, I guess I lied. I said that it was mercifully short, but that felt like 3 hours long. And I will say also that, this is neither here nor there, or maybe it's not, but, when obviously I don't pay much attention to video games. When I started looking into the story we're talking about now and watching some of these videos, I was, like, I sort of expected the graphics and just the overall quality to be better now than it is, because really low quality all around. But
really low quality all around. Dude, I'd like to see you make something not garbage for once in your entire life. So something, oh, the quality is really bad. Okay, dude, what the fuck are you talking? Ever heard of, I was gonna be like, ever heard of something stylized? And no, he hasn't. He hasn't heard of anything stylized. Of course, he's a conservative. The only type of art that he respects is like Nazi salutes. So these people would say this type of stuff is like super heavy-handed. I don't think so. That's pretty real. And I know some people would be like, that's not real. That's not real. That's made up by the wokes and the progressives to make people look at. That's not real. Here, let me pull something up for you real quick, okay? Let me pull up something for you real quick. Because this was Life is Strange 2, was that right? That was Life is Strange 2, and that was before it was pretty ahead of its time. Where is this article? No, where is this? No, where's this article? Wait, I might have to pull it up from Twitter. Wait, uno momento. I am so sorry. But I need to pull up this article because it's genuinely perfect. It's so freaking perfect for this exact clip, and it happened like not too long ago. Fuck, where is it? Give me it. Give me it. I think I saved it. Does anybody have that article? Do you guys remember when that story was going around about those migrants who attacked that police officer? And conservatives were trying to hunt these people down and throw them in jail for being illegal immigrants committing crimes against God-fearing Americans. Y'all remember that? I remember. Where is it? No, I think I lost it. I need to find this really quick because it's so timely. I'm so glad he pulled up that clip because it's so perfect.
Shark, Pog.
Whoa, thank you so much, Oozing Tulip. Thank you so much, Oozing Tulip, for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Sorry, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Congratulations. If you don't know what becoming a member does, you get to check out videos early. And you get access to exclusive member posts as well when I make them. It's super cool stuff. Oh my gosh. No, that's not it. No. If I lost this, it's so sad. I'm genuinely surprised I can't find this story again. Whoops, sorry. How long have I been muted? How long have I been muted for? At least 30 minutes, not long. Okay, anyways, what happened is that Elon Musk and other conservatives on Twitter were basically trying to find out the guys who allegedly attacked migrants, sorry, who they called illegal immigrants who allegedly attacked police officers in New York City. What happened is that afterwards it came out that the one of the people who they said attacked the police officers were not actually that guy. For one, was not actually one of the guys who through a lot of their efforts was apprehended by police, but then later released, and he was like flipping the bird to he was throwing up his middle fingers to the camera and everybody. Okay, Elon and the other conservatives hated the idea of him being let go, but they completely fucked up, because not only did he not attack the police, he also wasn't an illegal immigrant. He wasn't a migrant at all. He was a guy born in the United States. He just looked Mexican to them, so they called him a violent migrant who needed to be put down by the police. So that claim that was just made there in Life is Strange is so real. It's so real. It actually just happened. It just happened that we need to build that fucking border wall. This is all your fault, filthy migrant. They literally just did this. Yeah. Man, that really sucks how I can't find it. It was such a good freaking article too. And it's all gone now. And it's all gone now. I'm gonna do one more search because I'm really really looking for this. I'd love it. I'd love to have it. And the guy was exonerated from all charges as well. Exonerated on all charges. He did nothing. He's not an illegal migrant. Absolutely nothing. They were just they were just like, he's brown, so put him down. That was it. It was crazy. Oh man, that sucks so much ass. If anybody can find this article, please let me know. If anybody can find the article, please let me know. I'd love to be able to have it. Was it back in January? No, it was February. Man, that really sucks. Yeah, can't find it. Man, L. Okay, anyways. I can't spend any more time looking for that type of stuff. See, it's like super poignant that he brought up that when this actually just happened on the platform and he was genuinely engaged. He was engaging in it. He did this. Wait a second. I gotta look this up real quick. Wait a second. I think he actually engaged in this against that guy. I think Matt Walsh actually falsely accused that guy who looked Hispanic of being an illegal immigrant, violent criminal. We have to see. New York. I'm going to search his account because I'm pretty sure I saw that. It was from 2019. I need to put it in the damn list, man. Only if brother. Nah, that one didn't. That one didn't get out. I don't know how he talks. I'm just trying to look for like alien, immigrant, migrant. Nah, that's not it. No, man. Invasion. Bro definitely does that. Bro definitely does that invasion talk. Yeah, he has been. But not exactly on this issue. Okay, moving on. I want to hear a little bit more from this.
He says, we need to build a wall. That's according to the white racist kidnapping the innocent Hispanic boy. And this is a game that, if Wikipedia is to be believed, received generally positive reviews upon release. Critics praised the story. So we can conclude that the bar is incredibly low in this entire industry. All the developers have to do is beat their audience over the head with rote left-wing propaganda. And
yeah, this literally just happened though. This literally just happened though. Elon and them were literally just doing this to an innocent migrant and called and asked and got angry when he got exonerated for not doing anything wrong when they called him an illegal looking to destroy the country. Yeah, just happened last month.
And their game will be well reviewed and well received. The more recent game, Suicide Squad, is another prominent example. They decided to write a story.
Well, this might be it. Oh yeah. This isn't the article specifically that I was looking for, but there was another one. The Elon wrongly suggests NYC migrant Joan Boda, okay, was set free and given a free ticket to California after beating up police officers in Times Square. Yeah, that was the claim that Elon made. That he beat up cops in Times Square, and then illegals beat up American police officers in Times Square, get out of jail free, and instead of being deported, are given free tickets to California. Why? Why? Yeah, why indeed? That's a good question, buddy. That's a good question. Oh, that issue. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Investigation had revealed that this person, not Joanne, not Joanne, is the individual described in this complaint wearing a black and white jacket with pink shoes committed the assault. We therefore are moving to dismiss the complaint against Joanne. To be clear, this person is completely innocent of any crime whatsoever. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything, man. And then Elon afterwards, he went on the defensive because I'm raising concerns about the flood of unvetted immigrants overwhelming American cities. The press will often characterize me as anti-immigrant, but I'm a migrant myself, brother. Come on. Why? Why? Why would they do this? Why would they do this thing that I completely made up? Please. Many of them echoed, vote Trump if you want this to stop. It actually this just happened. This story just happened. And he's going to sit here and be like, I can't believe the radical wokes would ever try and write something like this. It just happened. Dude, the Life is Strange people have the same gift of prophecy that the Simpsons writers have.
About Batman's toxic masculinity, which ended with a girl boss shooting Batman.
Oh, I don't want to spoil Justice League. I can't do that right now. Anyways, with this being said, you would imagine that this Musk guy, that you would imagine that this Matt Walsh guy would get a lot of support, and he did in some ways. He got support from the owner of the website himself. Video games need to get rid of the woke BS. Getting lectured with tedious propaganda is not why people play games. So true. But clicking back on this, the reception in this is a little bit different than what you might expect from what I've seen, okay? What? You've been allegedly trash talking video games this whole time. Can you please explain why you suddenly care? Now, this is his wife asking him to answer his DMs because she wants to talk to him. Oh, the comment section on this changed. Wait, one moment. The comment section on this changed a little bit. Dude, oh fuck. Oh, you know why? Oh, you know why it changed? Because Elon did that thing where all the blue checks go to the top. Yeah, all the blue checks go to the top now. So all the other comments are hidden. Kringe. Blue check apocalypse. It really, dude. Have you clicked on a really big tweet recently and just looked at the comment section? Because I'm telling you, it's getting bad. It's just all bots. Is he being cooked? Yes. It was under there, but now a lot of the comments cooking him are a little gone. But there's still some pretty big ones. Sit down and stop telling creators what to do. Stop trying to be a dictator. You're really turning into a Karen, Elon. Let people judge of what they want to buy or not buy. There was this, and also comments on Matt Walsh not being pro video game. So here's the thing, okay? He's jumping on this because he just hates video games, not because. So he's jumping on this because he hates wokeness, not because he likes video games. He hates video games and he dislikes gamers. All of the Daily Wire do this, okay? Candace Owens said that as a rule, video games are a huge waste of time, especially as an adult, and it's just like a bad thing to do. Matt Walsh actually wrote an article for the Daily Wire, actually. Stop pretending violent video games are harmless just because you like playing them. He wrote this one for the Daily Wire himself with his own two hands. He wrote this one. He hates video games, actually. He always has. And they're starting to come down on him. Listen, you don't fuck with them in their games, okay? You can't fuck with them in their games. These guys, this gaming shit gets real serious around here, and they're gonna prove it to you, okay? Not only were they mad at him because he's someone who hasn't played games before, and you get genuinely insane conservative tweets like this. Matt Walsh complaining about wokeness in a video game is like a gay man complaining about breast implants. Genuinely an unhinged and illegible statement to someone who isn't like a raging homophobe. I actually don't. It took me a little while to understand what this means, but I think what he's trying to say is that someone in the comment section said, but is he wrong? He responded with saying, dunno, let's ask what he thinks of adults who enjoy video games as a hobby, which is true. He hates them. Or most hobbies for that matter. Matt is nobody's ally but Matt. Whoosh. Sheesh. Sheesh. My goodness. Matt is a crypto Mormon. Never heard that term in my life. It's so wild. His characterization was wrong because they aren't just for kids, but the crux was spot on. And it started to get a little bit worse for him too. I want to take a look at this over here, because this one was starting to get a little bit funny. All right, this one was starting to get a little bit funny because he made this deadly quote:
"Is that the video game industry, without a lot of fanfare, has transformed into a tool of both propaganda and surveillance. It's an effective way to indoctrinate children precisely because it hasn't received much attention, and also because children spend, many of them, hundreds of hours a year, and that might be an undercount, a severe undercount, with this kind of content. So it should get a lot of our attention. And now finally that attention is here. And it's yet another reason to keep these games as far away from your children as possible. And if you do that, games journalists, literally the lowest form of journalists on the planet, will accuse you of harassment. And that's exactly how you'll know that you're doing the right thing.
Lowest form of journalist. I think the lowest form of journalist is YouTuber, personally. That's just me though. Matt Walsh is the first person to highlight wokeness in video games industry. Thanks for highlighting this important issue, Matt. Hopefully people finally start talking about it. And they're back and forth. They're getting mad. I get your point, but I'd rather welcome him to the party and encourage him to talk about it more. By the way, quote tweet response wasn't to be directed at you. I'm not yelling at you, buddy. Truly, he is the king of gamers. Where would we be without him? Dude is an insufferable piece of shit. Why are y'all mad at people like Matt finally talking about something they normally don't cover? Because he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And his answer is for everybody to walk away from video games, which is the most stupid, we'll say, take ever. Take back video games from these freaks. That's the answer. Guys, we gotta reclaim video games. We gotta make video games cool and masculine and so epic with big titties again, dude. I've never seen a big tit in a game before after the wokeites took over, man. His conclusion is that video games are bad and people video games are bad and should be avoided isn't new. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising, but yeah. He shared many experiences of it. He was saying overall people were ignoring it, which is true. Ignoring what? Everybody won't talk about the super serious issue of like diversity in our video games. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It is true that Matt Walsh played GTA 5 for the first time and he hated it because he hates video games and gamers as well. But this is something that I've always thought has been super funny. I mean, Lauren Chen is in here. Be nice to Matt. That's the inventor of video games you're talking about. I moved to never have Walsh be the spokesperson for gamers. He respects us less than the journalists do. Oh no, he's lower than a journo now? Because these people hate game journalists. These people are like seethe when they hear about the idea of somebody writing articles for journalists. They've just like conditioned themselves to think that anybody who likes games enough to write about them are just like sick freaks. But they love YouTubers, and this is where they get a lot of their talking points from, because the YouTubers are cool and epic and down to earth and just like them. The game journos are cold and evil and calculating and are plotting their downfall 24/7. You know how it is. You know how it is. Does he think it's demonic too? Probably. I wouldn't doubt that he thinks that video games are demonic. You know, I would not doubt that he thinks video games are demonic. Here's the thing that I always thought was super funny about this: the gamer conservative pipeline. Okay, the gamer conservative pipeline, because I'm telling you this right now, that I think the most marginalized community in the conservative party, they're not the black ones, okay? They get hyped up and then put in the forefront. They're not the women. I promise you they're not, okay? They're not. You know what they are? Gamer conservatives, all right? I'm talking about people like Geeks and Gamers, that like Synthetic Man guy, these guys, all these types of people. These are the most marginalized types of people in this party because of the one very specific reason: party ideology, just the general way people talk about these types of things. Okay, here's why. Okay, truly the most oppressed minority. They really are. All right, the reason is because conservatives hate them, and they hate their hobby, and they hate their games. All right, they hate everything that they like. I have this little mango shelf. I have this shelf of Japanese comic books right here. Matt Walsh called these demonic a couple of months ago. Straight up, verbatim, demonic. All right? Demons, okay? Demons crawl out of the manga. All right? They prowl at night and they eat your shredded cheese from your kitchen. That's why you're always out of cheese. That's the real reason, okay? That's the real reason. Color me shocked. He hates this type of stuff. He hates all this type of stuff. He's talked about constantly how video games are terrible. Like Candace Owens came out to say video games are a complete waste of time. This guy would think that the Yakuza games are just like sick sick, freaky, twisted garbage that nobody should ever play. And I'm going to tell you this right now, the Yakuza games have the same exact type of language and wording that things like Life is Strange and these other games do, especially when it pertains to minorities. There's a trans character in one of the one of the older Yakuza games, and they just had a candid moment where they talked about being trans and all this type of stuff, and the main character hype the girl up, and this is something that you just don't get. This is something that you don't get that much in modern types of games. Even with this whole wokeness trend, you really don't get stuff like that very often. In the game where it's like mained by a trans person, all right, Celeste, which is a really highly coveted precision platforming game. Even in Celeste, there's no like Maybelline, how does it feel to have a dick? Like there's no shit like that, okay? There's none of that in that game, okay? It's more heavy-handed than even games that are made by trans people. I'm telling you. They pick and choose. I really don't think they care about this that much. It's very hard for me to believe that any of them care about this that much. But it's funny to see these type of people together because they genuinely hate them. Conservatives have been trying to get games banned forever, from calling Pokemon like Pocket Demons to trying to get GTA itself canceled. And then these people grow up in that environment, getting mad at all the adults trying to tell them that games are terrible, only to grow up and be like, wait, games are terrible, but it's because of all this wokeness and not because of all the violence. They just think the same way as those like boomer loser parents, but just slightly differently. The tune changed just ever so slightly about why they think all these games are bad. When in all actuality, they're fine. They're fine. They're such a nothing. They're such a nothing burger. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And people are picking up on it too. People are picking up on it too. So Matt Walsh is getting on the video games thing when there's political capital to be made, despite his years-long history of pissing and moaning about violent vidya. This really isn't the guy we need to be trusting. We can't be trusting this guy, right? We can't trust this guy. We can't trust him. Oh, he's a fake ally. We got to purge the movement, everyone. This cost them the last culture war too. It is very true. The last Gamergate did help cost them the last Gamergate did help cost them the last big culture war push that they tried to do too. And so it seemed like they're trying to do that again. I really don't think it's going to get necessarily that far. The reason is because conservatives move so fast these days when it comes to the next new thing. You know that meme that they like to mess around with when they realize that current events are a thing? They do that, but just like on a way bigger scale. They're going to jump to something new in like a week. They're going to jump to something new pretty quick. And I think they already have been shifting a lot. A lot of them have turned to start talking about Haiti as well, how Haitians are subhumans who need to be a lot of these people are talking about how Haitians are subhumans and need to be brought under like a larger company's dictatorial rule because they've proven they can't rule themselves after those same large companies breathed despair into their country ever since they got their freedom, right? Starting with France and then the US and then Canada and England as well, right? Just destroying the country. But that's a little off topic from what we're talking about today. I'm just saying that this is starting to get pretty funny with this type of stuff. Hard to give a fuck about Gamergate 2 when people on one side are flocking towards cry-bully grievance monger game journos and their industry friends, and on the other side, they're flocking towards Matt Walsh, Elon Musk, and the $1 million bus guy in James Lindsay. Oof. Oof. The speed to which bloggers are calling a Steam list Gamergate 2 is unreal. So, reminder, there's an election year in GG. The subsequent culture war was used as a rallying for both political parties after Bannon successfully utilized it for Trump. Hope you like Astro. Successfully utilized it for Trump. Bannon successfully utilized the culture war for Trump. Maybe. I really don't think the culture war in Gamergate was necessarily that much of what catapulted Donald Trump into relevancy. I think it was a lot more of preconditions of the Republican Party that was helping lead them towards that. I mean, I would say it helped, sure, but I wouldn't call it like a leading cause. I think the whole idea of a lot of these people, ever since Donald Trump got elected, they're like, never let your memes be dreams. Donald Trump's the first president that memed himself into the presidency. No, he wasn't. You guys still remember that? The people who are like, Donald Trump, the first ever guy to meme himself into the president of the United States. Holy crap. Pepe's out, everyone. Yeah, nah, that shit did not happen. Boy, you are delusional. Boy, you are quite delusional. Yeah, remember that, right? Remember that people posting Pepe? Oh my gosh, Donald Trump is the Pepe president. Yeah, nah. I don't believe that shit happened. I don't believe that shit happened, okay? The real problem with games these days has a lot less to do with like diversity hires or whatever. It has a lot more to do with, you know it, you hate it, live service, games as a service, microtransactions, delayed games, unfinished games, ballooning scope, all this type of stuff. That's the real problem with games right now. That's what's really going on right now. Shark 2024, so true. Oh, and then there was like a big thread going back and forth. It was so funny. Matt Walsh does not give a toss about games and regularly trashes media like it and anime because it goes against his narrow-minded worldview. If he suddenly cares, he's only doing it to get views. He doesn't have to be a fan of games to care about this. Just like you don't have to be a female swim competition enthusiast to comment on the introduction of trans. Who brought trans people into this discussion? They've got trans people on the mind. There's a little trans girl in thigh-high socks on a couch, sipping tea, kicking her feet up in their brain, taking up all the space, living rent-free. What is happening? How did this even get here, man? Why the hell does Matt Walsh actually care about any of this if he didn't care about video games? Because it's a culture, and he has to exist in society with people who engage with it. It's completely normal behavior that you yourself must engage in it constantly. This is not normal behavior. This is completely normal behavior. This is not normal behavior. Oh, gamer, I'm begging you, seek therapy, gamer. Spend the next $60 on a therapist interview and not a new AAA game. Gamer, gamer, go outside. Use the next $60. My bad, $90 because that's what a game costs these. My bad, $100 because the gold edition is the real standard edition these days. All right, the next $100 you spend on the video game that you're going to pick up that your favorite gaming YouTuber told you was going to be totally epic and not ass. Like Payday 3, okay? Next time that happens, okay? What I want you to do is instead of spending that money, go out and like have a hobby outside of the house, and I think you can learn a little bit about what's normal, because this is not it. This is not it. If you tell a normal person that there's a video game and in it talks about how migrants can get mistreated by people who don't like migrants, they're like, oh, okay. And these people start seething and crying about that idea. It's just weird. It's just weird behavior. I don't think you understand. Matt Walsh doesn't view games as culture. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you. Video games aren't culture to him. They're not culture. They're not art. They're not a way of expression. They're not any of these things. They're toys for losers to him. Okay? He would bully you. If you identify yourself as a gamer, he would start praying for you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You If you introduce yourself as a gamer to this guy, he would be like, you need help. He would say that you need to do something better with your life. Someone had to say it. He's the chosen one. He's the chosen one. It's true. It's just completely ridiculous to think that to say like, oh, he's talking about the culture, man. No, he doesn't talk about the culture. He hates culture. He hates culture. He hates this. He doesn't believe it's a part of it. Like it's an actual medium in culture. Okay. But with this being said, there's one last little shtick on this. All right. There's one last little thing that I want to touch on. One last little meme. Okay. One last little meme. And here it is. Here it is. Hot take. Boogie2988. Video games are supposed to be fun, not lecture us about why being a white man is bad. Boss, I'm tired. I'm tired. What game lectures you about being white, about how being a white man is bad? Can you tell me? What are you talking about? You fucking dumbass. What are you even saying? The grifting is crazy and 10,000 likes is genuinely one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my entire life. What do you even mean? Is he baiting? Is he just baiting? Here's the thing. Some people would say this is baiting. Is it baiting? Maybe it's baiting. I don't know. But what I do know is that there are people who genuinely 100% believe this. And who are 100% on and who are 100% on his side when it comes to this type of stuff. Grifting to pay for more escorts and unbreasts, I see. What? I don't even know what that means. Hot take, I jack off my penis real good sometimes. They kind of cooked him, I'm gonna be honest with you. They kind of cooked him. So this, obviously he's getting cooked in the comment section here. Good friend of the stream, Dead Domain. I'll take one example of this happening, please. Good friend of the stream, The Humanist Report. I would ask for an example of doing this, but everyone knows you're just blatantly engagement farming for reactionaries. Although this actually isn't the most craven thing you've done to stay relevant. So keep bashing yourself. Good friend of the stream, The Serfs. Which video game does this? Can you please name one specific title? Good friend of the stream, Beer Person, actual New York Times journalist, the only good New York Times journalist. Name one game that does propaganda about how being a white man is bad. One video game, one. That's all we need. Chess, but it depends on which side you're on. Custard's Revenge. Wii Sports Resort. That might be porn. It's almost porn. I'm so glad I got out of there. Someone said Donkey Kong Jr. if Italians are white. Someone said Wolfenstein, but like, no, really, some people actually think it's Wolfenstein. So there was this question. There was this, okay? 100% genuine question from me. What video game does this? And some people are going to, and this is where we get some actual answers. We finally get some answers from these people saying more than literally nothing. So here we go. Here we go. Here's some Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2, they spoke about racism being bad. Are you saying being racist is synonym with is being racist is a synonym for being white? Oh no. If I remember correctly, the only people put in the game that was racist or bad were white people. I have some bad news for this guy. But the most prominent and talked about racism is white on minority racism in the country. And also, okay, white equals racist confirmed, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that guy who was like, we should have built the wall, you dirty Mexican. Like, I mean, yeah, that happens. Literally happened not too long ago. Yep. Or the game Bad, where people don't consider black guy boss to be bad. The characters are acted stupid and got themselves into the situation. So Life is Strange is about people acting stupid and getting themselves into bad situations. I don't think you understand the game that you played. Or I guess maybe didn't play. I don't know. Most of them, bro said, most of them. I'm black and I'm afraid the same white man bad, and I'm tired of the same white man bad trope. But it's more so movies than games. Is he talking about Avatar? Wait, is he going to say that that Avatar, the Avatar movie series, is a white man bad movie series? White man bad, blue man good? Is that what this really is at the end of the day? Holy heck, it might be. Media analysis, then you have concern. I'm crying. Maybe that's true. That's Crash Bandicoot. True. Nigga, have you played Flappy Bird? True. Holy. That you have yet to name a single one, brother. They're all asking you under your comment, oh no, he went silent. He went silent. NBA 2K and don't even bring what? Russians aren't white. Russians aren't white. Oh no, it's Mr. McRacist. Why are you running? He didn't. Dude, this happens every time you ask these people for one example and they say something completely nonsensical. Like, oh, a white guy was racist and that's white man bad. Or what do you play as two white characters in Life is Strange. You have white friends in Life is Strange who are pretty decent people. Too. Like one guy was racist and he happened to be white in Seattle. Wait, doesn't Life is Strange happen in Seattle? Isn't Seattle like 80% white or something? It's like one of the whitest places in the entire country. Just talking more about Washington, but instead of Seattle, but you know what I'm talking about. You have yet to name a single game. Why would so many believe it if it's not true? I don't know. Why do so many people think the earth is flat if it's not true, dumbass? Because they've been told to. So fucking true. Somebody told them to. Somebody told them that they should be upset. Somebody told them that they should be mad, and now they're mad. I know these types of people hate this answer, but it's the truest answer ever. Someone said you should be mad, and now they're mad. And now they're mad. I don't think they could bring up like a real serious argument about this ever. I'd love to see. I'm not just looking through this to like shit on these people. I'm also looking to see if there's like one genuine argument in here that makes any sense whatsoever. Just any sense. Because I can believe there's like one game, one open parentheses, one close parentheses out there that had like a actually white people are evil. I can imagine maybe one out there somewhere, but I can't find one. Last of Us 2 question mark. I don't even think the word white is said that whole 20 hours of playtime. I better not find a media literacy post on your timeline. I'm seeing comments like this, but none are actually explaining why The Last of Us 2 had the message white people bad. Maybe the media literacy is maybe your media literacy is the one in decline. Oh no, he's cooking them. They must talk about Joel dying, but that's just one dude. White character dies, help, I'm oppressed. They are actually oppressed. I don't know if anybody's been more oppressed than them. They didn't reply. Holy shit. It's all dude, it's always this and then they don't reply. They never reply. Words don't have to be said. Can I see anti-white message in a game where I play as two white women? Women are not men. Okay. All right. Dog whistles. The Last of Us 2 has anti-white man dog whistles. Oh no. Dog whistles? Dog whistles. They have. What are the dog whistles you noticed? Please. Hello? Oh no. He didn't respond. Oh no. No, I see it. I see what's going on. They have the knowledge of why it's all white man bad. But here's the thing, they don't want to share it with us because then we'll know how then they'll know how they're onto our case, okay? And then we're gonna switch up and make them seem like they're crazy. So they don't want to tell us what the white man bad dog whistles are, so they can just keep it to themselves. They have the secret knowledge that everybody needs to know about, but everybody they need to tell people about it, but they can't give away the game. It's their secret sauce. Bro will never respond. He will never respond. I'm shooketh. None as far as I can tell. This is more of a white grievance about being in the gaming space since the Gamergate days. Some of these people are really threatened by protagonists that aren't straight white males or games that don't exclusively cater to their worldview. Yeah, that's a really big thing too. Catering to their worldview is a really big thing. Being challenged in ways that they weren't expecting and being challenged in ways that they haven't heard before. Or in ways that they have heard before, but they just disagree with or don't like or have a bad taste in their mouth about. Or that's usually the problem that they have for this type of stuff. Did he say Super Mario 2? What is SM2? Does anyone know? The Last of Us 2, an incredible example. Oh, do you mean Suicide Squad? How's The Last of Us 2 a fantastic example? You haven't paid attention, it seems. No, dude. No, he's right. The white female protagonist go after each other's throats. Take revenge for white men. One of them is shown to be a saint. Hell, the doctor from the first game even turned white. Exactly my point. What? Huh? The white female protagonist goes after each other's throats to take revenge for white man. One of them is shown to be a saint. Hell, the doctor even even turned white. I think he's clowning on him. Nice selfie. Suicide Squad hates white men. They hate white men. It's not the fault of game developers for people who committed. Not one. Minecraft, New Blood, Goat Simulator. Okay, I think there's not too many black people to beat up in Goat Simulator, as far as I remember. So he might be cooking with that one. I'm gonna be real. Wait, under here. Talking about Joel dying. Joel is killed for the original sin of being a white man, of being a white male. The allegory is expressed through the suffering he caused Abby. Also, has partially abandoned her femininity to become like him, to destroy him, which repeats the cycle again. Abby just has muscles. Were they on anti-wokeness? It's a horrible drug. It's a horrible drug. It specifically it has a really good chance of mostly targeting white people, and it's a really strong drug, and it does terrible. It's a really strong disease, and it does terrible things. It starts to eat their brain from the inside out. The Madman, thanks for the 500 bits. I watched white man die in a video game. This is a hate crime. It's actually worse than a hate crime. It might be genocide, even. He thought the game. It's something obvious to all people who possess media literacy. They have to be trolling. I can't believe you click send on this. What did I just read? Get him off the grill. Get him off the grill. I'm begging you, get his ass out of here now. Never cook again. He's burning the shit, man. He's ruining it. He's ruining it. It's burnt. Can I find this one? I'm trying to find one more thing. Oh, I can't find it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. That is just about every. Oh no, I missed one more thing. I missed one more thing about these people calling Matt Walsh a parasite. A parasite to the gaming community as well. Fail. Oh, look at that. Holy, they hate this man. And he responded, I have to say I've been targeted for some extremely unreasonable backlashes in the past. But this is probably one of the most ridiculous yet. This time people are mad I talked about the issue in the news. Apparently I have no right to discuss it because I'm not in the club. Truly the dumbest outrage I've ever encountered in my life. And man, that's really saying something. You know the craziest thing to me about all this is that these gamers came out to be more angry at Matt Walsh for being mean to gaming than feminists came out against Matt Walsh for being a actual misogynist. Feminist, sorry. The J.K. Rowling style feminists, like anti-transphobe, gender critical, pro-women feminists. Those guys were more on board with Matt Walsh than these gamers are. These these anti-woke gamers, I'll give them one thing. They're standing on business more than people who try to say that they fight for civil rights actually do. These gamers stand on more business for their hobby than people who say they're fighting for civil rights. I think this says a lot about society. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, it's so good. Man up, Matt. Oh no, they're using the hell misogyny on him. Oh no, he's woke. Oh no, he's woke now, dude. Wait, this is so funny. They are fighting for they're fighting for the civil rights of the gamers. So true. Holy. Is that Geeks and Gamers? Holy crap. Video games are unreasonable. Video games are a sacred cow in this country, and I'm tired of it. Our country is filled with adults who are obsessed with them, so we almost pretend insanely that there's nothing wrong with it or disturbing about a child spending all day killing people in a virtual world. Of course it's harmful to the child. It's harmful to anyone, adults included. It will automatically make a kid into a mass shooter? No, but nobody in the world ever made that claim. But it's still harming him. We need to face that fact. Ian here, resident gagger. Screw them, they're idiots who accomplish nothing. You're so cool, Matt. For people who are buying the poor me bile, Matt is spewing. Bile Titan. Sheesh. All right. Well, what can I say? Well, there it is. I hope you guys learned about how anti-white and anti-man the video game industry is, and I hope you spend some time learning about how you can be better to your local white man, because he needs your support right now in a world crashing around his piggly wigglies. He needs that support. He needs your help. Hug a white man today, okay? He needs it. Very educational. I hope you all learned something today. I hope you all learn a little something. Chat, do you want to see the fish that okay. I know you all have known that I've really gotten into this whole fish thing, but I think I found my like final final like fish dream. Okay, I think I found like my final fish dream. I want to pick up in my local area. There's a really decent fish tank of a good size. It's around 70 gallons that I want to get. Almost 7 times the size of this tank. Okay, I think I found the fish that I want to build, that like dream aquarium, like my final aquarium around. Okay, and its name is the Congo Tetra. Whoa, yeah, it's a big tank and it's gonna be a big undertaking, but I think I'm ready for it. Piraina? No. This fish. You'll understand once you take a look at them. Okay? I just want you to take a little peek, a little gander. Look at these guys. Look at these guys and tell me they're not some of the most beautiful guys you've ever seen in your entire life. They're just so amazing. They're so delicate yet strong at the same time. Their body shape is so pretty. And the colors pop like crazy. The tail is just insane with like the white pinstripe going around. going around their tail is just, it's such a beautiful fish. Can we have a 24-hour live? Can we have a 24-hour fish live stream for 200K? Wait, what's it? Wait, you want me to like just take the camera and put it up to the fish tank so you guys can just see them 24/7? Why are they swimming in place? It's because of the filter. So the filter that's moving the water is moving it in like a circular pattern around the tank. So they're just swimming into the current. So they're like constantly swimming forward. Technically, it's like a treadmill for them. They're training. That's true. They're training right now. You can have it in the background. I don't think I can have it in the background. Like this guy is, this is my, that's my dresser. I can't really put it, I don't really think I can really move it. I prefer shrimp. You mean like a shrimp tank? You could, I mean, you could probably put shrimp in this tank, but they're so pretty. They're just beautiful. And I think I kind of wanted to get them, but I think what really got me is that today I was just spending some time after I had a little bit of time putting together, I had a little bit of time after putting together, the thumbnails for the next couple videos on the channel. So and I had some time in between that and like picking up the GF from work. So I just went to one of the local like some of the local pet stores in the area, and I found these guys. They like this, the second I was just like, I think I kind of want to keep some, the local fish store that I that's around me started keeping some. They just got them in, and they're, even though they're babies, they're so pretty. They're just so amazing. And so yeah, I think I want a community tank of these guys and a bunch of other and a bunch of other types of fish as well. But there's just, you get what I'm saying? Like after seeing them, you kind of see what I'm up, see what I'm about when it comes to these guys. It's just so nice. I like their big goofy eye. I love all, like the way their fins look. Their like swimming fin looks like a butterfly. Such a beautiful fish. I will sub to a fish tank channel by you. Thank you. Such a cool little fish. I really love them. So I think I want to do these. Maybe some like rainbow fish, like some smaller rainbow fish probably. I want to put some platies in there. I probably move my platies. Maybe move my platies. What fish do you have right now? I have emerald eye tetra, gold Mickey Mouse platies, trilineatus corridoris, ember tetra. I have a giant betta fish and a powder blue gourami. Those are the fish that are in my care right now. I prefer this over the various ADHD background videos. Oh, you want me to just play fish videos for you? They're just so amazing. I love you even more now. Oh, appreciate it. Give them a big hug. They're swimming in place, man. Do not put a gator in the tank. Doesn't like a nice fish. There's just something about a real nice fish that's just, you're like, that's a good boy right there. That is a good boy right there. I love that guy. So yeah, these guys are great. I'm not sure whether there's some other fish that I was kind of thinking about a little bit. But yeah, Congo Tetra are definitely like really up on the list. I think like Rosalind Rosalind sharks, denizen barbs. They're the same fish if you didn't know. I like denizen barbs. I don't think I'm gonna have the space for them because they get kind of big, unfortunately. But these guys, I think you need to be somebody with a really big tank to genuinely have these guys, you know, these guys specifically, to have them responsibly. The only tank that I've seen them in, honestly, have been tanks that are like 125 gallons. And people say you need a 75 gallon minimum. So because not only are they kind of big fish, they're like 6 inches long. They also are schooling fish, so you need to get more than one of them. So that's a lot of fish that you've got to take care of. That's a lot of fish you got to actually genuinely take care of. So these guys are a little difficult to deal with. He's a bit stupid. Feel the same about adult lizards. Like the big lizards are so cool, but you got to dedicate a room in your house to one. That's the only thing about it, is that big lizards are super fun, but owning a lizard that big is a lifestyle. Like at some point, owning a pet becomes it's the drop off point for a lot of stuff is when it becomes like a lifestyle to just take care of the thing, you know? Because I think you can get a fish tank like this and you can spend a lot of money, right? You can spend a lot of money on a fish tank like this. You could, if you really want to. There was somebody around me who was selling a fish tank for $40, a 75 gallon for $40 with a stand. I was actually gonna go out and buy it today. You know what happened? The second I looked it up again, they said it was already sold. I've never actually punched my desk before, just straight up, unironically, but then I did it. Because the only other people selling something like that are selling it for like $400. I'm like, I'm not picking it up. I'm not picking up something for $400 right now. But yeah, this would be a super cool tank to have. I wouldn't keep fish like this personally, but that's just me. The reason why I wouldn't is because I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't want to do water changes. I don't do water changes on that tank. I don't do water changes on any of my tanks. The reason why is because I just pack them full of plants. I'm like, you want to shit? Okay, boy, shit in this plant. And the plant goes, ooh, oh. And he sucks it all down. And I don't have to worry about taking out the water because that is way too much damn work. Water changes look awful. Can you imagine doing water changes on a 75 gallon tank? Because they say you should do some with this type of tank. He's probably doing like 25% water changes twice a week. Something like that. Because look how big these fish are, probably like big and messy too. Dude, I saw a guy with a massive tank. How big? Go on, tell us how big. It was a crazy amount of water he needed. Shit in the plant as God intended. Okay, but like, true. He did intend for you to shit in the plant. So please do that and do not make a mess. You need a massive tank to get a mini shark. These guys are actually called sharks. Those barbs. Yeah, Rosalind sharks. They technically have the name shark. So I could if I got a big enough tank, but I am not rich enough to be able to purchase a 75 gallon tank and stand new right now. That is just, it's a bit of an investment. Right now it'd be like $500. It'd be like $400 or $500, which is a bit much for me to be spending on a little side hobby thing that I'm doing. I'm gonna keep it real with you. It's a little much for what I want to do in my life right now. But yeah, I definitely want to get a bigger tank. Getting a bigger tank would be really fun. If I had to, you know, if I was able to get whatever I want, I think I'd get a 75 gallon and then pack it full of fish. Full of fish. There'd just be so many fish. I had fish out the goddamn wazoo, man. My wazoo would be filled and it would be getting emptied. I shoot out of my wazoo like a pea shooter, man. I would. Hey, Shark, what's your favorite shark? I like the black tip reef shark, if I'm gonna be honest with you. They seem pretty cool. They're not too big. They're not like too small. You look at one and you're like, that's definitely a shark. You're like, oh yeah, that's definitely a shark. The Greenland shark? Oh, you mean that slow moving shark that hasn't changed since for the last 1 million years? That old dinosaur shark. We gotta get back to playing Helldivers too soon. If you guys are interested or excited for that. I mean, having like a little platy community tank does sound kind of fun too, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe not something exactly like this, but you know. Do you have an ant farm? I don't have an ant farm, but I do watch that guy, like Ants Canada, that guy who makes it his whole thing to make ant farms and stuff like this. So that guy's pretty fun. Yeah, Ants Canada. That guy. Yeah, that guy. Oh, somebody 75-gallon platy planted community tank. You must love these damn fish, man. You dedicate your heart and soul to these fish. I mean, I respect it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I respect it. Because that's a lot of dedication. 75 gallons for platies. Because platies, they're not big fish. They're pretty small fish. They're like 2 inches long. They are real little guys. But yeah, platies are great. Yeah, I think you can just throw platies in any tank. If I'm going to be completely real with you, I really think you can just do whatever you want with platies. They actually don't care about anything. I got my platies. I got a couple platies in a 10-gallon, and they're the happiest fish to ever exist. Yeah, something like this. They're the happiest fish to ever exist. They actually just vibe and that's it. He's doing a massive ecosystem project right now. I think that's what I kind of want to do. I think I want to do like an ecosystem type thing. Whole lot of plants. If a plant is a whole lot of plants, if like somebody wanted to disappear, they can just zoop into a plant and then just be gone if they really want, if that's something that they want, right? But there's a lot of swimming space in the front. Yeah, something like that. But what I think I kind of want to do is do like have a tank that's deep enough, and then have like the back row of like really tall plants, and then there like be like a little mini section with like shorter plants, and then like another row of pretty tall plants. And so it has like some layers in it. So if you don't want to, so if one doesn't want to be close to the front, they can like zip in to like the two like bushy areas that they could like hide in whenever they want, or hide under some leaves or something, or find somewhere to come around. And then there's like space enough to just circle the tank if they really wanted to. That's the plan. SpongeBob pineapple or nah? There will be no pineapples. There will be no, I hate to say it, but there will be no pineapples. There will be no skeleton man with a bubbling chest. Well, no Squidward Tiki House. No Beware of Sharks at the bottom. You're ruining it. No sunken Atlantis castle. At least a no fishing sign. There will be no fishing sign. There will be none. We ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. I will hate to say it. The only ethical thing you can do is put in a Patrick Rock. Now we're talking. Now we're absolutely talking. Finally, somebody knows how to put that thing on. Yo, wait, I found the comment that I was talking about earlier. I found it. Chat. Y'all are just y'all just making shit up at this point. Just pissing yourself off, imagining shit that didn't happen. So fucking true. Personally, I did find the gameplay in White Man Bad 2 Shame Simulator to be a little underwhelming. The minigame where you apologize for slavery could have been fun, but there weren't enough dialogue options, especially since you have to play it every time you open the game. So funny. This was the reply I was looking for. Genuinely peak reply. It's so funny. White Man Bad 2 Shame Simulator. I'm sorry I'm white. I'm sorry I'm male. I'm sorry I'm a colonizer. I have small penis. Venus Tennis. But yeah, I'm not gonna chat. I don't know what it is, but I like fish. I don't know why, but the fish have been they've just kind of encapsulated me recently. They're just so nice. I don't know. Fish are cool, that's why. Fish are just so cool. I don't know. I think what I really like about them being pets is that you make a space for them and they just stay there, and you just don't have to worry about like taking them out or anything, or like messing with anything really. Like they live in the tank. Like, I mean, I guess if you could really pet your fish, you like maybe I would if I could pet my fish. You should not pet your fish, just so you know. Even if your fish lets you pet them, you should not pet them. You'll mess up their slime coat and they can get sick. But like, I don't know, it's just they're such like cool little guys. I think that's the thing about it. They're cool little guys. You make a whole like, I don't know, maybe it's just because you're a world builder for them, you know? Maybe it's like one of, I never really got into those world building games really, but maybe this is what, fish tank, planted fish tank builder aquarium video game. Holy shit. We got any game devs in here? Oh my gosh. Genius. Oh my gosh. Chat, do you know how crazy that go? The gasp. I was just thinking of, I don't know, it just hit me. I'll talk to them in the morning. I'm pretty sure there's a game like that. Okay, but like a good one, a detailed one. One that genuinely has, I'm talking about one so detailed that you might be able to use it to plan out, you might be able to use it to plan out a real tank in the real world. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about adaptive fish AI. I'm talking about like many of the popular fish that you know of. That you can pop in the tank and will act kind of the way that you think that they would in the real world. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I feel like that could go crazy. Ocean Simulator. That's just Abzu. There's a game like that. It's called Abzu. We already got it. We already got it. IRL. I'm just pitching the idea. I'm just pitching the idea. If you make it into a game, I'd like 10% profit, but we share here, okay? We share here. I'm just saying, okay, that I think that the possibility of that going absolutely brazy is so high. Shark wants his royalties as the ideas guy. Of course. And I want a free copy of the game. And 3 free copies to give away for stream. So four free copies, okay? 10% royalties and 4 free copies. 1 for me and 2 to give out during the game. During stream. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. $40 royalties if I can give 40% royalties if I can have 10 free subs a year. Okay, you know, it's kind of coming together. I can see that. I can work with that. I can work with that. Yeah, I think I can work with that. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, the whole fish thing, I got into it. It seems pretty fun. It's definitely really cool. Trying to get different fish and put them together in like one tank, trying to get everything to work. The only problem is that water is heavy. If they made a way to make water not heavy, I feel like the whole fish keeping aquarium thing would go crazy. They thought the same thing on Ocean Gate. Weightless water. Yeah, if somebody can like get working on weightless water, I'd appreciate it. It doesn't really have to be weightless, I guess. Just like not that much weight. Yeah, how is water so heavy? Water's really heavy. You know a 20-gallon tank is like 200 pounds? Can we make diet water? Yeah, you ever, it's just so crazy. Water is like so heavy, okay? And it's apparently made out of 2 oxygens. That can't be true, right? Because oxygen floats. It's literally air. Like it's literally air. Honestly, that went so crazy. That's a good one. My bad. It's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. This shit's literally. Why is water so heavy? It's literally made out of air. Wait, I just thought it's literally air. Air has weight? I know it has weight. I didn't say weight. I said weightless water originally, but what I meant to say is low weight water. Air is heavy though. Everything's heavy as long as if you put a big enough piece of fucking gravity pulley on it. Fuck you. All right. Anyways, look at these motorcycles while we talk. This is for the ADHD, okay? Listen. I know air is heavy. I know air. What do we have, like 9 pounds per square inch pushing on us, right? 9 pounds per square inch pushing on us right now or something. 1 water, please hold the gravity. It's literally made out of air. You're telling me you put 3 pieces of air together and you get fucking water and it's heavy? Yes? I hate this world. You think fish experience 0G? What do you think would happen if you took a fish tank and then put in the ISS? Were they swimmer? Oh my gosh. You know how they have that like how they have those like yo, this is how we drink water in the ISS, and they squirt this like floating tube into their mouth. Can you just like take a fish in a bucket and then just like remove the bucket and then the fish is floating in its own little aquarium? Would it try to leave the water? What if it swims too close to the edge? Yeah, do you think, well, it shouldn't pop out. It shouldn't just pop out because of the like the water tension. So, whoop, sorry, I'm swinging this thing. Sorry. Like the water tension should stop it from popping out, unless it just wants to come out itself. But then it'll be like, oh, this shit feels like air, and then it'll probably go back in. Physics hacks. We got any physicists in chat? Can anybody tell me why water is so damn heavy when it's literally made out of air? It's made out of 3 pieces of air. You take 3 pieces of air and you put it together and then it becomes heavy. Is air so heavy then that when you put 3 pieces of it that close together and then put like all 3 of it, density? That's not true. That's not true. I don't believe that this is true. You're telling me if you take an air canister and you pump it up to like 400 psi, that shit would be like 300 pounds? Are you telling me this for reals? Shark, are you fat shaming water? I'm density shaming it, actually. It would be heavy. I know it would be heavier, but not, I don't think, there's something wrong. I'm not saying, I'm not like a water denier or anything. And I don't want to self-diagnose, but something's wrong. Like, can we just admit that there's like something wrong? There's something wrong. Take 3 pieces of air, put it together. Take all those 3 pieces of air, take all the 3 pieces of air clumps, put it in a cup, and you're telling me that shit is heavy as fuck. I just don't think I'm just gonna be so honest with you. I feel like if they could make water molecules, okay? They take an H, they take 2 H's and an O. And they, with like little atomic hands, and they just like squish them together. And then they just place them in a cup. I just don't think it would be that heavy. I just don't think so. Maybe it's just me. I think there's something that goes into water that makes it so heavy. It just doesn't make any sense for it to be so heavy. Like, I know it's dense, sure. And also, when water evaporates, does it turn into air or does it turn into water? You guys ever think about that? Like, when you boil a pot of water and then half of it's gone, do you have half a pot of water in the air? Or do you have more air? You're telling me none of the H2O broke it down into just like H's and O's. It's all water still. It'll never be air again. Can you turn water into air? Or will that cause like a nuclear explosion or something? Water vapor? I'm not talking about a vapor. I'm talking about turning that shit back into air. Water vapor isn't actually water. Well, my bad. Water vapor isn't actually air. I don't count that as air. It's something in the air. There's currently water in the air. I know that. I'm talking about turning the water into air, not like put the water in the air. 2 different things. I want to take the water and turn it into air. Not water vapor, not water in the air, water to air. Water vapor is part air, but like water is part air too. Define air? I don't know. Not water. Fuck you. Not water. All I know is that. You're telling me there's no place on Earth where there's air but no water? This is where you're supposed to turn to God, my child. Honestly, you're right. So true. I need some help with this one. Oh, he doesn't know. Even if it's minimal, there's always some water in the air. That's not true. I put on my dehumidifier. Sucks that shit right out. Do you ever think about if you put a dehumidifier in your room and then you drunk the water that it came out? Can you imagine how bad that shit would taste? Oh, you know, that shit would taste like your feet and booty cheeks. That's so... That'd be so bad. That stuff must taste horrible. co-op drank. You can turn H2O air into O2 in the lab. Okay, but what do they do with the H's? They just get rid of them? They just delete them? They delete the H's? I hope not. Back to H. Do they turn one of the H's into an O? No, you can't do that. See a notification of something on Twitter and remember how bad things are. The only thing I've seen on Twitter is that that e-girl who was streaming Fortnite but put like really light green pants on and chroma keyed her booty cheeks to, and then zoomed in on her ass to make the Fortnite game over her ass cheeks. So she was gaming. So that's how she was playing the game. That's what I've seen all day. Oh, you haven't seen it? That's genius. It is kind of crazy, I can't lie. The marketing is insane.
And with a little Rusties. Yo, playing Fortnite. Yes, indeed.
Well, you know she's not cheating.
And an insane amount of luck. You two can look like me.
The titty be shaking? Oh, that's crazy. She knows exactly who her audience is. That is wild. Ew. She making the money? That's true. She be making that cashola. I can't say nothing about it. Do I need to do that, chat? Do I need a like, I get a standing desk? And we watch debate videos from YouTube, but it's on my ass cheeks. But it's on my balls. Yes, true. it's on my. There you go. I wear a lime green cup. And I play Helldivers on it. Only when you debate? Okay. Fat Earth, flat ass. Oh no. I saw a poetic TikTok about the automaton. Shit had me crying. I think my favorite Helldivers ism right now is when somebody sees like a really big bug, and then they do the Konami code for the precision airstrike, basically. Like this one. This one's my favorite, I think. How big? Quite big. Oh no. Apparently Dr. K is in trouble.
So the number one thing that correlates with male suicide is not depression, and this is super scary. There's one study I saw recently that suggests that 50% of men who kill themselves have no history or evidence of mental illness. And this, I believe the statistic in my clinical practice because I know what depression looks like. I know what bipolar disorder looks like. And half the men that I've worked with, at least, are not actually mentally ill. See, mental illness means a pathology of the mind, which means that the mind is malfunctioning. Most of the suicidal men that I work with, their mind isn't malfunctioning. They genuinely have a life that is no longer worth living. They're looking at things and objectively realizing that there's no way out of this situation. So they turn to suicide. So I know it's kind of like a very controversial statement, but I think that's what my clinical practice has shown, and there's some research to even back that up.
Oh no. He looks and sounds like Vivek. That's probably, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you here, that's probably one of the most racist things anybody has said in my chat before. Is that racism? What do you mean he looks nothing like he looks nothing and sounds nothing like Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm so honest with you. He looks and sounds nothing like Ramaswamy. Men are so objective that we kill ourselves. Turning myself into the police. Thank you. They're gonna put you in the device. Thank you for this. I like Dr. K. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real. I like Dr. K. I don't know. Here's the thing, okay? I think the idea that everybody who has like some suicidal ideation is just crazy. I think there is some problems to that, right? But the idea that everybody who has suicidal ideation, there's just something wrong with them, right? I don't really know if that's true. Or if we should just like wholesale be like, there's just something really wrong with you. Is there something really wrong with them? Or is the situation that they're in so bad that it's understandable why someone would have that type of ideation? You know what I'm talking about? Not that it's good that they do it, but they come to it from like an understandable point of view when you look at certain aspects of their life and what they want to do, right? Like if someone's constantly suffering, I don't think everybody would be like, oh, there's just something wrong with them to think that they just don't want to live anymore. Which I think understanding that is going to be useful for treating people and helping them overcome that type of stuff in their life, right? At least I don't think they are in most cases. Mostly people are feeling helpless and trapped. Yeah, I think that's those two things, helpless and trapped. I think those are like really, in my personal opinion, from just some guy, I think those are really big reasons for why people feel that way. Not completely, it's not perfect, but yeah. Trapped is soul crushing. Who's Dr. K? He is a Harvard psychiatrist gamer who runs a channel and a service called Healthy Gamer GG, which is a mental health service geared towards gamers, basically. He does use a lot of his, is it woke? Yeah, probably. He does use a lot of his, he does use a lot of his time that he does use his time that he spent like meditating with monks in his like clinical practice a bit, or how he tells people how to work with some stuff. So some stuff that he talks about, I wouldn't say a lot, but some stuff that he talks about is not fully scientifically proven. He's been a little gung-ho on some things that don't have enough research into them in some stuff before. But I think like the core of a lot of the stuff that he talks about is pretty all right. And when he does dive into the whole Buddhism thing and how like the monks do this or that or the third, a lot of the times he gives it as like an option, like you can try meditation, try mindfulness, you can do Om chanting, and that mindfulness might help. Sometimes it's a bit more than that, and there can be some problems with that. Most self-help channels tend to be problematic to some extent. Yeah. I mean, they're all going to have like some problem here or there at some point, I think. I don't think Dr. K is too bad. As long as he doesn't push lithium. Nah, I haven't seen him push any lithium, or he hasn't done like lithium or anything. He's like, you should go to your doctor and have them prescribe you medicine. He's not like you need to go into the fields of Appalachia and pick up a bro hunkleberry from the Slupperworth tree, meddle it in in a pot with like a frog's testicle and a bear's nostril, and it should heal you. He's not doing shit like that. My doctor put me on lithium and my liver is fucked for life now. Damn. Have you thought about taking the doctor's lithium? Have you thought about taking the doctor's liver? Be like, trade. You did this to me, so we have to trade. Low cup. Low drank. Little apple juice, warm that up. I wish I was like him, honestly. Nice warm little Hennessy drink. Papa cheese. Sheesh. Oh, this must be great, I can't lie. Can you imagine how good that must be? Oh, to be a white man. Can you imagine? Dude, if you could just get away with anything. He's straight up. Now imagine if that was a black guy and he went straight for the Hennessy. I mean, come on. He'd be in Rikers Island in an instant. Ew, dirty ass cup. I mean, you mean the lead cup? He probably works there. Got access to the break room microwave. You say that. My ass thinks he... It might be one of those places that just have a microwave. Dr. Bumblebee 123. That's a cute name. Thank you so much for the prime, the Bezos bucks, joining the frenzy, and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Well, it's been a fun ride, don't you think? My ass is starting to hurt. I've been sitting down for too long. Honestly, one of the most difficult parts of being a streamer, I'm going to be honest with you. So, I think it's time to call a little rest. I think it's time for me to call a little break. I'm gonna finish up a thumbnail and I don't know, probably try and read a couple chapters of Yu Yu Hakusho so I can finally finish that shit. So I can pick up something else at some point. It's been a fun stream. I appreciate you. Get a donut. Donut? What's a donut? When next stream? I'm trying to stream more. I'm trying to hunker down and stream more. It's been pretty hectic here at the house recently. From like, you know, my mom went unfortunately had to be put back in the hospital again. So I've been trying to pick up a whole bunch of housework and everything. You know, from having to, you know, pick up family members and stuff, and it's just been so much and stress about like a whole bunch of things. So
That's what I've been waiting for.
it's just been a little difficult, but I'm going to try and stream every single day for you all, especially since I like unfortunately recently I've been like missing the timing on some segments, so they just come out a little bit later. And I don't want to do that. It just, you know, it's just come out that way with so much stuff that's been going on. The beginning of this year hasn't been too great. Thank you so much, Ico Rules, for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I appreciate you. I hope you all are doing well tonight. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Be my background noise for Liberty. You playing some Helldivers? I plan on playing some more Helldivers tomorrow. Sounds super fun. If I'm being real. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. I want to get a stream in just about every single day for you. If it's just playing, if it's gaming, if it's politicking, just about every day. I feel like that'd be good. I feel like that'd be nice. I personally think I'd enjoy it because I love streaming. I just haven't, because everything's just been so hectic, and then I feel I just haven't been feeling too great because of everything. So if that could change, I'd like for it to change. Wrong side of the SO with the exclamation point cross, but I feel you. Thank you. Hello? Oh, you need to be let in? What's the magic word? No? She said the magic word? Hey! Be calm. Be calm. Oh, you got these? These Starburst gummies? Are these dry? How long have these been open for? Why are they welded together?
They were like that when I got them.
Yeah, they were like, this one you got it, huh? Okay. Okay. Sure. I mean, they still taste good. The old lick and stick technique. You know what? You could put a couple of those in the bottom of a bottle of some alcohol. Make some like Starburst lean. Lean. Starburst lean. That'll go kind of crazy. All right. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. But I'm gonna have to get out of here for tonight, so I can get up tomorrow. It's already 1:30. What the heck am I doing here? What the heck am I doing here? But I appreciate you. Thank you all so much for the love. It's been a really fun stream. But as all fun things are, they have to come to an end. So thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. And I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good night.